Read by Bianca Amato.
Castle of Beaurevoir, near Arras, France. Summer to winter, 1430. She sits, this odd trophy of war, as neat as an obedient child, on a small stool in the corner of her cell. At her feet are the remains of her dinner on a pewter platter, laid on the straw. I notice that my uncle has sent good slices of meat, and even the white bread from his own table, but she has eaten little. I find I'm staring at her, from her boy's riding boots to the man's bonnet crammed on her brown cropped hair, as if she were some exotic animal, trapped for our amusement, as if someone had sent a lion cub all the way from Ethiopia to entertain the great family of Luxembourg, for us to keep in our collection. A lady behind me crosses herself and whispers, "Is this a witch?" I don't know. How does one ever know? "This is ridiculous," my great-aunt says boldly. "Who has ordered the poor girl to be chained? Open the door at once." There is a confused muttering of men trying to shift the responsibility, and then someone turns the big key in the cell door, and my great-aunt stalks in. The girl, she must be about 17 or 18, only a few years older than me, looks up from under her jagged fringe of hair as my great-aunt stands before her, and then slowly she rises to her feet, doffs her cap, and gives an awkward little bow. "I am the Lady Jehanne, the Demoiselle of Luxembourg," my great-aunt says. "This is the castle of Lord John of Luxembourg." She gestures to my aunt. "This is his wife, the lady of the castle, Jehanne of Bethune, and this is my great-niece, Jacquetta." The girl looks steadily at all of us, and gives a nod of her head to each. As she looks at me, I feel a little tap-tap for my attention, as palpable as the brush of a fingertip on the nape of my neck, a whisper of magic. I wonder if standing behind her there are indeed 2 accompanying angels, as she claims, and it is their presence that I sense. "Can you speak, maid?" my great-aunt asks, when the girl says nothing. "Oh, yes, my lady," the girl replies in the hard accent of the Champagne region. I realize that it is true what they say about her. She's no more than a peasant girl, though she has led an army and crowned a king. "Will you give me your word not to escape if I have these chains taken off your legs?" She hesitates, as if she were in any position to choose. "No, I can't." My great-aunt smiles. "Do you understand the offer of parole? I can release you to live with us here in my nephew's castle, but you have to promise not to run away." The girl turns her head, frowning. It's almost as if she's listening for advice. Then she shakes her head. "I know this parole. It is when one knight makes a promise to another. They have rules, as if they were jousting. I'm not like that. My words are real, not like a troubadour's poem, and this is no game for me." "Maid, parole is not a game," Aunt Jehanne interrupts. The girl looks at her. "Oh, but it is, my lady. The noblemen are not serious about these matters. Not serious like me. They play at war and make up rules. They ride out and lay waste to good people's farms, and laugh as the thatched roofs burn. Besides, I cannot make promises. I am promised already." "To the one who wrongly calls himself the King of France?" "To the King of Heaven." My great-aunt pauses for a moment's thought. I will tell them to take the chains off you and guard you so that you do not escape, and then you can come and sit with us in my rooms. I think what you have done for your country and your prince has been very great, Joan, though mistaken, and I will not see you here under my roof, a captive in chains. Will you tell your nephew to set me free? My great-aunt hesitates. I cannot order him, but I will do everything I can to send you back to your home. At any event, I won't let him release you to the English. At the very word, the girl shudders and makes the sign of the cross, thumping her head and her chest in the most ridiculous way, as a peasant might cross himself at the name of old Hob. I have to choke back a laugh. This draws the girl's dark gaze to me. They're only mortal men, I explain to her. The English have no powers beyond that of mortal men. You need not fear them so. You need not cross yourself at their name. I don't fear them. I'm not such a fool as to fear that they have powers. It's not that. It's that they know that I have powers. That's what makes them such a danger. They are mad with fear of me. They fear me so much that they will destroy me the moment I fall into their hands. I am their terror. I am their fear that walks by night. While I live, they won't have you, my great-aunt assures her. And at once, unmistakably, Joan looks straight at me, a hard, dark gaze, as if to see that I too have heard, in the sincere assertion, the ring of an utterly empty promise. My great-aunt believes that if she can bring Joan into our company, talk with her, cool her religious fervour, perhaps educate her, then the girl will be led in time to wear the dress of a young woman, and the fighting youth who was dragged off the white horse at Compiègne will be transformed, like mass reversed, from strong wine into water, and she will become a young woman who can be seated among waiting women, who will answer to a command, and not to the ringing church bells, and will then, perhaps, be overlooked by the English, who are demanding that we surrender the hermaphrodite murderous witch to them. If we have nothing to offer them but a remorseful, obedient maid-in-waiting, perhaps they will be satisfied, and go on their violent way. Joan herself is exhausted by recent defeats, and by her uneasy sense that the king she has crowned is not worthy of the holy oil, that the enemy she had on the run has recoiled on her, and that the mission given to her by God himself is falling away from her. Everything that made her the maid before her adoring troop of soldiers has become uncertain. Under my great-aunt's steady kindness, she is becoming once more an awkward country girl. Nothing special. Of course, all the maids-in-waiting to my great-aunt want to know about the adventure that is ending in this slow creep of defeat. And as Joan spends her days with us, learning to be a girl and not the maid, they pluck up the courage to ask her. "How are you so brave?" one demands. "How did you learn to be so brave? In battle, I mean." Joan smiles at the question. There are 4 of us, seated on a grass bank beside the moat of the castle, as idle as children. The July sun is beating down, and the pasture lands around the castle are shimmering in the haze of heat. Even the bees are lazy, buzzing and then falling silent as if drunk on flowers. We've chosen to sit in the deep shadow of the highest tower. Behind us, in the glassy water of the moat, we can hear the occasional bubble of a carp coming to the surface. Joan is sprawled like a boy, one hand dabbling in the water, her cap over her eyes. In the basket beside me are half-sewn shirts that we're supposed to hem for the poor children of nearby Cambrai, But the maids avoid work of any sort. Joan has no skill, and I have my great-aunt's precious pack of playing cards in my hands, and am shuffling and cutting them, and idly looking at the pictures. I knew I was called by God, Joan said simply, and that he would protect me. So I had no fear, not even in the worst of the battles. He warned me that I would be injured, but that I would feel no pain. So I knew I could go on fighting. I even warned my men that I would be injured that day. I knew before we went into battle. I just knew. "Do you really hear voices?" I ask. "Do you?" The question is so shocking that the girls whip round to stare at me, and under their joint gaze I find I'm blushing as if for something shameful. "No, no." "Then what?" "What do you mean?" "What do you hear?" she asks, as reasonably as if everyone hears something. "Well, not voices, exactly," I say. "What do you hear?" I glance behind me, as if the very fish might rise to eavesdrop. "When someone in my family is going to die, then I hear a noise," I say. "A special noise." "What sort of noise?" the girl, Elizabeth, asks. "I didn't know this. Could I hear it?" "You're not of my house," I say irritably. "Of course you wouldn't hear it. You would have to be a descendant of... And anyway, you must never speak of this. You shouldn't really be listening. I shouldn't be telling you." "What sort of noise?" Joan repeats. "Like singing," I say, and see her nod as if she too has heard singing. "They say it is the voice of Melusina, the first lady of the House of Luxembourg," I whisper. "They say she was a water goddess who came out of the river to marry the first duke. But she couldn't be a mortal woman. She comes back to cry for the loss of her children." "And when have you heard her?" "The night my baby sister died. I heard something, and I knew at once that it was Melusina." "But how did you know it was her?" the other maid whispers, afraid of being excluded from the conversation. I shrug, and Joan smiles in recognition of truths that cannot be explained. "I just knew," I say. "It was as if I recognized her voice, as if I had always known it." "That's true. You just know." Joan nods. "But how do you know that it comes from God, and not from the devil?" I hesitate. Any spiritual questions should be taken to my confessor, or at the very least to my mother, or my great-aunt. But the song of Melusina, and the shiver on my spine, and my occasional sight of the unseen, something half lost, sometimes vanishing around a corner, lighter grey in a grey twilight, a dream that is too clear to be forgotten, a glimpse of foresight, but never anything that I can describe. These things are too thin for speech. How can I ask about them when I can't even put them into words? How can I bear to have someone clumsily name them, or even worse, try to explain them? I might as well try to hold the greenish water of the moat in my cupped hands. "I've never asked," I say, "because it is hardly anything. Like when you go into a room and it's quiet, but you know, you can just tell that someone's there. You can't hear them or see them, but you just know. It's little more than that. I never think of it as a gift coming from God or the devil. It is just nothing." "My voices come from God," Joan says certainly. I know it. If it were not true, I should be utterly lost. So can you tell fortunes? Elizabeth asks me childishly. My fingers close over my cards. No, I say. And these don't tell fortunes, they're just for playing. They're just playing cards. I don't tell fortunes. My great-aunt would not allow me to do it, even if I could. Oh, do mine! These are just playing cards, I insist. I'm no soothsayer. Oh, draw a card for me and tell me, Elizabeth says. And for Joan, what's going to become of her? Surely you want to know what's going to happen to Joan? It means nothing, I say to Joan. And I only brought them so we could play. They are beautiful, she says. They taught me to play at court with cards like these. How bright they are. I hand them to her. Take care with them. They're very precious, I say jealously as she spreads them in her calloused hands. The demoiselle showed them to me when I was a little girl, and told me the names of the pictures. She lets me borrow them because I love to play. But I promised her I would take care of them. Joan passes the pack back to me, and though she is careful, and my hands are ready for them, one of the thick cards tumbles between us and falls face down on the grass. Oh, sorry, Joan exclaims, and quickly picks it up. I can feel a whisper, like a cool breath down my spine. The meadow before me, and the cows flicking their tails in the shade of the tree seem far away, as if we two are enclosed in a glass, butterflies in a ball, in another world. You had better look at it now, I hear myself say to her. Joan looks at the brightly painted picture. Her eyes widen slightly, and then she shows it to me. What does this mean? It is a painting of a man dressed in a livery of blue, hanging upside down from one extended foot, the other leg crooked easily, his toe pointed, and placed against his straight leg as if he were dancing, inverted in the air. His hands are clasped behind his back as if he is bowing. We both see the happy fall of his blue hair as he hangs, upside down, smiling. Le pendu, Elizabeth reads. How horrid! What does it mean? Oh, surely it doesn't mean... She breaks off. It doesn't mean that you will be hanged, I say quickly to Joan, so don't think that. It's just a playing card. It can't mean anything like that. But what does it mean? The other girl demands, though Joan is silent, as if it is not her card, not her fortune that I am refusing to tell. His gallows is 2 growing trees, I say. I'm playing for time under Joan's serious brown gaze. This means spring, and renewal, and life, not death. And there are 2 trees. The man is balanced between them. He is the very centre of resurrection. Joan nods. They are bowed down to him. He's happy, and look, he is not hanged by his neck to kill him, but tied by his foot, I say. If he wanted, he could stretch up and untie himself. He could set himself free if he wanted. But he doesn't set himself free, the girl observes. He is like a tumbler, an acrobat. What does that mean? It means that he's willingly there, willingly waiting, allowing himself to be held by his foot hanging in the air. To be a living sacrifice, Joan says slowly, in the words of the Mass. He's not crucified, I point out quickly. It is as if every word I say leads us to another form of death. This doesn't mean anything." "No," she says. "These are just playing cards, and we are just playing a game with them. It is a pretty card, the Hanged Man. He looks happy to be upside down in springtime. Shall I teach you a game with counters that we play in Champagne?" "Yes," I say. I hold out my hand for her card, and she looks at it for a moment before she hands it back to me. "Honestly, it means nothing," I say again to her. She smiles at me, her clear, honest smile. "I know well enough what it means," she says. "Shall we play?" I start to shuffle the cards, and one turns over in my hand. "Now that's a good card," Joan remarks. "La Roue de Fortune." I hold it out to show it to her. It is the wheel of fortune that can throw you up very high or bring you down very low. Its message is to be indifferent to victory and defeat, as they both come on the turn of the wheel. In my country, the farmers make a sign for Fortune's wheel, Joan remarks. They draw a circle in the air with their forefingers when something very good or something very bad happens. Someone inherits money, or someone loses a prize cow. They do this. She points her finger in the air and draws a circle. And they say something. A spell? Not really a spell. She smiles mischievously. What then? She giggles. They say, merde. I am so shocked that I rock back with laughter. What? What? The younger maid demands. Nothing, nothing, I say. Joan is still giggling. Joan's countrymen say rightly that everything comes to dust, and all that a man can do about it is to learn indifference. Joan's future hangs in the balance. She is swinging like the hanged man. All of my family, my father, Pierre, the Count of St. Paul, my uncle, Louis of Luxembourg, and my favourite uncle, John of Luxembourg, are allied with the English. My father writes from our home at the chateau at St. Paul to his brother John, and commands him, as the head of our family, to hand over Joan to the English. But my great-aunt, the demoiselle, insists we keep her safe, and my Uncle John hesitates. The English demand his prisoner, and since the English command nearly all of France, and their ally the Duke of Burgundy commands most of the rest, what they say usually happens. Their common soldiers went down on their knees on the battlefield to give thanks, and wept with joy when the maid was captured. There is no doubt in their mind that without her the French army, their enemy, will collapse into the frightened rabble that they were before she came to them. The Duke of Bedford, the English regent who rules the English lands in France, almost all of the north of the country, sends daily letters to my uncle invoking his loyalty to English rule, their long friendship, and promising money. I like to watch for the English messengers who come dressed in the fine livery of the royal duke on beautiful horses. Everyone says that the duke is a great man and well loved, the greatest man in France, an ill man to cross. But so far, my uncle obeys his aunt, the demoiselle, and doesn't hand over our prisoner. My uncle expects the French court to make a bid for her. They owe their very existence to her, after all. But they are oddly silent, even after he writes to them and says that he has the maid, and that she's ready to return to the court of her king and serve again in his army. With her leading them, they could ride out against the English and win. Surely they will send a fortune to get her back. They don't want her, my great-aunt advises him. They're at their private dining table, The great dinner for the whole household has taken place in the hall, and the two of them have sat before my uncle's men, tasted the dishes and sent them round the room as a gift to their special favourites. Now they are comfortable, seated at a little table before the fire in my great-aunt's private rooms, her personal servants in attendance. I am to stand during the serving of dinner with another lady in waiting. It is my job to watch the servants, summon them forwards as required, clasp my hands modestly before me, and hear nothing. Of course, I listen all the time. Joan made a man out of the boy, Prince Charles. He was nothing until she came to him with her vision. Then she made that man into a king. She taught him to claim his inheritance. She made an army out of his camp followers, and made that army victorious. If they had followed her advice as she followed her voices, they would have driven the English out of these lands and back to their foggy islands, and we would be rid of them forever. My uncle smiles. Oh, my lady aunt, this is a war that has gone on for nearly a century. Do you really think it will end because some girl from who knows where hears voices? She could never drive the English away. They would never have gone. They will never go. These are their lands by right, by true right of inheritance, and by conquest, too. All they have to do is have the courage and the strength to hold them. And John, Duke of Bedford, will see to that. He glances at his wine-glass, and I snap my fingers to the groom of the servery to pour him some more red wine. Then I step forwards to hold the glass as the man pours, and then I put it carefully on the table. They are using fine glassware. My uncle is wealthy, and my great-aunt never has anything but the very best. The English king may be little more than a child, but it makes no difference to the safety of his kingdom, for his uncle Bedford is loyal to him here, and his uncle the Duke of Gloucester is loyal to him in England. Bedford has the courage and the allies to hold the English lands here, and I think they will drive the Dauphin farther and farther south. They will drive him into the sea. The maid had her season, and it was a remarkable one. But in the end, the English will win the war and hold the lands that are theirs by right, and all of our lords who are sworn against them now will bow the knee and serve them. I don't think so, my great-aunt says staunchly. The English are terrified of her. They say she is unbeatable. Not any more, my uncle observes. For behold, she is a prisoner, and the cell doors don't burst open. They know she is mortal now. They saw her with an arrow in her thigh outside the walls of Paris, and her own army marched off and left her. The French themselves taught the English that she could be brought down and abandoned. But you won't give her to the English, my great-aunt states. It would be to dishonour us forever, in the eyes of God and the world. My uncle leans forwards to speak confidentially. You take it so seriously? You really think she's more than a mountebank? You really think she's something more than a peasant girl spouting nonsense? You know I can find 6 such as her. You could find 6 who say they are like her, she says, but not one like her. I think she is a special girl, truly I do, nephew. I have a very strong sense of this. He pauses, as if her sense of things, though she is only a woman, is something to be considered. You have had a vision of her success? A foretelling? For a moment she hesitates. Then she quickly shakes her head. Nothing so clear. But nonetheless, I must insist that we protect her. He pauses, not wanting to contradict her. She is the Demoiselle of Luxembourg, the head of our family. My father will inherit the title when she dies, But she also owns great lands that are all at her own disposition. She can will them to anyone she chooses. My Uncle John is her favourite nephew. He has hopes, and he doesn't want to offend her. The French will have to pay a good price for her, he says. I don't intend to lose money on her. She's worth a king's ransom. They know this. My great-aunt nods. I will write to the Dauphin Charles, and he will ransom her, she tells him. Whatever his advisers say, he will still listen to me, though he is blown about like a leaf by his favourites. But I am his godmother. It is a question of honour. He owes all that he is to the maid. Very well, but do it at once. The English are very pressing, and I won't offend the Duke of Bedford. He's a powerful man, and a fair one. He's the best ruler of France that we could hope for. If he were a Frenchman, he would be wholly loved. My great-aunt laughs. Yes, but he is not. He is the English regent, and he should go back to his own damp island and his little nephew, the poor king, and make what they can of their own kingdom and leave us to rule France. Us? My uncle queries, as if to ask her if she thinks that our family, who already rule 6 earldoms, and who count kinship to the Holy Roman Emperors, should be French kings as well. She smiles. Us, she says blandly. Next day, I walk with Joan to the little chapel in the castle, and kneel beside her on the chancel steps. She prays fervently, her head bowed for an hour, and then the priest comes and serves the Mass, and Joan takes the holy bread and wine. I wait for her at the back of the church. Joan is the only person I know who takes the bread and wine every day, as if it were her breakfast. My own mother, who's more observant than most, takes communion only once a month. We walk back to my great-aunt's rooms together, the strewing herbs swishing around her feet. Joan laughs at me, as I have to duck my head to get my tall, conical headdress through the narrow doorways. It's very beautiful, she says, but I should not like to wear such a thing. I pause and twirl before her in the bright sunlight from the arrow slit. The colours of my gown are brilliant. A skirt of dark blue and an underskirt of sharper turquoise, the skirts flaring from the high belt tied on my ribcage. The high hennin headdress sits like a cone on my head, and sprouts a veil of pale blue from the peak that drops down my back, concealing and enhancing my fair hair. I spread my arms to show the big triangular sleeves, trimmed with the most beautiful embroidery in gold thread, and I lift the hem to show my scarlet slippers with the upturned toes. But you cannot work, or ride a horse, or even run in such a gown, she says. It's not for riding, or working, or running, I replied reasonably. It's for showing off. It is to show the world that I am young and beautiful and ready for marriage. It is to show that my father is so wealthy that I can wear gold thread on my sleeves and silk in my headdress. It shows that I am so nobly born that I can wear velvet and silk, not wool, like a poor girl. I couldn't bear to be showed off in such a thing. You wouldn't be allowed to, I point out disagreeably. You have to dress for your position in life. You would have to obey the law and wear browns and greys. Did you really think you were important enough to wear ermine? Or do you want your gold surcoat back? They say you were as fine as any knight in battle. You dressed like a nobleman then. They say that you loved your beautiful standard and your polished armour and a fine gold surcoat over all. They say you were guilty of the sin of vanity. She flushes. I had to be seen, she says defensively. At the front of my army. Gold? I had to honour God. Well, anyway, you wouldn't get a headdress like this if you put on women's clothes, I say. You would wear something more modest, like the ladies in waiting. Nothing so high or so awkward, just a neat hood to cover your hair. And you could wear your boots under your gown. You could still walk about. Won't you try wearing a gown, Joan? It would mean that they couldn't accuse you of wearing men's clothes. It is a sign of heresy for a woman to dress as a man. Why not put on a dress? And then they can say nothing against you. Something plain. She shakes her head. I am promised, she says simply. Promised to God. And when the king calls for me, I must be ready to ride to arms again. I am a soldier in waiting, not a lady in waiting. I will dress like a soldier, and my king will call for me. Any day now. I glance behind us. A page boy carrying a jug of hot water is in earshot. I wait till he has nodded a bow and gone past us. Hush, I say quietly. You shouldn't even call him king. She laughs, as if she fears nothing. I took him to his coronation. I stood under my own standard in Rheims Cathedral when he was anointed with the oil of Clovis. I saw him presented to his people in his crown. Of course he's King of France. He is crowned and anointed. The English slit the tongues of anyone who says that, I remind her. That's for the first offence. The second time you say it, they brand your forehead so you are scarred for life. The English king, Henry VI, is to be called King of France. The one you call the French king is to be called the Dauphin. Never anything but the Dauphin. She laughs with genuine amusement. He's not even to be called French, she exclaims. Your great Duke Bedford says that he is to be called Armagnac. But the great Duke Bedford was shaking with fear and running around Rouen for recruits when I came up to the walls of Paris with the French army. Yes, I will say it. The French army. To claim our own city for our king. A French king. And we nearly took it too. I put my hands over my ears. I won't hear you, and you shouldn't speak like this. I shall be whipped if I listen to you. At once, she takes my hands. She is penitent. Ah, Jacquetta, I won't get you into trouble. Look, I will say nothing. But you must see that I have done far worse than use words against the English. I have used arrows and cannon shot and battering rams and guns against them. The English will hardly trouble themselves over the words I've said, and the breeches I wear. I have defeated them, and shown everyone that they have no right to France. I led an army against them, and defeated them over and over again. I hope they never get hold of you, and never question you, not about words, nor arrows, nor cannon. She goes a little pale at the thought of it. Please God, I hope so too. Merciful God, I hope so too. My great-aunt is writing to the Dauphin, I say very low. They were speaking of it at dinner last night. She will write to the Dauphin and invite him to ransom you. And my uncle will release you to the Armagnacs. She bows her head, and her lips move in prayer. My king will send for me, she says trustingly. Without a doubt he will send for me to come to him, and we can start our battles again. It grows even hotter in August. and my great-aunt rests on a daybed in her inner room every afternoon, with the light curtains of silk around the bed soaked in lavender water, and the closed shutters throwing barred shadows across the stone floor. She likes me to read to her, as she lies with her eyes closed, and her hands folded on the high waistline of her dress, as if she were a sculptured effigy of herself in some shaded tomb. She puts aside the big horned headdress that she always wears, and lets her long greying hair spread over the cool embroidered pillows. She gives me books from her own library that tell of great romances, and troubadours, and ladies in tangled forests. And then one afternoon she puts a book in my hand and says, "Read this today." It is hand-copied in Old French, and I stumble over the words. It's hard to read. The illustrations in the margin are like briars and flowers threading through the letters, and the clerk who copied each word has an ornate style of writing that I find hard to decipher. But slowly the story emerges. It is the story of a knight riding through a dark forest who has lost his way. He hears the sound of water and goes towards it. In a clearing, in the moonlight, he sees a white basin and a splashing fountain. And in the water is a woman of such beauty that her skin is paler than the white marble, and her hair is darker than the night skies. He falls in love with her at once, and she with him, and he takes her to the castle and makes her his wife. She has only one condition, that every month he must leave her alone to bathe. "Do you know this story?" my great-aunt asks me. "Has your father told you of it?" "I have heard something like it," I say cautiously. My great-aunt is notoriously quick-tempered with my father, and I don't know if I dare say that I think this is the legend of the founding of our house. "Well, now you are reading the true story," she says. She closes her eyes again. "It's time you knew. Go on." The young couple are happier than any in the world, and people come from far and wide to visit them. They have children, beautiful girls and strange wild boys. "Sons," my great-aunt whispers to herself. "If only a woman could have sons by wishing. If only they could be as she wishes." The wife never loses her beauty, though the years go by, and her husband grows more and more curious. One day, he cannot bear the mystery of her secret bathing any longer, and he creeps down to her bathhouse and spies on her. My great-aunt raises her hand. "Do you know what he sees?" she asks me. I lift my face from the book, my finger under the illustration of the man peering through the slats of the bathhouse. In the foreground is the woman in the bath, her beautiful hair snaked around her white shoulders, and gleaming in the water, her large scaled tail. "Is she a fish?" I whisper. "She is a being not of this world," my great-aunt says quietly. "She tried to live like an ordinary woman, but some women cannot live an ordinary life. She tried to walk in the common ways, but some women cannot put their feet to that path. This is a man's world, Jacquetta, and some women cannot march to the beat of a man's drum. Do you understand?" I don't, of course. I am too young to understand that a man and a woman can love each other so deeply that their hearts beat as if they were one heart, and yet at the same time know that they are utterly, hopelessly different. Anyway, you can read on. It's not long now. The husband cannot bear to know that his wife is a strange being. She cannot forgive him for spying on her. she leaves him, taking her beautiful daughters, and he lives alone with the sons, heartbroken. But at his death, as at the death of every one of our house, his wife Melusina, the beautiful woman who was an Undine, a water goddess, comes back to him, and he hears her crying around the battlements for the children she has lost, for the husband she still loves, and for the world that has no place for her. I close the book, and there is such a long silence that I think my great-aunt has fallen asleep. Some of the women of our family have the gift of foresight, my great-aunt remarks quietly. Some of them have inherited powers from Melusina, powers of the other world where she lives. Some of us are her daughters, her heirs. I hardly dare to breathe. I'm so anxious that she should go on speaking to me. Jacquetta, do you think you might be one of these women? I might be, I whisper. I hope so. You have to listen, she says softly. Listen to silence. Watch for nothing. And be on your guard. Melusina is a shapeshifter. Like quicksilver, she can flow from one thing to another. You may see her anywhere. She is like water. Or you may see only your own reflection in the surface of a stream, though you are straining your eyes to see into the green depths for her. Will she be my guide? You must be your own guide, but you might hear her when she speaks to you. She pauses. Fetch my jewel box. She gestures towards the great chest at the foot of her bed. I open the creaking lid, and inside, beside the gowns wrapped in powdered silk, is a large wooden box. I take it out. Inside is a series of drawers, each one filled with my great-aunt's fortune of jewels. Look in the smallest drawer, she says. I find it. Inside is a small black velvet purse. I untie the tasseled threads, open the mouth, and a heavy golden bracelet falls into my hand, laden with about 200 little charms, each one a different shape. I see a ship, a horse, a star, a spoon, a whip, a hawk, a spur. When you want to know something very, very important, you choose 2 or 3 of the charms that signify the thing that might be, the choices before you. You tie each one on a string, and you put them in a river, the river nearest to your home, the river that you hear at night when everything is silent but the voices of the waters. You leave it until the moon is new. Then you cut all the strings but one, and pull that one out to see your future. The river will give you the answer. The river will tell you what you should do. I nod. The bracelet is cold and heavy in my hand, each charm a choice, each charm an opportunity, each charm a mistake in waiting. And when you want something, go out and whisper it to the river, like a prayer. When you curse somebody, write it on a piece of paper and put the paper into the river. Float it like a little paper boat. The river is your ally, your friend, your lady. Do you understand? I nod, though I don't understand. When you curse somebody, she pauses and sighs as if she's very weary. Take care with your words, Jacquetta, especially in cursing. Only say the things you mean. Make sure you lay your curse on the right man. For be very sure that when you put such words out into the world, they can overshoot. Like an arrow, a curse can go beyond your target and harm another. A wise woman curses very sparingly. I shiver, though the room is hot. I will teach you more, she promises me. It is your inheritance, since you are the oldest girl. Do boys not know? My brother Louis? Her lazy eyes half open, and she smiles at me. Men command the world that they know, she says. Everything that they learn, they claim for themselves. They are like the alchemists who look for the laws that govern the world and then want to own them and keep them secret. Everything they discover, they hug to themselves. They shape knowledge into their own selfish image. What is left to us women but the realms of the unknown? But can women not take a great place in the world? You do, great aunt. And Yolande of Aragon is called the Queen of 4 Kingdoms. Shall I not command great lands, like you and her? You might. But I warn you that a woman who seeks great power and wealth has to pay a great price. Perhaps you will be a great woman, like Melusina, or Yolande, or like me. But you will be like all women, uneasy in the world of men. You will do your best. Perhaps you will gain some power if you marry well or inherit well, but you will always find the road is hard beneath your feet. In the other world, well, who knows about the other world? Maybe they will hear you, and perhaps you will hear them. What will I hear? She smiles. You know. You hear it already. Voices? I ask, thinking of Joan. Perhaps. Slowly, the intense heat of the summer starts to fade, and it grows cooler in September. The trees of the great forest that surround the lake start to turn colour from tired green to sere yellow, and the swallows swirl around the turrets of the castle every evening, as if to say goodbye for another year. They chase each other round and round in a dizzying train, like a veil being whirled in a dance. The rows on rows of vines grow heavy with fruit, and every day the peasant women go out with their sleeves rolled up over their big forearms, and pick the fruit into big wicker baskets, which the men swing onto carts and take back to the press. The smell of fruit and fermenting wine is heavy in the village. Everyone has blue-stained hems to their gowns and purple feet, and they say it will be a good year this year, rich and lush. When the ladies-in-waiting and I ride through the village, they call us to taste the new wine, and it is light and sharp and fizzy in our mouths, and they laugh at our puckered faces. My great-aunt does not sit straight-backed in her chair, overseeing her women and beyond them the castle and my uncle's lands, as she did at the start of the summer. As the sun loses its heat, she too seems to be growing pale and cold. She lies down from the middle of the morning to the early evening, and only rises from her bed to walk into the great hall beside my uncle and nod her head at the rumble of greeting, as the men look up at their lord and lady and hammer on the wooden tables with their daggers. Joan prays for her, by name, in her daily attendance at church, but I, childlike, just accept the new rhythm of my great-aunt's day, and sit with her to read in the afternoon, and wait for her to talk to me about the prayers floated like paper ships on the waters of rivers that were flowing to the sea before I was born. She tells me to spread out the cards of her pack, and teaches me the name and the quality of each one. And now, read them for me, she says one day, and then taps a card with her thin finger. What is this one? I turn it over for her. The dark hooded shape of Death looks back at us, his face hidden in the shadow of his hood, his scythe over his hunched shoulder. Ah, well, she says, so you are here at last, my friend. Jacquetta, you had better ask your uncle to come to see me. I show him into her room, and he kneels at the side of her bed. She puts her hand on his head as if in blessing. Then she pushes him gently away. I cannot bear this weather, she says crossly to my uncle, as if the cooling days are his fault. How can you bear to live here? It's as cold as England, and the winters last forever. I shall go south. I shall go to Provence. Are you sure? He asks. I thought you were feeling tired. Should you not rest here? She snaps her fingers irritably. I'm too cold, she says imperiously. You can order me a guard, and I shall have my litter lined with furs. I shall come back in spring. Surely you would be more comfortable here, he suggests. I have a fancy to see the Rhone once more, she says. Besides, I have business to do. Nobody can ever argue against her. She is the demoiselle. And within days she has her great litter at the door, furs heaped on the bed, a brass hand-warmer filled with hot coals, the floor of the litter packed with oven-heated bricks to keep her warm, the household lined up to say farewell. She gives her hand to Joan, and then she kisses my Aunt Jehan and me. My uncle helps her into the litter, and she clutches his arm with her thin hand. Keep the maid safe, she says. Keep her from the English. It is my command. He ducks his head. Come back to us soon. His wife, whose life is easier when the great lady has moved on, steps forward to tuck her in and kiss her pale, cool cheeks. But it is me that the demoiselle of Luxembourg calls towards her with one crook of her skinny finger. God bless you, Jacquetta, she says to me. You will remember all that I have taught you, and you will go far. She smiles at me. Farther than you can imagine. But I will see you in spring. I will send you my books, she says. And my bracelet. And you will come to visit my mother and father at St. Paul in the spring. Her smile tells me that I will not see her again. God bless, she repeats, and draws the curtains of her litter against the cold morning air as the cavalcade starts out of the gate. In November, I am awakened in the darkest of the night, and I sit up in the little bed I share with Elizabeth the maid and listen. It's as if someone is calling my name in a sweet voice, very high and very thin. Then I am sure I can hear someone singing. Oddly, the noise is coming from outside our window, though we are high up in the turret of the castle. I pull on my cloak over my nightgown and go to the window and look out through the crack in the wooden shutters. There are no lights showing outside. The fields and the woods around the castle are as black as felted wool. There is nothing but this clear, keening noise. Not a nightingale, but as high and as pure as a nightingale. Not an owl, far too musical and continuous. Something like a boy singer in a choir. I turn to the bed and shake Elizabeth awake. Can you hear that? She doesn't even wake. Nothing, she says, half asleep. Stop it, Jacquetta. I'm asleep. The stone floor is icy beneath my bare feet. I jump back into bed and put my cold feet in the warm space near Elizabeth. She gives a little bad-tempered grunt and rolls away from me. And then, though I think I will lie in the warm and listen to the voices, I fall asleep. 6 days later, they tell me that my great-aunt, Joan of Luxembourg, died in her sleep, in the darkest hour of the night, in Avignon, beside the great river Rhone. Then I know whose voice it was I heard, singing around the turrets. As soon as the English Duke of Bedford learns that Joan has lost her greatest protector, he sends the judge Pierre Cochon, with a troop of men behind him, to negotiate for her ransom. She is summoned by a church court on charges of heresy. Enormous sums of money change hands. 20,000 livres for the man who pulled her off his horse, 10,000 francs to be paid to my uncle with the good wishes of the King of England. My uncle does not listen to his wife, who pleads that Joan shall be left with us. I am too unimportant even to have a voice, and so I have to watch in silence, as my uncle makes an agreement that Joan shall be released to the church for questioning. I am not handing her over to the English, he says to his wife. As the demoiselle asked me, and I have not forgotten, I have not handed her over to the English. I have only released her to the church. This allows her to clear her name of all the charges against her. She will be judged by men of God. If she is innocent, they will say so, and she will be released. She looks at him as blankly as if he were death himself. And I wonder if he believes this nonsense, or if he thinks that we, being women, are such fools as to think that a church dependent on the English, with bishops appointed by the English, are going to tell their rulers and paymasters that the girl who raised all of France against them is just an ordinary girl. Perhaps a little noisy, perhaps a little naughty, and she should be given 3 Hail Marys and sent back to her farm, to her mother and her father and her cows. My lord, who is going to tell Joan? Is all I dare to ask. Oh, she knows already, he says over his shoulder as he goes out of the hall, to bid farewell to Pierre Cochon at the great gate. I sent a page to tell her to get ready. She is to leave with them now. As soon as I hear the words, I am filled with a sudden terror, a gale of premonition, and I start running as if for my own life. I don't even go to the women's apartments, where the page boy will have found Joan to tell her that the English are to have her. I don't run towards her old cell, thinking she has gone there to fetch her little knapsack of things, her wooden spoon, her sharp dagger, the prayer book that my great-aunt gave her. Instead, I race up the winding stair to the first floor above the great hall, and then dash across the gallery, through the tiny doorway, where the archway knocks my headdress off, tearing at the pins in my hair, and then I hammer up the circular stone stair, my feet pounding on the steps, my breath coming shorter and shorter, my gown clutched in my hands, so that I can burst out onto the flat roof of the very top of the tower and see Joan, poised like a bird ready to fly, balanced on the wall of the turret. As she hears the door bang open, she looks over her shoulder at me and hears me scream, "Joan, no!" And she steps out into the void below her. The worst thing of all, the very worst thing, is that she does not leap into nothing like a frightened deer. I was dreading that she would jump, but she does something far worse than that. She dives. She goes head first over the battlement, and as I fling myself to the edge I can see that she goes down like a dancer, an acrobat, her hands clasped behind her, one leg extended like a dancer, the other bent, the toe pointed to her knee, and I see that for that heart-stopping moment as she falls, She is in the pose of le pendu, the hanged man, and she is going head first to her death, with his calm smile on her serene face. The thud when she hits the ground at the base of the tower is terrible. It echoes in my ears, as if it is my own head that has struck the mud. I want to run down to lift her body, Joan, the maid, crumpled like a bag of old clothes. But I cannot move. My knees have given way beneath me. I am clinging to the stone battlements, and they are as cold as my scraped hands. I am not crying for her, though my breath is still coming in gulping sobs. I am frozen with horror. I am felled by horror. Joan was a young woman who tried to walk her own path in the world of men, just as my great-aunt told me. And it led her to this cold tower, this swan dive, this death. They pick her up lifeless, and for 4 days she does not move or stir. But then she comes out of her stupor and gets up slowly from her bed, patting herself all over, as if to make sure that she is whole. Amazingly, no bones have been broken in her fall. She has not cracked her skull, nor snapped so much as a finger. It is as if her angels held her up, even when she gave herself into their element. Of course, this will not serve her. They are quick to say that only the devil could have saved a girl who went head first like that from such a tall tower. If she had died, they would have said God's justice had been done. My uncle, a man of dour common sense, says that the ground is so sodden after weeks of winter rain, and lapped by the moat, that she was in more danger of drowning than being broken. But now he is determined that she shall leave at once. He doesn't want the responsibility of the maid in his house, without the demoiselle to keep everything safe. He sends her first to his house in Arras, the Cour le Comte, and then we follow, as she is transferred to the English city of Rouen for trial. We have to attend. A great lord such as my uncle must be there to see justice being done, and his household must stand behind him. My aunt Jehanne takes me to witness the end of the Dauphin's holy guide, the pretend prophet of the pretend king. Half of France is trooping to Rouen to see the end of the maid, and we have to be foremost among them. For someone that they declare is nothing more than a peasant girl run mad, they are taking no chances. She is housed in the Castle Beauvreuil and kept in chain, in a cell with a double-locked door and the window boarded over. They are all in a terror that she will run like a mouse under the door, or fly like a bird through a crack in the window. They ask her to give an undertaking that she will not try to escape, and when she refuses, they chain her to the bed. She won't like that, my Aunt Jehanne says sorrowfully. No. They are waiting for the Duke of Bedford, and in the very last days of December he marches into the town with his guard dressed in the colour of roses, the bright red and white of England. He is a great man on horseback. He wears armour polished so brightly that you would take it for silver, and beneath his huge helmet his face is grave and stern, his big beak of a nose making him look like a predatory bird, an eagle. He was brother to the great English king Henry V, and he guards the lands that his brother won in France at the great battle of Agincourt. Now the dead king's young son is the new victor of France, and this is his most loyal uncle, seldom out of his armour or out of the saddle, never at peace. We are all lined up at the great gate of Beauvreuil as he rides in, and his dark gaze rakes us all, looking from one to another as if to sniff out treason. My aunt and I curtsy low, and my Uncle John doffs his hat and bows. Our house has been in alliance with the English for years. My other uncle, Louis of Luxembourg, is the Duke's Chancellor, and swears that he is the greatest man ever to rule France. Heavily he gets off his horse and stands like a fortress himself, as the men line up to greet him, bowing over his hand, some of them almost going down to their knees. A man comes forwards, and as Bedford acknowledges him with a lordly tip of his head, his glance goes over his vassal's head and sees me. I am staring at him, of course. He is the greatest spectacle on this cold winter day. But now he is looking back at me, and there is a flash in his eyes that I see and cannot recognize. It is something like a sudden hunger, like a fasting man seeing a banquet. I step back. I am neither afraid nor coquettish, but I am only 14 years of age, and there is something about the power of this man and his energy that I don't want turned in my direction. I slide back a little, so I am behind my aunt, and I watch the rest of the greetings masked by her headdress and veil. A great litter comes up, thick curtains tied tight with gold cord against the cold, and Bedford's wife, the Duchess Anne, is helped out. A small cheer greets her from our men. She is of the House of Burgundy, our liege lords and relations, and we all dip in a little bow to her. She is as plain as all the Burgundy family, poor things, but her smile is merry and kind, and she greets her husband warmly, and then stands with her hand comfortably tucked in the crook of his arm, and looks about her with a cheerful face. She waves at my aunt and points inside the castle to say that we must come to her later. "We'll go at dinner time," my aunt says to me in a whisper. "Nobody in the world eats better than the Dukes of Burgundy." Bedford takes off his helmet and bows to the crowd in general, raises a gauntleted hand to the people who are leaning from upper windows and balancing on garden walls to see the great man. Then he turns and leads his wife inside, and everyone has a sense that we have seen the cast of players and the opening scene of a travelling show. But whether it is a masque or a party, funeral rites or the baiting of a wild animal that has brought so many of the greatest people in France to Rouen, it is about to begin. Rouen, France, spring 1431. And then they bodge it. They harass her with erudite questions, query her replies, double back on her answers, write down things she says in moments of weariness and bring them back to her later, define their terms in the most learned ways and ask her what she means, so that she doesn't understand the question and tells them simply, "Pass on," or "Spare me that." Once or twice she just says, "I don't know. I'm a simple girl with no learning. How would I know?" My uncle gets an anguished letter from Queen Yolande of Aragon, who says she's certain that the Dauphin will ransom Joan. She just needs another 3 days, another week to persuade him. Can we not delay the trial? Can we not ask for a few days' delay? But the Church has the girl wound tight in the web of inquiry, and now they will never let her go. Everything that highly educated men can do to obscure a simple truth, to make a woman doubt her feelings, to make her own thoughts a muddle, they do to her. They use their learning as a hurdle to herd her one way and then another, and then finally trap her in contradictions of which she can make no sense. Sometimes they accuse her in Latin, and she looks at them, baffled by a language that she has only ever heard spoken in church, in the Mass that she loves. How could these very sounds, these familiar, beloved tones, so solemn and musical to her, now be the voice of accusation? Sometimes they bring scandal against her in the words of her own people, old earthy stories from Domremy of vanity, of false pride. They say she jilted a man before marriage. They say she ran away from good parents. They say she worked in an alehouse and was free with her favours like any village slut. They say she rode with the soldiers as their doxy. They say she is no maid, but a harlot, and that everyone knew it. It takes Anne, the kind-hearted little Duchess of Bedford herself, to assert that Joan is a virgin, and to demand that the men who guard her are forbidden from touching or abusing her. They must be ordered that it is not the work of God to assault her. Then, as soon as this order is given, they say that since she is now so safe, guarded by the word of the Duchess, that she has no excuse for wearing men's clothes, and that she must dress in a gown, for now they tell her it is a sin, a mortal sin, to wear breeches. They turn her head, they puzzle her beyond bearing. They are great men of the church, and Joan is a peasant girl, a devout girl, who has always done as the priest ordered, until she heard the voices of angels who told her to do more. She cries in the end. She breaks down and cries like a child. She puts on the gown as they order her, and confesses to all the sins that they name to her. I don't know if she even understands the long list. She makes her mark on her confession. She writes her name and then signs a cross beside it, as if to deny her signature. She admits that there were no angels and no voices, and that the Dauphin is nothing more than the Dauphin, and not the King of France, that his coronation was a sham, and her beautiful armour an offence to God and man, and that she is a girl, a silly girl, who tried to lead grown men as if she could know the way better than they. She says she's a vain fool to think that a girl might lead men. She is a woman worse than Eve for giving advice, an assistant to the devil himself. "What?" bellows the Duke of Bedford. We are visiting his wife, the Duchess, seated in her rooms before a good fire, a lute-player twanging away in the corner, small glasses of the best wine on every table, everything elegant and beautiful. But we can hear his deplorable English bellow through two closed doors. We hear the doors bang as the Earl of Warwick flings himself out of the Duke's apartment to find out what has gone wrong, and in this revealing burst of rage we see, as if we had ever been in any doubt, that these English never wanted the Church to wrestle with the soul of a mistaken girl and restore her to her senses, bring her to confession, penitence, and forgiveness. It has all along been nothing but a witch hunt, determined to find a witch, a bonfire looking for a brand, death waiting for a maiden. The Duchess goes to the door, and the servants throw it open before her so we can all hear, disastrously clearly, her husband bellow at Pierre Cochon the bishop, Cochon the judge, Cochon the man, who is there apparently representing all at the same time God and justice and the Church. "For the sake of Christ! I don't want her pleading guilty. I don't want her recanting. I don't want her confessed and shriven. I don't bloody well want her in prison for life. What safety is there in that for me? I want her as a pile of ashes blowing away in the wind. How much clearer do I have to be? Goddamn, do I have to burn her myself? You said the Church would do it for me. Do it!" The Duchess steps back rapidly and gestures for the doors to her room to be closed, but we can still hear the Regent swearing and damning his soul at the top of his voice. The Duchess shrugs. Men will be men, and this is wartime. And my aunt smiles understandingly. The lute-player increases his volume as best he can and starts to sing. I go to the window and look out. In the market square, they have a half-built pyre, a strong structure with a big central beam and the wood stacked around it. Joan has confessed and recanted. She has been found guilty of her crimes and sentenced to imprisonment. But they are not taking the wood away. My aunt gives me a nod that we're going to leave, and I go to the hall to wait for her, as she delays inside the Duchess's rooms, saying a few words of farewell. I have my hood pulled up over my head, my hands tucked inside my cape. It is cold for May. I wonder if Joan has blankets in her cell, as the big double doors to the Duke's public rooms are thrown open, and the Duke himself comes quickly out. I sink down into a curtsy, and I imagine he can barely see me, wrapped in my dark cape in the shadowy doorway. I expect him to brush past, but he pauses. "Jacquetta? Jacquetta, St. Paul?" I sink even lower. "Yes, Your Grace." He puts a firm hand under my elbow and raises me up. His other hand pushes back my hood and turns my face to the light of the open doorway, his hand under my chin as if I'm a child, and he's looking to see if my mouth is clean. His men are waiting for him. There must be a dozen people around us, but he acts as if we are quite alone. He stares at me intently, as if he would read me. I look back at him blankly. I don't know what he wants with me, and my aunt will be angry if I say the wrong thing to this most important man. I give my lip a little nip, and I hear his sudden intake of breath. "My God, how old are you?" "I am 15 this year, Your Grace." "And here with your father?" "With my uncle, Your Grace. My father is Pierre, the new Count of Luxembourg." "The new Count?" he asks, staring at my mouth. "On the death of the Demoiselle of Luxembourg," I mutter. "My father is now Count of Luxembourg. He was her heir." Of course. There seems nothing else to say. But still he is staring at me. Still he holds me. One hand on my elbow, the other on the edge of my hood. "Your Grace?" I whisper, hoping he will come to his senses and let me go. "Jacquetta." He whispers my name as if he's speaking to himself. "May I serve you in some way?" I mean to say, "Please let me go," but a girl of my age cannot say such a thing to the greatest man in France. He gives a little choke. "Indeed, I think you may. Jacquetta, you are going to be a beautiful woman. A beautiful young woman." I glance around. His entourage are waiting for him, hardly moving, pretending not to see, not to listen. Nobody here is going to tell him to let me go, and I cannot do so. "Do you have a sweetheart? Eh? Someone taking your fancy? Some cheeky little page boy giving you a kiss?" "No, my lord. No, of course not." I'm stammering as if I'm in the wrong, as if I have done something as stupid and as vulgar as he suggests. He is chuckling, as though to indulge me, but the grip on my elbow is hard, as if he is angry. I lean back from his grip, from his avid gaze. "My father is very strict," I say feebly. "The honour of my family. I have been staying with my Uncle John and his wife Jehanne. They would never allow—" "You don't wish for a husband?" he asks me, disbelievingly. "Don't you think of the man who will marry you, when you are in your bed at night? Do you dream of a young husband who will come for you like a troubadour and speak of love?" I'm trembling now. This is a nightmare. His grip is as hard as ever, but his hawkish face comes closer and closer, and now he is whispering in my ear. I begin to think he's gone mad. He looks at me as if he would eat me, and I have a shuddering sense of a world opening up before me that I don't want to know. "No, no," I whisper. But then, as he doesn't release me but presses me closer, I have a sudden spurt of anger. I remember in a rush who I am, what I am. "May it please your grace, I am a maid," I say, the words tumbling. "A maid of the House of Luxembourg. No man has laid a hand on me. No man would dare. I was in the keeping of the Demoiselle of Luxembourg, a virgin like myself. I am fit to capture a unicorn, and should not be so questioned." There is a noise from the Duchess's room, and the door behind us suddenly opens, and at once he drops me, like a boy throwing down a stolen pastry. He turns and stretches out both his hands to his plain little wife. "My dear, I was just coming to find you." Her bright gaze takes me in. My white face, my hood pulled back, and his rosy bonhomie. "Well, here I am," she says dryly. "So you need look no more, and I see you found little Jacquetta St. Paul instead." I curtsy again, as he glances at me as if seeing me for the first time. "Good day," he says carelessly. And to his wife he says confidentially, "I must go. They're making a muddle of it. I have to go." She nods her head to him with an easy smile, and he turns and goes out, all his men marching after him with a heavy tread. I dread his wife Anne asking me if her husband spoke to me, what he said, what I was doing with him in the darkness of the hall, why he spoke to me of love and troubadours. For I could not answer such questions. I don't know what he was doing. I don't know why he took hold of me. I feel sick, and my knees are trembling to think of his bright eyes on my face, and his insinuating whisper. But I know he had no right, and I know that I defended myself, and I know that it is true. I am a virgin so pure that I could capture a unicorn. But it is worse than this, far worse. She just looks at me steadily, and my sense of outrage slowly drains from me. For she does not ask me what I was doing with her husband. She looks at me as if she knows already. She looks me up and down, as if she knows everything. She gives me a small, complicit smile, as if she thinks I'm some little thief, and she has just caught me with my fingers in her purse. Lord John, the Duke of Bedford, has his way. The great Earl of Warwick has his way. The great men of England have their way. Joan alone, without advisers to keep her safe, changes her mind about her confession, takes off her woman's gown, and puts her boy's clothes back on. She cries out that she was wrong to deny her voices, wrong to plead guilty. She is not a heretic. She is not an idolater. She is not a witch, or an hermaphrodite, or a monster. She will not confess to such things. She cannot force herself to confess to sins she has never committed. She is a girl, guided by the angels to seek the Prince of France and call him to greatness. She has heard angels. They told her to see him crowned as king. "This is the truth before God," she proclaims. And so the jaws of England snap shut on her with relish. From my room in the castle, I can see the pyre as they build it even higher. They build a stand for the nobility to watch the spectacle, as if it were a joust, and barriers to hold back the thousands who will come to see. Finally, my aunt tells me to put on my best gown and my tall hat and come with her. "I'm ill. I cannot come," I whisper. But for once she is stern. I cannot be excused. I must be there. I must be seen, beside my aunt, beside Anne, the Duchess of Bedford. We have to play our part in this scene as witnesses, as women who walk inside the rule of men. I will be there to show how girls should be. Virgins who do not hear voices. Women who do not think that they know better than men. My aunt and the Duchess and I represent women as men would like them to be. Joan is a woman that men cannot tolerate. We stand in the warm May sunshine, as if we were waiting for the starting trumpet of a joust. The crowd is noisy and cheerful all around us. A very few people are silent. Some women hold a crucifix. One or two have their hands on a cross at their necks. But most people are enjoying the day out, cracking nuts and swigging from flasks, a merry outing on a sunny day in May, and the cheering spectacle of a public burning at the end of it. Then the door opens, and the men of the guard march out and push back the crowd, who whisper and hiss and boo at the opening inner door, craning their necks to be the first to see her. She does not look like my friend Joan. That's my first thought when they bring her out of the little sally port of the castle. She's wearing her boy's boots once more, but she's not striding out in her loose-limbed, confident walk. I guess that they have tortured her, and perhaps the bones of her feet are broken, her toes crushed on the rack. They half drag her, and she makes little paddling steps, as if she's trying to find her footing on uncertain ground. She is not wearing her boy's bonnet on her brown cropped hair, for they have shaved her head, and she is as bald as a shamed whore. On her bare, cold scalp, stained here and there with dried blood where the razor has nicked her pale skin, they have crammed a tall hat of paper, like a bishop's mitre, and on it are written her sins, in clumsy block letters for everyone to see. Heretic, witch, traitor. She wears a shapeless white robe, knotted with a cheap piece of cord at her waist. It is too long for her, and the hem drags around her stumbling feet. She looks ridiculous, a figure of fun, and people start to catcall and laugh, and someone throws a handful of mud. She looks around, as if she is desperate for something. Her eyes dart everywhere, and I'm terrified that she will see me and know that I have failed to save her, that even now I am doing nothing, and I will do nothing to save her. I'm terrified that she will call my name, and everyone will know that this broken clown was my friend, and that I will be shamed by her. But she's not looking at the faces crowding around her, alight with excitement. She is asking for something. I can see her urgently pleading. And then a soldier, a common English soldier, thrusts a wooden cross into her hands, and she clutches it as they lift her and push her upwards to the bonfire. They have built it so high it is hard to get her up. Her feet scrabble on the ladder, and her hands cannot grip. But they push her roughly, cheerfully from behind, hands on her back, her buttocks, her thighs, and then a big soldier goes up the ladder with her and takes a handful of the coarse material of her robe and hauls her up beside him like a sack, turns her round and puts her back to the stake that runs through the pyre. They throw a length of chain up to him, and he loops it around and around her, and then fastens it with a bolt behind. He tugs at it, workmanlike, and tucks the wooden cross in the front of her gown, and in the crowd below, a friar pushes to the front and holds up a crucifix. She stares at it unblinkingly, and I know, to my shame, that I am glad she has fixed her eyes on the cross, so that she will not look at me, in my best gown and my new velvet cap, among the nobility who are talking and laughing all around me. The priest walks around the bottom of the pyre reading in Latin, the ritual cursing of the heretic, but I can hardly hear him above the yells of encouragement and the rumble of growing excitement from the crowd. The men with the burning torches come from the castle and walk around the pyre, lighting it all the way round the base, and then laying the torches against the wood. Someone has dampened the wood so that it will burn slowly, to give her the greatest pain, and the smoke billows around her. I can see her lips moving. She's still looking at the upheld cross, and I see that she's saying, "Jesus, Jesus," over and over. And for a moment I think that perhaps there will be a miracle, a storm to drown the fire, a lightning raid from the Armagnac forces. But there is nothing, just the swirling thick smoke, and her white face, and her lips moving. The fire is slow to catch. The crowd jeers the soldiers for laying a poor bonfire. My toes are cramped in my best shoes. The great bell starts to ring, slowly and solemnly, and though I can hardly see Joan through the thickening cloud of smoke, I recognize the turn of her head under the great paper mitre as she listens, and I wonder if she is hearing her angels through the tolling of the bell, and what they are saying to her now. The wood shifts a little, and the flames start to lick. The inside of the pile is drier. They built it weeks ago for her, and now, with a crackle and a blaze, it is starting to brighten. The light makes the ramshackle buildings of the square jump and loom. The smoke swirls more quickly. The brightness of the fire throws a flickering glow on Joan, and I see her look up. Clearly I see her form the word, Jesus. And then, like a child going to sleep, her head droops, and she is quiet. Childishly, I think for a moment perhaps she has gone to sleep. Perhaps this is the miracle sent by God. Then there is a sudden blaze, as the long white robe catches fire, and a tongue of flame flickers up her back, and the paper mitre starts to brown and curl. She is still, silent as a little stone angel, and the pyre shifts, and the bright sparks fly up. I grit my teeth, and I find my aunt's hand clutching mine. "Don't faint," she hisses. "You have to stand up." We stand, hand clasped, our faces quite blank, as if this were not a nightmare that tells me as clearly as if it were written in letters of fire what ending a girl may expect if she defies the rules of men and thinks she can make her own destiny. I am here not only to witness what happens to a heretic. I am here to witness what happens to a woman who thinks she knows more than men. I look through the haze of the fire to our window in the castle, and I see the maid Elizabeth looking down. She sees me look up at her, and our eyes meet, blank with horror. Slowly she stretches out her hand and makes the sign that Joan showed us that day by the moat in the hot sunshine. Elizabeth draws a circle in the air with her forefinger, the sign for the wheel of fortune, which can throw a woman so high in the world that she can command a king or pull her down to this, a dishonoured, agonizing death. Castle of St. Paul, Artois, Spring 1433. After a few more months with my Uncle John, and then a year-long visit to our Brienne kinsfolk, my mother regards me as sufficiently polished to return home while they plan my marriage. And so I am living at our castle in St. Paul when we hear the news that Anne, Duchess of Bedford, has died, and the Duke is lost without her. Then a letter comes from my Uncle Louis, the Duke's Chancellor. "Jacquetta, this concerns you." My mother summons me to her rooms, where I find her seated, my father standing behind her chair. They both look at me sternly, and I make a rapid review of my day's doings. I have not completed the many tasks that I am supposed to do, and I skipped attendance at church this morning. My room is untidy, and I'm behind with my sewing, but surely my father wouldn't come to my mother's apartment to reprimand me for this. Yes, Lady Mother? My mother hesitates, glances up at my father, and then presses on. Of course, your father and I have been considering a husband for you, and we have been looking at who might be suitable. We hoped that... But it doesn't matter, for you are lucky. We have had a most advantageous offer. In short, your Uncle Louis has suggested you as a wife for the Duke of Bedford. I'm so surprised that I say nothing. A great honour, my father says shortly. A great position for you. You will be an English Duchess, the first lady after the King's mother in England, the first lady bar none in France. You should go down on your knees and thank God for this opportunity. What? My mother nods, confirming this. They both stare at me, expecting a response. But his wife has only just died, I say weakly. Yes, indeed. Your Uncle Louis has done very well for you to get your name put forwards this early. I would have thought he would have wanted to wait a little while. Didn't the Duke see you at Rouen? My mother asks. And then again in Paris? Yes, but he was married, I say foolishly. He saw me... I remember that dark, predatory look when I was little more than a girl, and my stepping behind my aunt to hide from it. I remember the shadowy hall and the man who whispered in my ear, and then went out to order the burning of the maid. And the Duchess was there. I knew her too. We saw her far more than we saw him. My father shrugs. At any rate, he liked the look of you, and your uncle has put your name in his ear, and you are to be his wife. He's very old, I say quietly, directing this at my mother. Not very. A little over 40, she says. And I thought you told me he was ill, I say to my father. All the better for you, my mother says. Clearly she means that an elderly husband may be less demanding than a young one, and if he dies, then I shall be a dowager duchess at 17, which would be the only thing better than being a duchess at 17. I had not looked for such an honour, I say feebly to them both. May I be excused? I fear I'm not worthy. We are of the greatest family in Christendom, my father says grandly, kin to the Holy Roman Emperor. How would you not be worthy? You cannot be excused, my mother says. Indeed, you would be a fool to be anything but delighted. Any girl in France and England would give her right hand for such a match. She pauses and clears her throat. He is the greatest man in France and England after the King of England. And if the king were to die... Which God forbid, my father says hastily. God forbid, indeed. But if the king were to die, then the Duke would be heir to the throne of England, and you would be Queen of England. What do you think of that? I had not thought of marriage to such a man as the Duke. Think now, then, my father says briskly, for he's coming here in April to marry you. My Uncle Louis, who is Bishop of Terouanne as well as the Duke's Chancellor, is both host and priest at this wedding of his own making. He entertains us in his episcopal palace, and John, Duke of Bedford, rides in with his guard in the English livery of red and white, as I stand in the doorway of the palace, in a gown of palest yellow, with a veil of tissue of gold floating from my high headdress. His page runs forward to hold his horse's head, and another kneels on the ground alongside and then drops to his hands and knees to form a human mounting block. The Duke climbs down heavily, from the stirrup onto the man's back, and then steps down to the ground. Nobody remarks on this. The Duke is such a great man that his pages take it as an honour for him to stand on them. His squire takes his helmet and his metalled gauntlets and steps aside. "My lord." My uncle the bishop greets his master with obvious affection, and then bows to kiss his hand. The Duke claps him on the back, and then turns to my father and my mother. Only when the courtesies with them are complete does he turn to me, and he steps forwards, takes both of my hands, pulls me towards him, and kisses me on the mouth. His chin is rough with stubble, his breath tainted. It's like being licked by a hound. His face seems very big as it comes down towards me, and very big as he moves away. He doesn't pause to look at me or to smile. Just that one aggressive kiss. Then he turns to my uncle and says, "Do you have no wine?" And they laugh, for it is a private joke, based on their years of friendship. And my uncle leads the way inside, and my mother and father follow them, and I'm left for a moment, looking after the older people, with the squire at my side. "My lady," he says. He has passed the Duke's armour to another, and now he bows to me and doffs his hat. His dark hair is cut straight in a fringe above his brows. His eyes are grey as slate, perhaps blue. He has a funny twist in his smile, as if something is amusing him. He is stunningly handsome. I can hear the ladies in waiting behind me give a little murmur. He makes a bow and offers me his arm to take me inside. I put my hand on his and feel the warmth of his hand through the soft leather of his glove. At once he pulls off the glove so his fingers are holding mine. I feel as if I would like him to take my hand in his, to put his warm palm against mine. I feel I would like him to take hold of my shoulders, to grip me at the waist. I shake my head to clear my mind of such ridiculous thoughts, and I say abruptly, like an awkward girl, "I'll go in alone, thank you." And I drop his hand and follow them inside. The three men are seated, wine glasses in their hands. My mother is in a window embrasure, watching the servants bring little cakes and top up their glasses. I go to her side with her ladies-in-waiting, and my two little sisters, who are dressed in their best and trusted to stand with the adults on this most important day. I wish that I was 8 years old like Isabel, and could look at John, Duke of Bedford, and marvel at his greatness, and know that he would say nothing to me, that he wouldn't even see me. But I'm not a little girl any more. And as I look across at him, he does see me. He looks at me with a sort of avid curiosity, and this time there is nowhere for me to hide. My mother comes to my room the night before my wedding. She brings the gown for the next day and lays it carefully in the chest at the foot of my bed. The tall headdress and veil are mounted on a stand, safely out of the way of candles or dust. My maid is brushing my fair hair before the beaten silver mirror, but as my mother comes in, I say, "You can stop now, Margaret," and she twists the long fall into a loose plait, ties it with a ribbon, and goes from the room. Mother sits awkwardly on the bed. "I need to speak to you about marriage," she starts. "About what your duties will be as a married woman. I suppose you should know." I turn on my stool and wait, saying nothing. "This is a marriage of great advantage to you," she says. "We are of Luxembourg, of course, but to gain the position of an English duchess is a great thing." I nod. I wonder if she's going to say anything about what happens on the wedding night. I am afraid of the great Duke, and I'm dreading the thought of spending the night with him. The last wedding I went to, they put the couple in bed together, and in the morning they fetched them out with music and singing and laughing. Then the mother went in and brought out the sheets, and they were red with blood. Nobody would tell me what had happened, if there had been some sort of accident. Everyone behaved as if everything was quite wonderful, as if they were pleased at the sight of blood on the linen. Indeed, they were laughing and congratulating the bridegroom. I wonder if my mother's going to explain now. But for him, it is not a marriage of advantage, she says. It may cost him very dear. The jointure? I ask, thinking that it must cost him money to pay my allowance. His allies, she says. He has been in alliance with the Dukes of Burgundy to fight against the Armagnacs. England couldn't have fought such a war without their support. His wife was Anne of Burgundy, the present Duke was her brother, and she made it her business to keep her brother and her husband in good friendship. Now she has died. There is no one to keep the friendship, no one to help them resolve their disagreements. Well, I can't, I say, thinking of the Duke of Burgundy, whom I've seen 6 times in my whole life, while certainly he has never noticed me at all. You'll have to try, my mother says. It will be your duty, as an English Duchess, to hold Burgundy in alliance with England. Your husband will expect you to entertain his allies, and to be charming. Charming? Yes. But there is a difficulty. Because my Lord John of Bedford is marrying you so soon after the death of his wife, the Duke of Burgundy is offended at the insult to his dead sister. He has taken it badly. Then why are we marrying so quickly? I ask. If it upsets the Duke of Burgundy, surely we should leave it a year and not displease him. He is our kinsman as well as the Duke of Bedford's ally. Surely we should not offend him. My mother smiles faintly. It makes you a duchess, she reminds me. A greater title even than mine. I could be a duchess next year. The thought of escaping this marriage, even for a year, fills me with hope. We could just be betrothed. Lord John won't wait, she says flatly. So don't hope for that. I just want to warn you that he may lose his ally by marrying you. You must do all that you can to retain the friendship of the Duke of Burgundy, and remind them both that you are a kinswoman of Burgundy and his vassal. Speak to the Duke of Burgundy privately, and promise him that you remember your kinship to the Burgundians. Do all you can to keep the friendship between the two of them, Jacquetta. I nod. I really don't know what she thinks I can do, a 17-year-old girl, to maintain an alliance of 2 great men old enough to be my father, but I will have to promise to do my best. And the marriage, I begin. Yes? I take a breath. What exactly happens? She shrugs. She makes a little face, as if to talk of it is beneath her, or embarrassing, or even worse, too disagreeable for words. Oh, my dear, you just do your duty. He will tell you what he expects. He will tell you what to do. He won't expect you to know anything. He will prefer to be your instructor. Does it hurt? I ask. Yes, she says unhelpfully, but not for very long. Since he's older and practiced, he should do his best to see that you're not hurt too badly. She hesitates. But if he does hurt you... Yes? Don't complain of it. The wedding is to be at midday, and I start preparing at 8 in the morning, when my maid brings me bread and meat and small ale to sustain me through the long day. I giggle when I see the tray heaped with food. I'm not going out hunting, you know. No, she says ominously. You are to be hunted. And the other maids with her all cackle like a pen of hens, and that is the last joke I'm going to offer all day. I sit at the table in a sulk, and eat. while they embroider versions of the theme of my being hunted and caught and enjoying the chase, until my mother comes in, and behind her come 2 serving men, rolling the great wooden barrel of a bath. They place it before the fire in my bedroom, line it with linen, and start to pour in jug after jug of hot water. The maids bustle about bringing drying sheets and start to lay out my new undergowns, with much comment about the lace and the ribbons and how fine everything is, and how lucky I am. My mother sees my strained expression and shoos them all from the room except our old nursemaid, who is to scrub my back and wash my hair and add jugs of hot water. I feel like a sacrificial lamb being cleaned and brushed before having its throat cut, and it's not a pleasant thought. But our nursemaid Mary is cheerful and full of her usual clucking approbation of my beautiful hair and my beautiful skin, and if she had half my looks she would have run away to Paris, as ever. And when I have bathed and she has dried my hair and plaited it, I cannot help but be encouraged by the linen undergown with the new ribbons, and by the new shoes, and by the beautiful cloth of gold gown, and the headdress. The maids come back in to help me dress, and tie the laces of the gown, and straighten my headdress, and pull the veil over my shoulders, and finally pronounce me ready for my wedding, and as beautiful as a bride should be. I turn to the great looking-glass that my mother has ordered to be carried into my chamber, and my reflection looks back at me. The maids hold it before me and tip it slightly downwards so that I can first see the hem of my gown, embroidered with little red lions rampant, from the standard of our house, and my red leather slippers with the curling toes. Then they hold the mirror straight, and I can see the cloth of gold gown gathered at the high waist, and the embroidered heavy belt of gold that is slung low over my slim hips. I gesture, and they raise the mirror, so I can see the expensive cream lace veiling the low-cut neck of the gown, the gold sleeves falling from my shoulders, with the white linen undergown revealed tantalizingly through the slashings at the shoulders. And then my face. My fair hair is plaited away and tucked under the tall headdress, and my face looks solemnly at me, enhanced by the silvery reflection of the mirror. My grey eyes are wide in this light, my skin clear and pearly. The mirror makes me look like a statue of a beauty, a marble girl. I gaze at myself as if I would know who I am, and for a moment I think I see Melusina, the founder of our house, looking back at me through moonlit water. "When you are a duchess, you will have a great mirror of your own," my mother says. "Everything fine. And you will have all her old clothes." "Duchess Anne's clothes?" "Yes," she says, as if wearing the wardrobe of a recently dead woman should be a great treat for me. "Her sables are the best I've ever seen. Now they will be yours." "Wonderful," I say politely. "Will I get my own clothes as well?" She laughs. "You will be the first lady in France, all but the first lady in England. You will be able to have whatever your husband wants to give you, and you will soon learn how to persuade him." A woman whispers something behind her hand about how a girl like me might persuade a man as old as he with one hand tied behind her back. Someone says, "Better with both hands tied," and a couple of them laugh. I have no idea what they mean. "He will love you," my mother promises. "He is quite mad for you." I don't reply. I just look at the young woman in the mirror. The thought of John, Duke of Bedford, running mad for me is not encouraging at all. The wedding service lasts about an hour. It is all in Latin, so half of the vows are incomprehensible to me anyway. It is not a private plighting of promises, but more a great announcement as the hall of the bishop's palace fills with strangers come to look at me and celebrate my good fortune. When the vows are done, and we walk through the crowd, I am escorted by my new husband, my fingertips resting on his sleeve. There is a roar of approbation, and everywhere I look I see smiling, avid faces. We sit at the top table facing the room. There is a bawl of trumpets from the gallery, and the first of dozens of plates of food is marched into the room at shoulder height. The servers come to us at the high table first, and put a little from every dish on each golden plate. Then the Duke points from here and there down the hall, so that his favourites may share our dishes. For everyone else, the great bowls of meat come in, and the great platters of white bread. It is a huge feast. My Uncle Louis has spared no expense to please his patron, and to celebrate my rise to the royalty of England. They bring in wine in great golden jugs, and they pour glass after glass at the high table. The honoured guests, those who sit above the great golden bowl of salt, have as much wine as they can drink, as fast as they can drink it. In the hall the men have tankard after tankard of ale, the best ale, wedding ale, specially brewed for today, specially sweetened and spicy. There is a challenger who rides his horse right into the hall and throws down his gauntlet in my name. His horse curves its heavy, muscled neck and eyes the tables in the great circular fireplace in the centre of the hall. I have to get up from my place and come round on the raised dais of the high table to give him a golden cup, and then he goes all round the hall at a powerful trot, his rider sitting heavily in the embossed saddle, before cantering out of the double doors. It seems quite ridiculous to me to ride a horse into dinner, especially such a heavy horse and such a weighty night. I look up, and I meet the gaze of the young squire, who is dangerously near to laughter, as I am. Quickly, we both look away from each other's dancing eyes, before I betray myself and giggle. There are 20 courses of meats, and then 10 of fish. Then everything is taken away, and Rhenish wine is served with a voida course of potted fruit, sugared plums, and sweetmeats. When everyone has tasted all of these, they bring in the final course of marchpane, pastries, sugared fruits, and gingerbread decorated with real gold leaf. In comes the fool, who juggles and cracks bawdy jokes about youth and age, male and female, and the heat of the wedding bed, which is the fire to forge a new life. He is followed by dancers and players, who perform a masque, celebrating the power of England and the beauty of Luxembourg, with a beautiful woman, almost naked but for her long green tail of silk, who symbolises Melusina. The best of them all is a costumed lion, the emblem of both our countries, who cavorts and dances with strength and grace, and finally comes, panting a little, to the high table and bows his great head to me. His mane is a mass of golden curls smelling of sacking, his face a mask of painted paper, with a smiling, honest look. I have a gold chain to put around his neck, and as I stretch towards him, and he bows his head to me, I recognize the gleam of blue eyes through the mask, and know that my hands are on the shoulders of the handsome squire, and that I am standing close enough to embrace him as I put my chain around his neck. My mother nods to me that we can leave, and the women and the musicians all rise up and dance in a line round the length of the hall, and then make an archway with their hands held high, and I walk through it, with all the girls wishing me luck and the women calling blessings down on me. I'm preceded by my dancing little sisters who scatter rose petals and little golden keys on the floor where I walk. Everyone escorts me up the great flight of stairs to the best chambers, and they all seem disposed to crowd into the bedroom with me. But my father stops them at the door, and I go in with just my mother and the ladies of her court. First they unpin my high headdress and lift it carefully away, and then they unpin my hair. My scalp aches as the tightly plaited hair tumbles down, and I rub my face. They untie the laces of my gown at my shoulders to take off the sleeves. Then they untie the fastenings at the back and drop it to the floor, and I carefully step out of it. They take it away to shake it and powder it, and store it carefully for the next important event, when I will wear it as the Duchess of Bedford, and the red lions on the hem will symbolize the house that once was mine. They untie the laces of my undergown and strip me naked. Then, while I shiver, they throw my nightgown over my head and put a wrap around my shoulders. They seat me on a stool and bring a bowl of hot-scented water, and I soak my cold feet and lean back as one of them brushes my hair, while the others pull at the embroidered hem of the gown, tidy the fall of the wrap, and put the room to rights. Finally, they pat my feet dry, plait my hair, tie a nightcap on my head, and then they throw open the door. My Uncle Louis comes in, dressed in his bishop's cope and mitre, swinging a censer, and he proceeds all round the room, blessing every corner and wishing me happiness, wealth, and above all fertility, in this great match between England and the County of Luxembourg. Amen, I say, Amen. But it seems that he will never stop. And then from the hall below comes a great rumble of male voices and laughter and the blare of trumpets and the banging of drums, and they are bringing my bridegroom, the old Duke, to my room. They carry him shoulder high, shouting, "Hurrah! Hurrah!" And they set him on his feet just outside my door, so that he can walk in, and they can all tumble in behind him. Hundreds are left in the rooms outside, craning to see, and shouting for others to move up. The fool capers in, his bladder in his hand, poking at the bed and declaring that it need be soft, for the Duke will make a heavy landing. There is a roar of laughter at this, which spreads out of the room to the chambers beyond, and even down to the hall as the jest is repeated. Then the fool commands the girls to build up the fire to keep the bed warm, and top up the wedding ale, for the Duke may get a thirst on, and then he may need to get up in the night. "Up in the night," he says again, and everyone laughs. The trumpet blasts a summons, deafening in the bedroom, and my father says, "Well, we will leave them. God bless, and good night." My mother kisses me on the forehead, and all her ladies and half of the guests kiss me too. Then my mother leads me to the bed and helps me climb into it. I sit there, propped on pillows like a hand-carved poppet. On the other side, the Duke is throwing off his dressing-gown, and his squire pulls back the sheets and helps his lord into bed. The squire keeps his eyes down and doesn't look at me, and I am still, like a stiff little doll, one hand holding the neck of my nightgown tightly under my chin. We sit bolt upright, side by side, while everyone laughs and cheers and wishes us well. And then my father and my uncle guide and half push the revellers from the room. They close the door on us, and we can still hear them, singing their way down the stairs back to the hall, and shouting for more drink to toast the health of the happy couple, and wet the head of the baby who will be made, God willing, this very night. "Are you well, Jacquetta?" the Duke asks me, as the room grows slowly quiet, and the candles burn more steadily, now that the doors are closed. "I am well, my lord," I say. My heart is beating so loudly that I think he must hear it. More than anything else, I am painfully aware that I have no idea what I should do. or what he may ask of me. "You can go to sleep," he says heavily, "for I am dead drunk. I hope you will be happy, Jacquetta. I will be a kind husband to you. But go to sleep now, for I am drunk as a bishop." He heaves the bedclothes over his own shoulders and rolls over on his side, as if there was nothing more to say or do. And within moments he is snoring so loudly that I fear they will hear him in the hall below. I lie still, almost afraid to move. And then, as his breathing deepens and slows, and the snores settle to a steady low roar and grunt, I slip from the bed, take a sip of the wedding ale, since after all it is my wedding day, blow out the candles, and then climb back between the warm sheets, besides the unfamiliar bulk of a sleeping man. I think I will never sleep. I can hear the singing from the hall below, and then the noise as people spill out into the courtyard outside and shout for torches, and servants to show them to their beds for the night. The steady rumble of my husband's snore is like the roar from a bear pit, pointlessly loud and threatening. I think I will never ever sleep with such a great man in my bed. And amid this buzz of thoughts in my head, and my grumbles to myself about this discomfort, and how unfair it is to me, I slide into sleep. I wake to find my new husband already awake, pulling on his breeches, his white linen shirt open to his broad waist, his fleshy, hairy chest and big belly half exposed. I sit up in bed and gather my nightgown around me. "My lord." "Good morning, wife," he says with a smile. "Did you sleep well?" "Yes," I say. "I think you did." "Did I snore?" he asks cheerfully. "A little." "More than a little, I wager. Was it like a thunderstorm?" "Well, yes." He grins. "You will get used to it. Anne used to say that it was like living by the sea. You get used to the noise. It is when there's silence that it wakes you." I blink at the opinions of my predecessor. He comes around to my side of the bed and sits heavily on my feet. "Ah, excuse me." I move out of his way, and he sits again. "Jacquetta, I am a good deal older than you. I must tell you, I will not be able to give you a son, nor any child at all. I'm sorry for that." I take a little breath, and wait to see what terrible thing he will say next. I had thought he had married me to get an heir. Why else would a man want a young bride? He answers this at once, before it is even spoken. "Nor shall I take your virginity," he says quietly. "For one thing, I am unmanned, and so I cannot readily do it. For another, I don't want to do it with you." My hand tightens on the nightgown at my throat. My mother will be appalled when she finds out about this. I'm going to be in so much trouble with my father. "My lord, I'm very sorry. You don't like me?" He laughs shortly. "What man could not? You are the most exquisite girl in France. I chose you for your beauty, and for your youth, but for something else too. I have a better task for you than being my bedmate. I could command any girl in France, but you, I trust, are fit to do something more. Do you not know?" Dumbly, I shake my head. "The demoiselle said you had a gift," he said quietly. "My great-aunt?" "Yes. She told your uncle that you had the gift of your family. She said you have the sight. And he told me." I am silent for a moment. "I don't know." "She said she thought you might have." She said she'd spoken with you. Your uncle tells me that you studied with her, that she left you her books, her bracelet with charms for foreseeing, that you can hear singing.
He told you that?
Yes. And I assume that she left her things to you because she thought you would be able to make use of them.
My lord...
This is not a trap, Jacquetta. I am not tricking you into a confession.
You tricked Joan, I think to myself.
I am working for my king and for my country. We are near to finding, please God, the elixir that brings a cure for death and makes the philosopher's stone.
The philosopher's stone?
Jacquetta, I think we are very close to finding the way to turn iron into gold. We are very close. And then I wait. Then I will have enough coin to pay my troops to fight for every town in France. Then the rule of England can spread peace all over our lands. Then my nephew can sit firmly on his throne, and the poor people of England can work for their living without being taxed into poverty. It would be a new world, Jacquetta. We would command it. We would pay for everything with gold that we could make in London. We would not have to dig it in Cornwall, nor pan for it in Wales. We would have a country richer than any dream. And I am, I think, perhaps only a few months from finding it.
And what about me?
He nods, as if I return him to the reality of this wedding day morning, which is not a real wedding at all. Oh, yes, you. My alchemists, my astrologers, tell me that I need someone with your gifts. Someone who can scry, who can look into a mirror or into water and see the truth, the future. They need an assistant with clean hands and a pure heart. It has to be a woman, a young woman who has never taken a life, never stolen, never known lust. When I first met you, they had just told me that they could go no further without a young woman, a virgin who could see the future. In short, I needed a girl who could capture a unicorn.
My lord Duke.
You said that. Do you remember? In the hall of the castle at Rouen, you said you were a girl so pure that you could capture a unicorn.
I nod. I did say it.
I understand that you are shy. You will be anxious to tell me you cannot do these things. I understand your reserve, but tell me only this. Have you taken a life?
No, of course not.
Have you stolen? Even a little fairing? Even a coin from another's pocket?
No.
Have you lusted for a man?
No,
I say emphatically. Have you ever foretold the future, in any way at all?
I hesitate. I think of Joan, and of the card of Le Pendu, and the wheel of fortune that bore her down so low. I think of the singing around the turrets on the night that the demoiselle died. I think so. I cannot be sure. Sometimes things come to me. It's not that I call them.
Could you capture a unicorn?
I give a little nervous laugh. My lord, it is just a saying. It is just a tapestry picture. I wouldn't know what one is supposed to do.
They say that the only way to capture a unicorn is for a virgin to go alone into the forest, that no man can set a hand on it, but that it will come to a virgin and lay its beautiful head in her lap.
I shake my head. I know this is what they say, but I don't know anything about unicorns. My lord, I don't even know if they are real.
At any rate, as a virgin, you are of great value to me. A very precious thing to me. As a virginal daughter of the house of Melusina, as an heiress of her gifts, you are beyond precious. As a young wife, you would be a pleasure to me, but nothing more. I have married you to do far, far more than merely lie on your back and please me. Do you understand now?
Not really.
Never mind. What I want is a young woman pure in heart, a virgin, who will do my bidding, who is mine as much as if I had bought a slave from the Turkish galleys. And this is what I have in you. You will learn what I want from you later. You will do what I want. But you won't be hurt or frightened. You have my word.
He gets to his feet and takes his dagger from the sheath at his belt.
Now we have to stain the sheets, he says. And if anyone asks you, your mother or your father, you tell them that I got on top of you, that it hurt a little, and that you hope we have made a child. Say nothing about the life we are to have. Let them think that you are an ordinary wife, and that I have deflowered you.
He takes his dagger, and without another word he makes a quick slice against his left wrist, and the blood wells up quickly from the scratch. He lets it come, and then he pulls back the covers of the bed, ignoring me as I tuck my bare feet out of sight, and he holds out his hand and drips a few spots of red blood onto the sheets. I stare at them as the stain spreads, feeling utterly ashamed, thinking that this is my marriage that starts in my husband's blood with a lie.
That'll do, he says. Your mother will come to see this and believe that I've had you. Do you remember what to tell her?
That you got on top of me, that it hurt a little, and that I hope we have made a child. I repeat obediently.
I am going to keep you as a virgin, is our secret.
He is suddenly serious, almost threatening.
Don't forget that. As my wife, you will know my secrets, and this is the first, and one of the greatest of them. The alchemy, the foreseeing, your virginity, these are all secrets that you must keep on your honour. And tell no one. You are of the royal house of England now, which will bring you greatness, but also great cost. You have to pay the price, as well as enjoy the wealth.
I nod, my eyes on his dark face. He rises from the bed and takes his dagger to the bottom sheet. Without thinking of the cost, he slices a thin strip of linen. Mutely he holds it out to me, and I tie it around his wrist over the cut.
Pretty maid, he says. I shall see you at breakfast. And then he pulls on his boots and walks from the room.
Paris, France, May 1433. We travel with a great entourage, as befits the ruler of France, especially a ruler who holds his lands by force. Ahead of us go an armed guard, a vanguard under the command of the blue-eyed squire, to make sure that the way is safe. Then, after a little gap to let the dust settle, come my Lord Duke and I. I ride behind a burly man-at-arms, seated pillion, my hands on his belt. My lord rides his war-horse beside me, as if for company, but he barely says one word. "I wish I could ride a horse on my own," I remark. He glances at me as if he'd forgotten I was there at all.
"Not today," he says. "It will be hard riding today, and if we meet trouble we might have to go fast. We can't go at a lady's pace, a girl's pace."
I say nothing, for it is true,
I'm not much of a rider. Then I try again to make a conversation with him. "And why is it hard riding today, my lord?" For a moment he is silent, as if considering whether he can be troubled to answer me.
"We're not going to Paris. We're going north to Calais."
"Excuse me, but I thought we were going to Paris. Why are we going to Calais, my lord?" He sighs, as if 2 questions are too much for a man to bear.
"There was a mutiny at Calais among the garrison. My soldiers, recruited and commanded by me. Bloody fools. I called in on my way to you. Hanged the ringleaders. Now I'm going back to make sure the rest have learned their lesson."
"You hanged men on your way to our wedding?"
He turned his dark gaze on me. "Why not?"
I can't really say why not. It just seems to me rather disagreeable. I make a little face and turn away. He laughs shortly.
"Better for you that the garrison should be strong," he says. "Calais is the rock. All of England's lands in northern France are built on our holding Calais."
We ride on in silence. He says almost nothing when we stop to eat at midday, except to ask if I'm very tired, and when I say no, he sees that I am fed, and then lifts me back to the pillion saddle for the rest of the ride. The squire comes back and sweeps his hat off to me in a low bow, and then mutters to my lord in a rapid conference, after which we all fall in and ride on. It is twilight as we see the great walls of the castle of Calais looming out of the misty sea plain ahead of us. The land all around is intersected with ditches and canals, divided with little gates, each of them swirling with mist. My lord's squire comes riding back when the flag over the top tower of the castle dips in acknowledgment, and the great gates ahead of us swing open. "Soon be home," he says cheerfully to me, as he wheels his horse round. "Not my home," I observe shortly.
"Oh, it will be," he says. "This is one of your greatest castles."
"In the middle of a mutiny?" He shakes his head.
"That's over now. The garrison hadn't paid for months, and so the soldiers took the wool from the Calais merchants, stole it from their stalls. Then the merchants paid to get their goods back. Now my lord, the Duke, will repay them." He grins at my puzzled face. "It's nothing. If the soldiers had been paid on time, it would never have happened."
"Then why did my lord execute someone?"
His smile dims. "So that they remember that next time their wages are late, they have to wait on his pleasure."
I glance at my silently listening husband on my other side. And what happens now? We are approaching the walls. The soldiers are mustering into a guard of honour, running down the steep hill from the castle which sits at the centre of the town, guarding the port to the north and the marshy land to the south. "Now I dismiss the men who stole the goods, dismiss their commander, and appoint a new captain of Calais," my husband says shortly. He looks across at me at the squire. "You?" "I, my lord." "Yes." "I'm honoured, but—" "Are you arguing with me?" "No, my lord, of course not." My husband smiles at the silenced young man. "That's good." To me, he says, "This young man, my squire, my friend, Richard Woodville, has fought in almost every campaign here in France and was knighted on the battlefield by the late king, my brother. His father served us too. He's not yet 30 years old, but I know of no one more loyal or trustworthy. He can command this garrison, and while he's here I can be sure that there will be no mutinies, and no complaints, and no thieving. And there will be no arguing about my orders. Is that right, Woodville?" "Quite right, sir," he says. And then the 3 of us go through the dark, echoing doorway and up the cobbled streets, past the hanged mutineers swinging silently on the gallows, through the bowing citizens, to the castle of Calais. "Am I to stay here now?" Woodville asks, as if it is a mere matter of a bed for the night. "Not yet," my husband says. "I have need of you by me." We stay only 3 nights, long enough for my husband to dismiss half of the soldiers of the garrison and send to England for their replacements, long enough to warn their commander that he will be replaced by the squire Sir Richard Woodville, and then we rattle down the cobbled street and out of the gateway and go south down the road to Paris, the squire Woodville at the head of the troop once more, me on the lumbering horse of the man-at-arms, and my husband in grim silence. It is a 2-day ride before we see the Grange Bateliere standing over the desolate countryside outside the city. Beyond it are worked fields and little dairy farms that gradually give way to small market gardens that surround the city walls. We enter through the northwest gate, close to the Louvre, and I see at once my Paris home, the Hôtel de Bourbon, one of the greatest houses in the city, as befits the ruler of France. It stands beside the King's Palace of the Louvre, looking south over the river, like a building in marchpane, all turrets and roofs and towers and balconies. I should have known that it would be a great house, having seen my lord's castle at Rouen. But when we ride up to the great gates, I feel like a princess in a story being taken into a giant's fortress. A fortified wall runs all around, and there is a guard-house at every gate, which reminds me, if I were in any danger of forgetting, that my husband may be the ruler, but not everyone recognizes him as the representative of the God-given king. The one whom many prefer to call the King of France is not far away, at Chinon, eyeing our lands and stirring up trouble. The one whom we call the King of France and England is safe in London, too poor to send my husband the money and troops he needs to keep these faithless lands in subjection, too weak to command his lords to come to fight under our standard. My lord gives me several days of freedom to find my way around my new home, to discover the former Duchess's jewel box, and her dressing-room of furs and fine gowns. And then he comes to my room after matins and says, "Come, Jacquetta, I have work for you today." I follow him, trotting like a puppy at his heels, as he leads me through the gallery where tapestries of gods look down on us, to a double door at the end, 2 men-at-arms on either side, and his squire, Woodville, lounging on the window-sill. He jumps up when he sees us, and gives me a low bow. The men-at-arms swing open the doors, and we go inside. I don't know what I'm expecting, certainly not this. First there is a room as big as a great hall, but looking like a library in a monastery. There are shelves of dark wood, and on them are scrolls and books, locked away behind brass grills. There are tall tables and high stools, so that you can sit up at a desk, and unfurl a scroll and read it at your leisure. There are tables made ready for study with pots of ink, and sharpened quills, and pages of paper ready for taking notes. I have never seen anything like it outside of an abbey, and I look up at my husband with new respect. He has spent a fortune here. Each one of these books will have cost as much as the Duchess's jewels. "I have the finest collection of books and manuscripts outside the church in Europe," he says, "and my own copyists." He gestures to 2 young men either side of a stand, one of whom is intoning strange words, reading from a scroll, while the other, painstakingly, writes. "Translating from the Arabic," my husband says. "Arabic to Latin, and from there to French or English. The Moors are the source of great knowledge, of all mathematics, all science. I buy the scrolls, and I have them translated myself. This is how I've put us ahead in the search for knowledge, because I've tapped the source." He smiles, suddenly pleased with me. just as I have with you. I have gone to the very source of the mysteries. In the centre of the room is a great table, painted and sculpted. I exclaim in delight and step closer to examine it. It's enchanting, like a little country, if one could view it from above, flying high over it like an eagle. It is the country of France. I can see the outer wall of the city of Paris, and the Seine flowing through, painted bright blue. I can see the Ile de Paris, a little maze of buildings shaped like a boat itself, set in the river. Then I can see how the land is divided. The top half of France is painted white and red in the colours of England, and the bottom half is left blank, and an Armagnac flag shows Charles, the pretend king, in his lands at Chinon. A series of scratches show where the little flags were stabbed, furiously, rapidly, in the plan marking the triumphant march of Joan of Arc halfway across France, victorious all the way, and then up to the very walls of Paris only 2 years ago. The whole of France is ours by right, my husband says, looking jealously at the green lands that lead down to the Mediterranean Sea. And we will have it. We will have it. I shall win it for God and King Harry. Look, we are advancing, he says, showing me the little flags of St. George for England, spreading over the east of France. And if the Duke of Burgundy will remain true and a good ally, we can win back our lands in Maine. If the Dauphin is fool enough to attack the Duke, and I think that he is, and if I can persuade the Duke that we both fight at once— He breaks off as he sees I'm looking upwards. Oh, those are my planets, he says, as if he owns the night skies quite as much as he does France. Suspended from criss-crossing wooden beams is a series of beautiful silver spheres, some of them ringed with silver halos, some with other tiny balls floating nearby. It's such a pretty sight that I forget all about the map and the flags of campaigns, and clasp my hands together. Oh, how pretty! What is this? Woodville, the squire, gives a little choke of laughter. It's not for amusement, my husband says dourly. Then he nods at one of the clerks. Oh, well, show the Duchess the skies at her birth. The young man steps forward. Excuse me, Your Grace, when were you born? I flush. Like almost all girls, I don't know the date of my birth. My parents didn't trouble to record the day and the time. I only know the year and the season, and I only know the season because my mother had a great desire for asparagus when she was carrying me, and swears that she ate it too green, and her bellyache brought on my birth. Spring, 1416, I say. Perhaps May? He pulls out a scroll from the library and spreads it across the tall desk. He looks at it carefully, then reaches out and pulls one of the levers, then another, then another. To my absolute delight, the balls with their halos and the little balls spinning descend from the rafters and move gently around until they are positioned, swaying slightly, in the places in heaven that they held at the moment of my birth. There is a sweet tinkling noise, and I see that the spheres have tiny silver bells attached to the strings that move them, so they play as they take their places. I can predict where the planets will be before I start a battle, my husband says. I only launch a campaign when they tell me the stars are propitious. But it takes hours to calculate on paper, and it's easy to make a mistake. Here, we've built a mechanism as beautiful and as regular as God made when he put the stars in the sky and set them in motion. I have made a machine like the workings of God himself. Can you foretell with them? Can you know what will happen? He shakes his head. Not as I hope that you will do for us. I can tell when the time is ripe, but not the nature of the fruit. I can tell that our star is in the ascendant, but not the outcome of a particular battle. And we had no warning at all of the Witch of Arc. The clerk tilts his head sadly. Satan hid her from us, he says simply. There was no darkness, there was no comet. There was nothing to show her rising, and nothing marked her death. Praise to God. My husband nods, and puts his hand under my arm, and leads me away from the table, and past the clerk. My brother was a man of Mars, he says. Heat and fire, heat and dryness. A man born to fight and win battles. His son is wet and cold. A man young in years, but like a child in his heart, damp like a wet baby drinking milk and pissing in his clout. I have to wait for the stars to put some fire into his cause. I have to study for weapons to put into his hand. He is my nephew, and I must guide him. I am his uncle, and he is my king. I have to make him victorious. It is my duty. It is my destiny. You will help me in this too. Woodville waits for a moment. Then, as my lord seems to have fallen into deep thought, he opens the door to the next room, pushes it wide, and stands back so we can go through. I step into the stone-floored room, and my nose prickles at the strange scents. There's a tang like the smell of a forge, hot metal, but also something acidic and sharp. The air is acrid with a smoke that stings my eyes. In the centre of the room are 4 men, dressed in leather aprons, charcoal fires glowing before them in little braziers set into stone benches, vessels of bronze bubbling like saucepots. Beyond them, through the open door that leads to an inner yard, I can see a lad stripped to the waist, working the bellows of a furnace, heating a great chamber like a bread oven. I look across at Woodville. He gives me a reassuring nod as if to say, "Don't be afraid." But the smell of the room is sulphurous, and the furnace outside glows like the entrance to hell. I shrink back, and my husband laughs at my pale face. "Nothing to fear. I told you there would be nothing to fear. This is where they work on the recipes. This is where they try one elixir and then another. Out there, we forge the metals and bring them in to be tested. This is where we're going to make silver, gold, to make life itself." "It's so hot," I say weakly. "These are the fires that make water turn to wine," he explains, "that make iron turn to gold, that make earth turn to life. Everything in this world is growing to a state of purity, of perfection. This is where we speed it up. This is where we make the changes to metals and to waters that the world itself does in its deep bowels over centuries, with heat like hatching an egg into a chicken. We make it hotter. We make it faster. This is where we can test what we know and see what we learn. This is the heart of my life's work." Outside in the yard, someone pulls a red-hot bar of metal from the coals of the furnace and starts to hammer it flat. "Just think, if I could make gold," he says longingly. "If I could take iron and purify it so that the common traces were burned from it, washed away, so that we had gold coin. I could hire soldiers. I could reinforce defences. I could feed Paris. If I had my own mint and my own gold mine, I could take all of France for my nephew and keep it forever." "Is it possible?" "We know it can be done," he says. "Indeed, it has been done many, many times, though always in secret. All metal is of the same nature. Everything is made of the same thing, First matter, they call it in the books. Dark matter. This is the stuff that the world is made of. We have to remake it, make it again. So we take dark matter, and we refine it, and refine it again. We make it transform into its purest and best nature. He pauses, looking at my puzzled face. You know that they make wine with the juice that comes from grapes? I nod. Any French peasant can do that. First he takes the grapes, then he crushes them for their juice. He takes a fruit, a solid thing growing on a vine, and makes it into a liquid. That's alchemy itself, making that change. Then he stores it, and lets the life within it change that juice into wine. Another liquid, but one with quite different properties from the juice. Now I can go further. I have done another change right here. I can make an essence from wine that is 100 times stronger than wine, which burns at the sight of a flame, which cures a man of melancholy and watery humours. It is a liquid, but it is hot and dry. We call it aqua vitae, the water of life. All this I can do already. I can change juice to aqua vitae. The gold is just the next step. Gold from iron. And what am I to do? I ask nervously. Nothing today, he says. But perhaps tomorrow, or the next day, they will need you to come and pour some liquid from a flask, or stir a bowl, or sieve some dust. Nothing more than that. You could have done as much in your mother's dairy. I look at him blankly. It is your touch I want, he says. The pure touch. One of the men, who has been watching a flask bubble and then overflow through a tube into a cool dish set in a bath of ice, puts it to one side and comes towards us, wiping his hand on his apron and bowing to my husband. The maid, my husband says, gesturing to me, as if I am as much an object as the fluid in the flask or the iron in the furnace. I flinch at being given Joan's name. As I promised, I have her, Melusina's daughter, and a virgin untouched by any man. I put my hand out in greeting, but the man recoils from me. He laughs at himself and says, smiling to my husband, I hardly dare to touch her. Indeed, I dare not. Instead, he puts his hand behind his back and bows very low and says directly to me, You are welcome, Lady Bedford. Your presence here has been needed for a long time. We have waited for you. We have hoped that you would come. You will bring a harmony with you. You will bring the power of the moon and water with you. And your touch will make all things pure. I step awkwardly from one foot to the other and glance at my husband. He's looking at me with a sort of hot approbation. I found her, and I recognized at once what she could be, he says. What she could do. I knew that she could be Luna for us. She has water in her veins, and her heart is pure. Who knows what she might not be able to do? Can she scry? The man asks eagerly. She says she's never tried, but she has already foreseen the future, my husband replies. Shall we try her? In the library. The man leads the way back through the door. My husband snaps his fingers, and the two scholars take themselves off into a side room, as the alchemist and Woodville the squire pull a cloth off the biggest looking-glass I have ever seen, framed in a case, completely round, shining silver, like a full moon. Close the shutters, my husband says, "and light the candles." He is breathless. I can hear the excitement in his voice, and it makes me fearful. They ring me with candles so that I am encircled in fire, and they put me before the big mirror. It is so bright I can hardly see for the winking, bobbing flames around me. "You ask her," my husband says to the alchemist. "Before God, I am so excited I can't speak. But don't tax her overmuch. Let's just see if she has a gift." "Look in the mirror," the man commands me quietly. "Let yourself look in the mirror, and let yourself dream. Now, maid, what can you see?" I look in the mirror. Surely it's obvious what I can see. Myself, in a velvet gown cut in the very latest fashion, with a horned headdress on my head, my golden hair captured in a thick net on each side of my face, and the most wonderful shoes of blue leather. I've never before seen a mirror that could show me myself, all of me, full size. I lift my gown a little, so that I can admire my shoes, and the alchemist makes a little dry cough, as if to remind me to beware vanity. "What can you see when you look deeply, Duchess?" Behind me, and to the side of me, is a dazzle of candles so bright that they drain the colour from the gown, even from the blue shoes, even from the shelves and the books behind me, that as I look grow darker and more misty. "Look deep into the mirror and say what you can see," the man urges again, his voice low. "Tell us what you can see, Lady Bedford. What can you see?" The light is overwhelming, too bright to see anything. I cannot even see my own face, dazzled by the hundreds of candles. And then I see her, as clearly as the day when we lazed by the moat, as brightly as when she was alive and laughing, before the moment when she drew the card of Le Pendu, in his suit as blue as my shoes. "Joan," I say quietly with deep sorrow. "Oh, Joan the maid." I struggle to come back to wakefulness through the noise of the alchemist flapping at the candles to put them out. Some must have fallen over when I went down in a faint. Woodville the squire has me in his arms, holding up my head, and my husband is sprinkling cold water in my face. "What did you see?" my lord demands, as soon as my eyelids flutter open. I don't know. For some reason, a sudden pang of fear warns me. I don't want to tell him. I don't want to say Joan's name to the man who had her burned alive. "What did she say?" He glares at the squire and at the alchemist. "As she went down, she said something. I heard something. What did she say?" "Did she say, 'the maid'?" the alchemist asks. "I think she did." They both look at Woodville. "She said, 'It's maid.'" He lies easily. "What could she mean?" The Duke looks at me. "What did you mean?" "What do you mean, Jacquetta?" "Would it be your Grace's university at Caen?" Woodville asks. I think she said, "Come." And then she said, "It's maid." "I saw your Grace's planned university at Caen," I say, taking up the prompt. "Completed. Beautiful. That's what I said. It's made." He smiles. He is pleased. "Well, that's a good vision," he says, encouraged. "That's a good glimpse of a safe and happy future. That's good news. And best of all, we see she can do it." He puts out his arm and helps me to my feet. "So," he says with a triumphant smile to the alchemist, "I will bring her back tomorrow after Mass, after she's broken her fast. Get a chair for her to sit on next time, and make the room ready for her. We will see what she can tell us. But she can do it, can't she?"
"Without a doubt," agrees the alchemist. "And I will have everything ready." He bows and goes back into the inner room, and Woodville picks up the rest of the candles and blows them out, and my lord straightens the mirror. I lean for a moment against an archway between one set of shelves and another, and my husband glances up and sees me.
"Stand there."
He gestures me to the centre of the arch, and watches as I obey him. I stand still, framed in the arch, wondering what he wants now. He's staring at me, as if I were a picture or a tapestry myself, as if he sees me as an object, a new thing to be framed or translated or shelved. He narrows his eyes as if considering me as a vista or a statue that he might have bought.
"I'm so glad that I married you,"
he says, and there is no affection in his voice at all, but the satisfied tone of a man who has added something to his beautiful collection, and that at a good price.
"Whatever it costs me, with Burgundy, with whoever, I'm so glad that I married you. You are my treasure."
I glance nervously at Richard Woodville, who has heard this speech of acquisition, but he is busy throwing the cloth over the looking-glass, and quite deaf. Every morning, my lord escorts me to the library, and they seat me before the mirror, and light the candles all around me, and ask me to look into the brightness and tell them what I see. I find I go into a sort of daze, not quite asleep, but almost dreaming. And sometimes I see extraordinary visions on the swimming silver surface of the mirror. I see a baby in a cradle. I see a ring shaped like a golden crown dangling from a dripping thread. And one morning I turn from the mirror crying out, for I see a battle, and behind it another battle, a long lane of battles, and men dying in mist, dying in snow, dying in a churchyard.
"Did you see the standards?" my husband demands as they press a glass of small ale into my hand. "Drink. Did you see the standards? You said nothing clearly. Did you see where the battles were taking place? Could you tell the armies one from another?"
I shake my head. "Could you see what town? Was it anywhere you recognize? Come and see if you can point out the town on the map. Do you think it is happening right now, or is it a vision from the future that will come?" He drags me to the table where the little world of France is laid before me, and I look dazed at the patchwork of ownership and roll of the hills. "I don't know," I say. "There was a mist and an army forcing their way uphill. There was snow, and it was red with blood. There was a queen with her horse and a forge, and they were putting the horseshoes on backwards." He looks at me as if he would like to shake some sense out of me. "This is no good to me, girl," he says, his voice very low. "I can get cursed in any Saturday market. I need to know what is going to happen this year. I need to know what's going to happen in France. I need names of towns and the numbers of rebels. I need to know in detail." Dumbly, I look back at him. His face is suffused with darkness in his frustration with me. "I'm saving a kingdom here," he says. "I need more than mist and snow. I didn't marry you for you to tell me about queens with their horseshoes on back to front. What next? Mermaids in the bath?" I shake my head. Truly, I know nothing. "Jacquetta, I swear, you will be sorry if you defy me," he says with quiet menace. "This is too important for you to play the fool."
Perhaps we should not overtax her, Woodville suggests, addressing the bookshelves. Perhaps every day is too much for her. She's only young and new to the work. Perhaps we should train her up to it, like a little falcon, a young falcon. Perhaps we should release her to ride and walk in the mornings, and only have her scry perhaps once a week. Not if she has a warning, the Duke breaks out. Not if it is now. She cannot rest if we are in danger. If this battle in mist and this battle in snow is going to be fought this winter in France, we need to know now. You know that the Dauphin has not the arms, or the allies for it to be now. Woodville turns to him. It can't be a warning of now. It will be a fearful dream of the future. Her head is filled with fears of war, and we ourselves have frightened her. We've put the visions in her mind. But we need to clear her head. We need to give her some peace, so that she can be a clean stream for us. You bought her. He stumbles and corrects himself. You found her, unspoiled. We must take care not to muddy the waters. Once a month, the alchemist suddenly remarks. As I said at the start, my lord, she should be speaking when her element is on the rise, on the eve of the new moon. She is a being of the moon and of water. She will see most clearly, and speak most clearly, when the moon is in the ascendant. She should work on those days, under a rising moon. She should come in the evening, by moonlight, my husband thinks aloud. That might help. He looks critically at me, as I lean back in the chair, my hand on my throbbing forehead. You're right, he says to Woodville. We've asked too much of her too soon. Take her out riding. Take her down by the river. And we set off for England next week. We can go by easy stages. She's pale. She needs to rest. Take her out this morning. He smiles at me. I am not a hard taskmaster, Jacquetta, though there is much to be done, and I am in a hurry to do it. You can have some time at your leisure. Go to the stables. You will see I have left a surprise for you there. I'm so relieved to be out of the room that I don't remember to say thank you, and only when the door is closed behind us do I start to be curious. What does my lord have for me in the stables? I ask Woodville as he follows, half a step behind me, down the circular stair from the gallery to the inner courtyard, and as we walk across the cobbles, past the armoury to the stable yard. Men servants carrying vegetables to the kitchens, and butchers with great haunches of beef slung over their shoulders, fall back before me and bow. The milkmaids coming in from the fields with buckets swinging from their yokes drop down in a curtsy so low that their pails clatter on the cobbles. I don't acknowledge them. Now I hardly see them. I've been a duchess for only a few weeks, and already I'm accustomed to the exaggerated bows that precede me wherever I go, and the reverent murmur of my name as I walk past. What would be your greatest wish? Woodville asks me. He, at any rate, does not serve me in awestruck silence. He has the confidence born of being at my husband's right hand since he was a boy. His father served the English king, Henry V, and then my husband, the Duke. And now Woodville, raised in the Duke's service, is the most trusted and most beloved of all the squires. Commander of Calais, trusted with the keys to France. A new litter? I ask. One with golden curtains and furs? Perhaps. Would you really want that more than anything else? I pause. Does he have a horse for me? A new horse of my very own? He looks thoughtful. What colour horse would you like best? A grey, I say longingly. A beautiful dappled grey horse with a mane like white silk, and dark, interesting eyes.
Interesting? He chokes on his laughter. Interesting eyes?
You know what I mean. Eyes that look as if the horse can understand you, as if she's thinking. He nods.
I do know what you mean, actually.
He gives me his arm to guide me round a cart laden with pikes. We are passing the armoury, and the weapons master is counting in a new delivery with a tally stick. Hundreds, thousands of pikes are being unloaded. The campaign season is starting again. No wonder my husband sits me before the scrying mirror every day to ask me where is the best place to mount our attack. We are at war, constantly at war, and none of us has ever lived in a country at peace. We go through the archway to the stables, and Woodville steps back to see my face as I scan the yard. Each of the horses of the household has a stall facing south, so the mellow stone is warmed through the day. I see my husband's 4 great war horses, their heads nodding over the door. I see Woodville's strong horse for jousting, and his other horses for hunting and riding messages. And then I see, smaller than any of them, with bright ears that flick one way and another, the perfectly shaped head of a grey horse, so bright in colour that she's almost like silver in the sunshine of the yard. "Is that mine?" I whisper to Woodville. "Is that for me?"
"That is yours," he says, almost reverently. "As beautiful and as high-bred as her mistress."
"A mare?"
"Of course."
I go towards her, and her ears point to listen to my footsteps and my cooing voice as I come close. Woodville puts a crust of bread into my hand, and I step up to her and take in the dark, liquid eyes, the beautifully straight face, the silvery mane of the horse that I described, here before me, as if I'd performed magic and wished her into being. I stretch out my hand, and she sniffs, her nostrils wide, and then she lips the treat from my hand. I can smell her warm coat, her oaty breath, the comfortable scent of the barn behind her. Woodville opens the stable door for me, and without hesitation I step inside. She shifts a little to make room for me, and turns her head and sniffs at me, the pockets of my gown, my belt, my trailing sleeves, and then my shoulders, my neck, and my face. And as she sniffs me, I turn to her, as if we were 2 animals coming together. Then slowly, gently, I reach out my hand, and she droops her head for my caress. Her neck is warm, her coat silky. The skin behind her ears is tender and soft. She allows me gently to pull the mane on her poll, to stroke her face, and then she raises her head and I touch her flared nostrils, the soft, delicate skin of her muzzle, her warm, muscled lips, and hold in my cupped hand the fat curve of her chin.
"Is it love?" Woodville asks quietly from the doorway. "For it looks like love from here."
"It is love," I breathe.
"Your first love," he confirms.
"My only love," I whisper to her.
He laughs like an indulgent brother. "Then you must compose a poem, and come and sing to her, like a woman troubadour, a troubaritz. But what is your fair lady's name?" I look thoughtfully at her, as she moves quietly away from me, and takes a mouthful of hay. The scent of the meadow comes from the crushed grasses.
"Mercury," I say. "I think I'll call her Mercury."
He looks a little oddly at me. "That's not such a good name. The alchemists are always talking of Mercury," he says. "A shape-shifter,
a messenger from the gods, one of the 3 great ingredients of their work. Sometimes Mercury is helpful, sometimes not. A partner to Melusina, the water goddess who also changes her form. A messenger that you have to employ in the absence of any other, but not always reliable. I shrug my shoulders. I don't want more alchemy, I insist. Not in the stable yard as well as everywhere else. I shall call her Mary, but she and I will know her true name. I will know too, he says. But I've already turned my back on him to pull out wisps of hay to give to her. You don't matter, I observe. I ride my horse every morning, with an armed escort of 10 men ahead of me and 10 behind, and Woodville at my side. We go through the streets of Paris, looking away from the beggars starving in the gutters, and we ignore the people who stretch out imploring hands. There is terrible poverty in the city, and the countryside is all but waste. The farmers cannot get their produce to market, and the crops are constantly trampled by one or other of the armies. The men run away from their villages and hide in the forests for fear of being recruited or hanged as traitors. So there's no one but women to work the fields. The price of bread in the city is more than a man can earn, and besides, there's no work but soldiering, and the English are late with their wages again. Woodville gives orders that we must ride at a hand gallop through the streets, not just for fear of beggars, but also for fear of disease. My predecessor, the Duchess Anne, died of a fever after visiting the hospital. Now my lord swears that I shall not so much as speak to a poor person, and Woodville rushes me through the streets, and I don't draw breath until we were out of the city gates, and going through what once were busy gardens, the fertile tilled land that lies between the city walls and the river. Only then does Woodville order the armed men to halt and dismount and wait for us, while the 2 of us ride down to the river and take the towpath and listen to the water as if we were a couple riding in a countryside at peace. We go companionably, side by side, and talk of nothing of any importance. He helps me with my riding. I've never ridden so fine a horse as Mary, and he shows me how to straighten up in the saddle, and gather her up so she curves her neck and stretches out her stride. He shows me how he rides a cavalry charge, bent low over the horse's neck, going ahead of me down the track and thundering back towards us, pulling up at the last moment so Mary sidles and dances on the spot. He teaches me how to jump, getting off his horse to drag little branches of wood across the deserted track, building them higher and higher as my confidence increases. He teaches me the exercises his father taught him in the lanes of England, riding exercises to improve balance and courage, sitting sideways like a girl riding pillion, lying backwards across the horse, with the saddle in the small of my back, while the horse jogs along, sitting up tall and stretching one arm then another up to the sky, crouching down low to touch my stirrups, anything that accustoms the horse to the idea that it must go on steadily and safely, whatever the rider does, whatever happens around it. More than once, my horse has taken me to safety when I was hurt. I didn't have a clue where we were going, Richard says. And my father held the standard before Henry V of England, and so he rode at a gallop all the time, with only one hand on the reins. You'll never ride in battle, but we might run into trouble here, or in England, and it's good to know that Mary will carry you through anything. He dismounts and takes my stirrups and crosses them out of the way in front of me. We'll do a mile at trot, without stirrups, to improve your balance. How should we ride into trouble? I ask, as he gets back on his own horse. He shrugs. There was a plan to ambush the Duke only a few years ago as they came back to Paris, and he and the Duchess Anne had to take to the forest tracks and ride around the enemy camp. And I hear that the roads in England are now as unsafe as those in France. There are robbers and highwaymen on every English road, and near the coast there are pirates who land and take captives and sell them into slavery. We start off at a walk. I seat myself more firmly in the saddle, and Mary's ears go forward. Why does the King of England not guard his coasts? He's still a child, and the country is ruled by his other uncle, Humphrey, the Duke of Gloucester. My lord and the Duke of Gloucester are the royal uncles, each regents of France and England, until the king takes his power. When will he do that? He should have done it by now, really, Woodville says. He's 12 years old, a boy still, but old enough to rule with good advisers. And he's been crowned at Notre Dame in Paris, and in England, and he has a parliament and a council that have promised to obey him. But he's guided by his uncle, the Duke of Gloucester, and all of his friends, and then his mind is changed by his other kinsman, Cardinal Beaufort, a very powerful and persuasive man. Between the two of them he's blown about one way to another, and he never sees our lord the Duke of Bedford, who can do no more than write to him and try to keep him to one path. They say that he does the bidding of the person who spoke to him last. But anyway, even if he were older or firmer, there would be no money to pay for defences from the sea, and the English lords don't make the rule of law run through their lands as they should. Now we shall trot. He waits for me to squeeze my legs on Mary, and she goes forwards into a trot, with me sitting heavily, like a fat cavalry knight, deep in the saddle. "That's good," he says. "Now go forwards to canter." "You said trot." "You're doing so well," he says with a grin. I urge Mary on, and she goes into her quick-paced canter. I'm a little afraid without the stirrups to use as balance, but he's right. I can sit in the saddle and grip with my legs as we go cantering down the towpath until he gives the hand signal to slow, then pull up. "Why do I have to learn this?" I ask breathlessly as he dismounts again to restore my stirrups. "In case you lose your stirrups, or one breaks, or if we have to ride away sometime, when we can get hold of horses but no saddles. It's good to be prepared for anything. Tomorrow we will practice riding bareback. I shall make you into a horsewoman. Already you could be trusted on a long ride." He swings back into his own saddle, and we turn the horse's head for home. "And why don't the English lords make the rule of law run through the country?" I ask, returning to our conversation. "In France there are 2 rules of law, 2 kings. But at least the lords are obedient to the king who rules in their part." "In England they each make their own little lordship," he says. "They use the troubled times as a screen to serve themselves, to gain their own land, to make war on their neighbours. When the young king does decide to take his power, he will find he has to challenge the very people who should be his friends and advisers. He will need my Lord Duke at his side then." "Will we have to go to England and live there? Will I have to live in England?" I ask, anxiously. "It's home," he says simply. "And even at its worst, 1 acre of England is worth 10 square miles of France." I look at him blankly. "All you Englishmen are the same," I tell him. "You all think that you're divinely blessed by God for no better reason than you had the longbow at Agincourt." He laughs. "We are," he says. "We think rightly. We are divinely blessed. And perhaps, when we go to England, there will be time for me to show you my home. And perhaps you will agree with me." I have a little thrill of pleasure, as if something wonderful were going to happen to me. "Where is your home?" I ask. "Grafton, Northamptonshire," he says, and I can hear the love in his voice. Probably the most beautiful countryside in what is the best country in all the world. We have one more attempt at scrying at the mirror before it is packed up to travel with us as we start on our journey to England. My lord is anxious for me to predict if it is safe for him to leave France. The Armagnac pretender has no money and no army, and is badly advised by his court of favourites, but still my Lord John is afraid that if he goes to England, there will be no one who can hold France against this man who claims he is king. I completely fail in my wifely duty to advise him. I see nothing. They sit me on a chair, and I stare into the bright reflected candlelight until I'm dizzy, and far from fainting, am in danger of falling asleep. For 2 hours my lord stands behind me and shakes my shoulder when he sees my head nod, until the alchemist says quietly, "I don't think it is coming to her today, my lord." And the Duke turns and stalks out of the room without a word to me. The alchemist helps me from the chair, and Woodville blows out the candles and opens the shutters to let the smell of smoke out of the room. The small sickle of a new moon looks in on me, and I dip a curtsy and turn over the coins in my little pocket and make a wish. The alchemist exchanges a look with Woodville, as if they've spent all the evening with a peasant girl who curtsies to a new moon and wishes for a lover, but has no learning and has no vision, and is a waste of everyone's time. "Never mind," Woodville says cheerfully, offering me his arm. "We leave for England in the morning, and they won't ask you to do this for another month." "Are they bringing the mirror with us?" I ask apprehensively. "The mirror and some of the books, but the vessels and the oven and the forge stay here, of course. They will continue with their work while we're away." "And do they discover anything?" He nods. "Oh, yes. My lord has refined silver and gold to a purer level than any man has ever done before. He's working on new metals, new combinations for greater strength or greater suppleness. And of course, if he could make the stone itself." "The stone?" "They call it the philosopher's stone, that turns metal to gold, water to the elixir vitae, that gives the owner eternal life." "Is there such a thing?" I ask. He shrugs. "There have been many reports of it. It's well known in the old manuscripts that he has had translated here. Throughout Christendom, and in the East, there will be hundreds, perhaps thousands of men working on it right now. But my Lord Duke is in the vanguard. If he could find it, if you could help him to find it, we could bring peace to France and to England." The noise of the castle packing up and readying for a great journey wakes me at dawn, and I go to the chapel to hear matins as the sun is rising. The priest finishes the service and starts to pack up the sacred pictures and the crucifix and the monstrance. We are taking almost everything with us. In my own rooms, my ladies-in-waiting are folding my gowns into great travelling chests and calling the pages to cord them up, and the grooms of the household to seal them. The jewel boxes they will carry themselves. My furs will be guarded by the grooms of the household. Nobody knows how long we will stay in England. Woodville becomes very cautious when I ask him. Clearly my husband is not being adequately supported by his nephew the king, nor financed as he should be by the English Parliament that has to raise taxes for the war in France. The purpose of this trip is to make them see that English coins buy French support, and they must pay. But nobody knows how long it will take to make the English understand that they cannot have an army for free. I am quite at a loss in all the bustle. I have put my books that the demoiselle left to me for safekeeping with my husband's library, and they will be guarded by the scholars while we are away. I have put her beautiful cards with my jewels for safety. Her gold bracelet with the charms I carry in a purse slung around my neck. I don't want anyone else touching them. I've dressed for the journey and eaten my breakfast served in my rooms by maids in a hurry. I wait about. I don't know what to do to be helpful, and I'm too important for anyone to give me a task. The head of my ladies-in-waiting commands everything in my rooms, so I just have to wait for everything to be ready for us to leave. And in the meantime, there is nothing for me to do but watch the servants and the ladies running from one task to another. By midday, we are ready to leave, though the grooms of the hall, the stable, and the armoury are all still packing things up. My lord takes my hand and leads me down the stairs and through the great hall, where the servants are lined up to bow and wish us Godspeed on our journey. Then we go out into the stable-yard, where I blink at the cavalcade preparing to depart. It is like a small town on the move. There is the armed guard. We are travelling with hundreds of soldiers, some in armour, but most in livery, and they are waiting beside their horses, taking a last drink of ale, flirting with the maids. There are nearly 50 wooden wagons waiting in order, the ones carrying the valuables at the head of the line, with a guard at the front and back, the boxes chained to the sides of the wagons, sealed with the great Bedford seal. The grooms of the household will ride with these, and each has responsibility for his own load. We are taking all our clothes, jewels, and personal goods. We are taking all our household linen, cutlery, glassware, knives, spoons, salt cellars, spice pots. The household furniture is being shipped too. My lord's groom of the bedchamber has ordered the careful dismantling of my lord's great bed, with its covers, curtains, and tester, and the grooms of my chambers are bringing my bed, my tables, my beautiful Turkey carpets, and there are 2 whole wagons just for shipping the household tapestries. The kitchen servants have loaded their essentials onto a line of wagons. We are bringing food as well as hens, ducks, geese, sheep, and a couple of cows that will walk behind the wagons to give us fresh milk every day. The hawks from the mews are loaded on their own specially made carriage, where they can perch, blinded by their hoods. And the leather curtains are already tied down to shelter them, so they are not frightened by the noise of the road. My lord's deerhounds will run alongside the procession, his foxhounds whipped in at the rear. The master of horse has all the work-horses harnessed to the wagons, and all the spare riding horses are bridled, and in the care of a groom who rides one horse and leads one on either side. And this is only half the procession. The wagons carrying the essential goods to make us comfortable tonight when we stop at Sarnley have already gone. They left at dawn. And amid all this noise and chaos, Richard Woodville comes smiling up the stairs, bows to my lord and to me, and says, as if hell were not boiling over in the yard, "I think we're ready, my lord, and what they've forgotten, they can always send on." "My horse?" the Duke asks. Woodville snaps his fingers, and a waiting groom brings my lord's great war-horse forwards. "And my lady is going in her litter?" "Her Grace said she wanted to ride." My Lord Duke turns to me. "It's a long way, Jacquetta. We will go north out of Paris and sleep tonight at Sarnley. You will be in the saddle for the whole day." "I can do that," I say, and I glance at Woodville. "She's a strong horse. You chose well," he says to my husband. "And the Duchess is a good rider. She'll be able to keep up. It would probably be more pleasant for her than jolting around in her litter, though I will have it follow behind us, so if she gets tired she can change." "Very well, then." The Duke agrees. He smiles at me. "I shall enjoy your company. What do you call your mare?" "I call her Mary," I say. "God send that we are all merry," he says, stepping on the mounting block to haul himself into the saddle. Woodville takes me by the waist and lifts me up into my saddle, and then stands back while my lady-in-waiting bustles forward and pulls the long skirts of my gown so they fall down either side, hiding my leather riding boots. "All right?" Woodville asks me quietly, standing close to the horse as he checks the tightness of the girth. "Yes." "I'll be just behind you, if you want anything. If you get tired or need to stop, just raise your hand. I'll be watching. We'll ride for a couple of hours and then stop to eat." My husband stands up in his stirrups. He bellows, "Our Bedford!" and the whole stable-yard shouts back, "Our Bedford!" They swing the great gates open, and my lord leads the way, out through the crowded streets of Paris, where people stare as we go by and cry out for alms or favours, and then through the great North Gate, and out into the country towards the narrow seas and England, the unknown shore that I am supposed to call home. My Lord Duke and I ride at the head of the procession so we're not troubled with dust. And once we are away from Paris, my husband judges that we are safe enough to go before the armed guard, so it is just him and me, Woodville and my lady-in-waiting riding out in the sunshine, as if for pleasure. The road winds ahead of us, well travelled by English merchants and soldiers going through the English lands from the English capital of Paris to the English castle of Calais. We stop to dine at the edge of the forest of Chantilly, where they've set up pretty tents and have cooked a haunch of venison. I'm glad to rest for an hour in the shade of a tree, but I'm happy to go on when Woodville orders the guard into the saddle again. When my husband asks me if I would like to complete the journey sitting in my litter drawn by the mules, I tell him no. The afternoon is sunny and warm, and when we enter the green shade of the forest of Chantilly, we put our horses into a canter, and my mare pulls a little and is eager to gallop. My husband laughs and says, "Don't let her run off with you, Jacquetta." I laugh too, as his big horse lengthens its great pace to draw neck and neck with Mary, and we go a little faster, and then suddenly there is a crashing noise, and a tree plunges down, all its branches breaking together like a scream, over the road in front of us, and Mary rears in terror, and I hear my husband bellow like a trumpet, "Our Bedford! 'Ware ambush!" But I'm clinging to the mane and nearly out of the saddle, slipping backwards, as Mary plunges to the side, terrified by the noise, and bolts, madly bolts. I haul myself into the saddle, cling to her neck, and bend low as she dashes among the trees, flinging herself to right and left, fleeing where her own frightened senses prompt her. I cannot steer her, I have dropped the reins. I certainly cannot stop her. I can barely cling on, until finally she slows to a trot, and then a walk, and then blows out and stops. Shakily, I slip from the saddle and collapse to the ground. My jacket has been torn by low-hanging branches, my bonnet was knocked from my head and is flapping on its cord. My hair is falling down, tangled with twigs. I give a little sob of fear and shock, and Mary turns to one side and nibbles at a shrub, pulling at it nervously, her ears flicking in all directions. I take hold of her reins so she cannot dash away again, and I look around me. The forest is cool and dark, absolutely silent but for birdsong from high in the upper branches and the buzz of insects. There is no noise of marching men, creaking wagons, nothing. I cannot even tell where I've come from, nor how far I am from the road. Mary's headlong flight seemed to last for a lifetime, but even if they were close at hand, I wouldn't know in which direction. Certainly she didn't go straight. We twisted and turned through the trees, and there's no path for me to retrace. God damn, I say quietly to myself like an Englishman. Mary, we are completely lost. I know that Woodville will ride out to find me, and perhaps he can follow Mary's little hoofprints. But if the falling tree was an ambush, then perhaps he and my husband are fighting for their lives, and nobody yet has had time to think about me. Even worse, if the fight is going against them, then perhaps they will be captured or killed, and there will be no one to search for me at all, and then I am in danger indeed, alone and lost in a hostile country. Either way, I had better save myself if I can. I know that we were travelling north to Calais, and I can remember enough of the great plan in my husband's library to know that if I can get myself onto the North Road again, there will be many villages, churches, and religious houses where I can find hospitality and help. It is a road well travelled, and I'm certain to meet a party of English people, and my title will command their assistance. But only if I can find the road. I look on the ground around us to see if I can trace Mary's hoofprints and follow them back the way we came, and there is one hoofprint in the mud, and then another, a little gap where the leaves cover the ground, but beyond it the trail picks up again. I take the reins over her head and hold them in my right hand, and say in a voice I try to make sound confident, "Well, silly girl, we have to find our way home now." And I walk back the way we came, with her following behind me, her head bent, as if she's sorry for the trouble she has caused. We walk for what seems like hours. The tracks give out after a little while, for the floor of the forest is so thick with leaves and twigs that there are no prints to follow. I guess at the way, and we go steadily, but I'm more and more afraid that we are wandering lost, perhaps even going round in circles, like enchanted knights in a fairy tale forest. Thinking this, I'm hardly surprised when I hear the sound of water, and turn towards it, and we come to a little stream and a pool. It is almost a fountain, so round and banked with green moss. I have a moment when I think perhaps Melusina will rise from the magical pool to help me, her daughter. But nothing happens. So I tie Mary to a tree, and wash my face and drink the water. And then I bring her to the stream, and she drops her white head and sucks up the water quietly, and drinks deep. The trees have made a little glade around the stream, and a beam of sunlight comes through the thick canopy of leaves. Still holding Mary's reins, I sit down in the sunshine to rest for a few minutes. In a moment, I think, I will get up, and we will put the sun on our left and walk steadily. That will take us north, and must take us, surely, to the Paris road, where they will surely be looking for me. I am so tired, and the sun is so warm, that I lean back against a tree trunk and close my eyes. In minutes, I am fast asleep. The knight left his horse behind with his comrades, and followed her tracks on foot through the forest, a burning torch held before him, calling her name over and over. The forest was unearthly at night. Once he caught a glimpse of bright, dark eyes, and stepped back with an oath, and then saw the pale rump of a deer slide away into the shadows. As the moon came up, he thought he would see better without the torch, doused it on the ground in the thick leaf mould, and went on, straining his eyes in the silvery half-light. Bushes and trees loomed up at him, darker in the gloom, and without the yellow torchlight he felt he didn't want to shout out loudly for her, but instead walked in silence, looking around him all the time, a fear gripping at his heart that he'd failed to teach her how to ride, that he'd failed to train the horse, that he had failed to tell her what to do in just these circumstances, that he had failed to predict that such a thing might happen, that he had utterly and comprehensively failed her. At this thought, so awful to him since he had sworn privately that he would serve and protect her to death, he stopped still and put his hand to a tree trunk to support himself, and bowed his head in shame. She was his lady. He was her knight. And at this, the very first test, he had failed. Now she was somewhere lost in the darkness, and he could not find her. He raised his head, and what he saw made him blink his eyes. What he saw made him rub his eyes, to see without a doubt, without a shadow of a doubt, the glimmering white light of an enchantment, a chimera, and at the heart of it, gleaming, a little white horse, alone in the forest. But as it turned its head, and he could see its profile, he saw the silvery horn of a unicorn. The white beast looked at him with its dark gaze, and then slowly walked away, glancing over its shoulder, walking slowly enough for him to follow. Entranced, he stepped quietly behind it, guided by the flickering silvery light, and seeing the little hoof-prints that shone in the dead leaves with a white fire, and then faded as he walked by. He had a sense that he should not try to catch the unicorn. He remembered that all the legends warned that it would turn on him and attack him if he came too close. Only one being in this world can catch a unicorn, and he had seen the capture in 6 tapestries, and in 12 woodcuts in storybooks since his youngest boyhood. The little animal turned off the path, and now he could hear the splashing sound of water as they came upon a clearing. He bit his tongue on an exclamation as he saw her, asleep like a nymph, as if she were growing in the wood herself, at the foot of the tree, as if she were a bank of flowers, her green velvet dress outspread, her brown bonnet like a pillow under her golden hair, her face as peaceful in sleep as a blossom. He stood waiting, uncertain what he should do, and as he watched, the unicorn went forwards, lay down beside her, and placed its long head with the silver horn gently in the lap of the sleeping maid, just as all the legends had always said that it would. The sound of a footstep wakes me. I know at once that I'm lost in the wood in danger, and that I have foolishly slept. I wake in a panic, in darkness, and I jump up, and Mary, who has been sleeping, head bowed beside me, wheels around to stare, ears pricked, as the two of us see the figure of a man, a dark outline in the shifting twilight. "Who's there?" I say, my hand clenching on my whip. "Beware! I have a sword." "It's me, Woodville," the squire says, and steps closer so I can see him. He looks pale, as if he is as afraid as me. "Are you all right, my lady?" My God, Woodville, I'm so pleased to see you." I run forward with my hands outstretched, and he falls to his knees, takes my hands, and kisses them passionately. "My lady," he whispers, "my lady, thank God I find you safe. Are you unhurt?" Yes, I was just resting. I fell asleep. I had been walking for so long, trying to find my way back to the road, but then I was so foolish. I sat down and I fell asleep." He stumbles to his feet. "It's not far. I've been looking for you all evening, but it's not far." "Is it late now?" "No more than 11. We're all looking for you. The Duke is mad with worry. I was trying to follow your tracks, but I would never have found you but for—" "And is my Lord Duke safe? Was it an ambush?" He shakes his head. "Some fool of a peasant felling a tree brought down another across the road. No one hurt. Just bad luck that we were there at the time. We were all only afraid for you. Did you fall?" "No. She ran off with me, but she didn't throw me. She's a good horse. She only ran because she was afraid. and then she stopped. He hesitates. "She led me to you," he says. "It's quite a miracle. I saw her in the woods, and she brought me to you." I hold up the reins I had tied to my wrist. I didn't let her go. "You had her tethered?" He gazes around the little clearing, at the silver moonlight on the water, at the shadowy darkness of the trees, as if he's looking for something. "Yes, of course. But I took her saddle off as you showed me." "I saw her," he says flatly. "She was loose, in the woods." "She's been here all the time." He shakes his head, as if to clear his bewilderment. "That was well done. I will put her saddle on her, and I can lead you to the road." He picks up the beautifully worked saddle and slides it on Mary's back. He tightens the girth. Then he turns to lift me up. For a moment he hesitates, with his hands on my waist. It is as if our bodies have come together almost without our volition. My head to his shoulder, his hands on my waist. It's as if we are drawn, one to another, like the planets on their wires in my lord's library. Slowly, I realize that this is a longing. I turn my face up towards him, and his darkened eyes look down at me, his hands warm, his face almost puzzled, as he feels the desire that is slowly pulsing in me. We stand like that together, for a long time. Then, without a word, he lifts me up into the saddle, brushes down my gown, hands me my hat, and leads Mary through the wood towards the road. Castle of Calais, France, June 1433. We are housed once more in the great castle of the garrison town of Calais. Woodville is greeted as its captain, but my lord says he cannot spare him from his side yet to take up residence. I am standing on the battlement at the top of the castle, looking anxiously up at the standard on the tower above my head, which cracks and ripples in the strengthening wind. "Is it going to be rough?" I ask my husband. He glances at me. "You're not afraid? But water is your element." I bite my lip on a retort. Personally, I don't think that having a water goddess for an ancestress is a guarantee of freedom against seasickness, nor, come to that, shipwreck. I am a little afraid. The waves look very high. Are they always that big? Do they always break so high on the harbour wall? I don't remember them being like that before. He glances out to sea, as if to measure them for the first time. "It's a little rough, perhaps. But we will leave on the next tide. It's too important for us to delay. I have to get to England. I'm going to address the Parliament. They have to realise that there must be funds released to pay for the campaign season in France. And I have to find some way to get my brother Humphrey to work with our uncle, Cardinal Beaufort. The young king..." He breaks off. Well, at any rate we have to go, and I don't think the journey will be too uncomfortable for you, and there should be no danger. Can you not calm the waters? It's Midsummer's Eve. Surely you should be able to do a little magic on this of all evenings. I try to smile at the weak joke. No, I wish that I could. He turns and goes into the inner rooms. I hear him shouting for his clerks, and to tell the captain that he must complete loading, for we will leave on the next tide, whatever the weather. Woodville comes up with a warm cape and puts it around my shoulders. My lord is worried by events in England. His brother Humphrey, Duke of Gloucester, doesn't give good advice. His nephew the king is young and inexperienced, and his other uncle, Cardinal Beaufort, has his own plans for the kingdom. The two of them, the Duke of Gloucester and the Cardinal, try to turn the young king each to their own way of thinking, and he's torn between them.
Is it safe to sail?
Oh, yes. It may be a little rough, but I shall see you are comfortable in your cabin, my lady. And Mary, safe in her stall. We will sail through the night, and in the morning you will wake up in your new country, and my lord will take you to see his new house.
Spenhurst?
I ask, trying the odd name in my mouth. Penshurst, he corrects me. You'll like it. I promise you. It is a most beautiful house, in one of the loveliest parts of England, in Kent, which is famous for its apple orchards and fruit gardens. Near to London, but far enough distant that you will not be troubled by too many people. A jewel of a house, for a diamond of a duchess.
And will we stay there all the time?
I let Woodville lead me from the roof of the tower into the warmth inside the castle. A fire burns in the centre of the round room, and he sets a chair for me before it. I don't think my lord will be able to rest in the country, he says. He will have to meet with the king, and persuade him to give him men and arms to continue the campaigns in France. He will have to explain the campaign to Parliament to get their support. He'll have to deal with his brother, Duke Humphrey, and their uncle, Cardinal Beaufort. He has much to do.
And the king? Henry? Will I see him? What's he like?
He smiles. A very young man still, almost a boy. He's only 12 years old. You'll have a state entry into London. The Duke is a very great man in England as in France. And the young king will greet you. He smiles again. I should think you will like him. He's a charming boy, and he gives a little laugh, almost as if he's embarrassed. I should think he will adore you. He will never have seen anyone quite like you. You will be the most beautiful woman in England, as well as the greatest.
Westminster Palace, London, summer 1433. The young king is a disappointment to me. I have no experience of kings, since my own county of Luxembourg is not a royal one. My father is a count, our overlords are the Dukes of Burgundy, though they are richer and more powerful than anyone in France, and the last French king, who was said to be most tragically mad, died when I was only a little girl, before I could see him. So I'm counting on much from the English boy king. I hope to see a youth who is the small mirror of his heroic father. After all, my husband's life is devoted to making this king safe in his lands in France. We are both sworn to his service. I am expecting a great being, something halfway between a boy and a god. Not so. I first see him on our entry into London, when we go through the city gates to the sound of singing choirs and the cheering of the citizens. My husband is an old friend to the people of London, and I am a novelty they delight to see. The men bellow approval of my youth and looks, and the women blow me kisses. The London merchants depend upon trade with the English lands in France, and my husband is well known for holding the lands in the keeping of England. The merchants and their wives and their households turn out to greet us and show our standards from their overhanging windows. The Mayor of London has prepared poems and pageants to greet us. In one tableau there is a beautiful mermaid who promises good health, fertility, and ever-flowing waters of happiness. My Lord Duke holds my hand and bows to the crowd and looks proud of me as they call my name and shout blessings on me. "The Londoners love a pretty girl," he says to me, "and I will have their favour forever while you keep your looks." The king's servants greet us at the gate of the palace at Westminster
and lead us through a maze of courts and gardens, rooms with inner rooms, galleries and courtyards, until finally we come to the king's private rooms. One pair of double doors is flung open, another pair beyond them. Then there is a room filled with people in the most beautiful clothes, and finally, like a tiny jack popping from a series of boxes, there is the young king, rising from his throne and coming forwards to greet his uncle. He is slight and short, that is my first impression, and he's pale like a scholar, though I know that they make him take exercise, ride daily, and even joust with a safety cushion on top of his opponent's lance. I wonder if he's ill, for there's something about the transparency of his skin and the slow pace of his walk towards us that gives me a feeling of his weariness. And suddenly I see to my horror that in this light, for a moment, he looks to me like a being made of glass, so thin and translucent that he looks as if he might break if he were to topple on a stone floor. I give a little gasp, and my husband glances down at me, distracted for a moment, and turns to the king his nephew, and bows and embraces him in one movement. "Oh, take care," I whisper, as if he might crush him. And then Woodville steps smartly across and takes my right hand on his arm, as if he's bringing me forwards to be presented. "What is it?" he demands urgently in a low whisper. "Are you ill, my lady?" My husband has both hands on the boy's shoulders. He is looking into the pale face, into the light grey eyes. I can almost feel the weight of his grip. I feel that it is too much. "He's so frail," I whisper. Then I find the true word. He is fragile, like a prince of ice, of glass. "Not now," Woodville commands, and pinches my hand hard. I am so surprised at his tone, and the sudden sharp pain that I flinch and look at him, and am returned to myself to see that the men and women of the court are all around us, staring at me and my lord and the king, and that Woodville is marching me forwards to make my curtsy, with such determined briskness that I know I must not say another word. I sink down into a deep curtsy, and the king raises me up with a light touch on my arms. He is respectful, since I am his aunt, for all that I am only 17 years old to his 12. We are both young innocents in this court of hard-faced adults. He bids me welcome to England in a thin little voice that has not yet broken into a man's tone. He kisses my cheeks right and left. The touch of his lips is cold, like the brittle ice that I imagined when I first saw him. And his hands holding mine are thin. I can almost feel the bones of his fingers, like little icicles. He bids us come in to dinner, and turns and leads me in, at the head of all the court. A beautifully dressed woman steps back with a heavy tread, as if to make way for me, begrudgingly. I glance at the young king. "My other aunt, Eleanor, Duchess of Gloucester," he flutes in his little boy treble. "Wife of my much-beloved uncle, Humphrey, Duke of Gloucester." I curtsy to her, and she to me, and behind her I see the handsome face of my husband's brother, the Duke of Gloucester. He and my husband embrace, arms on each other's shoulders, a great hug. But when my husband turns to his sister-in-law, Eleanor, I see that he looks sternly at her. "I hope we shall all live merrily together," the king says in his tentative piping voice. "I think a family should be as one. A royal family should always be as one. Don't you think? We should all love one another and live in harmony." "Of course," I say, though if ever I saw rivalry and envy in a woman, I am seeing it now on the beautiful spoiled face of the Duchess of Gloucester. She's wearing a towering headdress that makes her seem like a giantess, the tallest woman in the court. She's wearing a gown of deep blue trimmed with ermine, the most prestigious fur in the world. Around her neck are blue sapphires, and her eyes are bluer than they are. She smiles at me, and her white teeth are bared, but there's no warmth in her face. The king seats me on his right-hand side, and my Lord Duke to his left. Next to me comes the Duke of Gloucester, and his wife goes on the other side of my husband. We face the great dining room as if we were their tapestry, their entertainment, bright with the colours of our gowns and capes, sparkling with jewels. They gaze up at us as if we were a mask for their education. We look down at them as the gods might look down on mortals. And as the dishes go round the room, we send out the best plates to our favourites, as if to remind them that they eat at our behest. After dinner, there is dancing, and the Duke of Gloucester is quick to lead me out into a dance. We take our part, and then stand as the other couples dance their steps. "You are so charming," the Duke says to me. "They told me that John had married a heart-stealer, but I didn't believe it. How is it that I've served my country in France over and over, and yet never saw you?" I smile and say nothing. The true answer would be that while my husband was engaged in endless warfare to keep the English lands safe in France, this worthless brother of his ran away with the Countess of Anneau, Jacqueline, and took on a war all of his own to try to win her lands for himself. He wasted his fortune, and might have lost his life there, if his vagrant fancy had not wandered to her lady-in-waiting, this Eleanor, and then he ran away with her. In short, a man driven by his desires, and not by duty. A man so unlike my husband that I can hardly believe they are both sons of King Henry IV of England. "If I had seen you, I would never have come home to England," he whispers, as a turn in the dance puts us together. I don't know what to reply to this, and I don't like how he looks at me. "If I had seen you, I would never have left your side," he says. I glance over to my husband, but he's talking to the king and not looking at me. "And would you have smiled on me?" my brother-in-law asks me. "Would you smile on me now? Or are you afraid of stealing my heart from me even now?" I don't smile. I look very grave, and wonder that he should speak like this to me, his sister-in-law, with such assurance, as if he believes that I will not be able to resist him. There is something repellent and fascinating about the way he takes me by the waist, which is part of the movement of the dance, and presses me close to him, his hand warm on my back, his thigh brushing against me, which is not. "And does my brother please you as a husband?" he whispers, his breath warm on my bare neck. I lean slightly away, but he tightens his grip and holds me close. "Does he touch you as a young girl loves to be touched? Gently, but quickly?" He laughs. "Am I right, Jacquetta? Is that how you love to be touched? Gently, but quickly?" I pull away from him, and there is a swirl of colour and music, and Richard Woodville has my hand and has pulled me into the centre of the dancers and has me turning one way and then another. "Forgive me," he calls over his shoulder to the Duke. "I'm quite mistaken. I've been too long in France. I thought this was the moment that we changed partners." "No, you are too soon, but no matter," the Duke says, taking Woodville's abruptly abandoned partner by her hand and forming the chain of the dance, as Woodville and I take the little steps in the centre of the circle, and then form an arch, so everyone dances through, all the partners change again, and I move away, in the movement of the dance, away from Duke Humphrey. "What did you think of the king?" my husband asks me, coming to my bedroom that night. The sheets have been turned down for him, the pillows piled high. He gets in with a sigh of exhaustion, and I notice his lined face is grey with fatigue. Very young. He laughs shortly. "You are yourself such an old married lady." "Young even for his age," I say, "and somehow a little frail." I don't tell my husband of the sense I had of a boy as fragile as glass, as cold as thin ice. He frowns. "I believe he's strong enough, though I agree he is slight for his age. His father—" He breaks off. "Well, it means nothing now what his father was, or how he was as a boy. But God knows my brother Henry was a strong, powerful boy. At any rate, this is no time for regrets. This boy will have to follow him. He will just have to grow into greatness. What did you make of my brother?" I bite my tongue on my first response. "I don't think I've ever met anyone like him in my life before," I say honestly. He laughs shortly. "I hope he didn't speak to you in a way you didn't like." "No, he was perfectly courteous." "He thinks he can have any woman in the world. He nearly ruined us in France when he courted Jacqueline of Hainault. It was the saving of my life when he seduced her lady-in-waiting and ran off to England with her."
"Was that the Duchess Eleanor?"
"It was. Dear God, what a scandal. Everyone said she'd seduced him with love potions and witchcraft. And Jacqueline, left all alone, declaring they were married, abandoned in Hainault. Typical of Humphrey. But thank God he left her and came back to England where he can do no damage. Or at any rate less damage."
"And Eleanor?" I ask. "His wife now?"
"She was his wife's lady-in-waiting. Then his whore. Now she is his wife. So who knows what she is in her heart," my husband remarks. "But she's no friend of mine. I am the oldest brother, and so I'm heir to the throne. If anything happens to King Henry, which God forbid, then I inherit the crowns of England and France. Humphrey comes after me, second to me. She looks at me sometimes as if she would wish me away. She will be praying that you don't have a son who would put her another step from the throne. Can you see with the sight and tell me? Does she cast spells? Is she skilled? Would she ill-wish me?" I think of the woman with the dazzling sapphires and the dazzling smile and the hard eyes. I can see nothing for sure but pride and vanity and ambition. "That's bad enough," my lord says cheerfully. "She can always hire someone to do the actual spells. Should I have her watched, do you think?" I consider the brilliant woman and her handsome, whispering husband. "Yes," I say, thinking that this is a court very far from my girlhood in the sunny castles of France. "Yes, I think if I were you, I would have her watched. I would have them both watched." Penshurst, Autumn 1433. All the summer, my lord speaks with one great man and then another. Then when the seasonal fear of the plague recedes, and the Parliament returns to London, he meets with the men of the shires and the counties, and begs them for funds to wage the war in France. He invokes the support of his uncle the cardinal. He prevails upon his brother to advise the young king. Slowly they realize the service he has done for his country, and they tell him that they are so grateful that he can leave his office, retire from his work, abandon his regency in France, and return to England, where we can live in his new beautiful house. He won't come, Woodville predicts to me. We are riding in the green lanes around the field of Penshurst in Kent. We've been waiting for my lord to leave London and come to his new home for days. He won't come now, and he won't stay in England, even though they say he's earned his rest.
Is he so very tired? I haven't seen him for weeks.
He shakes his head in despair. I would say he was working himself to death, but he won't stop.
Why not, if they say that he can?
Because he would not leave men like your Uncle Louis without his leadership in Paris. He wouldn't leave France without its regent. He wouldn't allow the Armagnacs to come to the peace meetings and make their demands without him there to answer them. A peace has to come. Burgundy's ready for it, and probably talking with the Armagnacs behind our back. The Armagnacs are exhausted and out of men and funds, and you see how my lord struggles to raise an army in England. We're all of us ready for peace, and my lord will see the peace talks through. He will get peace in France before he leaves his post.
So we will have to go back to Paris?
I'm reluctant to go. I've been using this time in England like a clerk at his lessons. I've been studying English. I've been reading the books in my lord's library. I have employed a scholar to read the Alchemy texts with me and explain them. I've been looking for a herbalist to teach me the skills. I don't want to leave all this and go back to the grand palace in the starving city. We will. But if you were free to choose, would you rather stay?
I take a moment to answer. There's something in his voice that warns me that this is an important question. I look from the hedgerows, where the red pebbles of the hips gleam among the fading leaves, to the distant hills of the downs, where the beech trees are turning bronze. It's a beautiful country, I say. And actually, I prefer London to Paris.
He beams with pride. I knew you would, he says triumphantly. I knew you would. You are an English duchess. You were born to be an Englishwoman. You should live in England.
It does feel very like home, I concede. Even more than France, even more than Luxembourg. The countryside is so pretty, and the hills so green. And Paris is so poor, and the people so angry, I can't help but like it better here.
I said to my father that you were an Englishwoman in your heart.
I smile. And what did your father say?
He said that so pretty a duchess should be kept in England where she can flourish.
Where does your father live?
He has a small manor at Grafton. Our family's been there for many years. He served the Duke, your husband, and the King before him. I think he will go to war again and muster his own troop to support us when we go back to France.
Is Grafton like here?
Just as beautiful, he says proudly. You know, I wish I could take you to Grafton. I so want to take you there. I wish you could see my home.
Slowly, I glance sideways at him. I wish it too, I say. And then we are both silent. My lord stays in London and summons Richard to attend him, but every week or so the wagon comes with tapestries, furniture, or books that he has bought for the new house. Waiting in the stable yard as they unpack one of these treasure wagons, I am surprised by a dainty woman wearing the gown of a townswoman and a modest white cap, who is handed down from the back of the wagon and makes her curtsy to me.
I am Mrs. Jaudomaine, she says.
His Grace sent me to you, with these as a gift.
She nods her head, and a lad jumps out of the wagon behind her, with a wooden tray of tiny clay pots, each one holding a nodding head of a green plant. He sets the tray down at my feet, and jumps back into the wagon to fetch another and another, until I am surrounded by a little lawn of green, and Mrs. Jourdemain laughs at my delighted face. "He said you would be glad," she observes. "I am a gardener and a herbalist. He said that I should bring you these, and he has paid me for a week's work. I am to stay with you and help you plant a garden of herbs, if you wish it." "I do wish it," I say. "There is a herb garden here by the kitchen, but it's very overgrown, and I don't know what half the things are." "Tell the lad where to take the seedling trays, and we will start whenever you want," she says briskly. I call my page boy, and he leads the way for the two of them, while I go inside to fetch a broad hat to shield my face, and gloves for my first lesson as a gardener. She is an odd gardener. She orders the Penshurst senior man to make 12 beds in the old kitchen garden, and while he is digging over the soil, she lifts the little herbs, shows me their leaves and their flowers, and tells me of their properties. Each new bed is to be named for a house of the planets. "This was the comfrey bed," Ralph says stubbornly. "Where are we going to put the comfrey now?" "In the Aquarius bed," she says smoothly. Comfrey is a plant that flourishes under the water sign, and this bed here is going to be the place we grow the plants under the sign of Taurus. He puzzles over this all night, and in the morning he has a joke ready. "What will you plant there, in the Taurus bed? Bulrushes? Bulrushes?" he asks, and doubles up at his own humour. That jest keeps him laughing all day, but Mrs. Jourdemain is not disturbed. She picks out seedlings from her tray of plants and puts them before me. "Taurus is an earth sign," she says. "When the moon is in Taurus, it favours the growth of crops that live below the soil. Root crops like white and purple carrots, onions and turnips. It favours the herbs of Taurus like mint and primrose, tansy, wormwood and yarrow. We'll plant these in our Taurus bed." I am enchanted. "You have all these?" She smiles. "We can plant some of them now. Some of them will have to wait until the moon is in a different phase. But I have brought them all, in the green or in seed. Your lord commanded that you should have all the herbs of England in your garden. He said that you have a gift. Do you?" I dip my head. "I don't know. Sometimes I think I know things. Sometimes I know nothing. I'm studying his books, and I shall be glad to learn how to grow herbs and how to use them. But I have no certainty. All that I learn just teaches me that I know nothing." She smiles. "That is the very path of learning," she says. All afternoon we spend in the garden on our knees like peasant women, planting the herbs in the beds that she has prepared for them. And as the evening grows cool and the sun starts to set, I get to my feet and look around the garden that we have made. 12 regular beds fan out from the circular seat at the heart of the garden. All of them are dug over and weeded. Some of them are already planted. Mrs. Jourdemain has labelled the seedlings with their names and their properties. "Tomorrow I shall show you how to make tinctures and dry herbs," she says. "I will give you my recipes." I am so tired from our work that I sleep well, but in the night, as if the rising moon is calling to me as well as the rising sap of the plants, I wake and see the cool light lying along my bedroom floor. My maid is heavily asleep in the bed beside me. I turn back the covers and go to the window. I can hear something, like the chiming of a bell, and I put a gown around my shoulders and push open my bedroom door and then go out into the gallery. In the shadows, I can just see the outline of a woman, Mrs. Jourdemain. For a moment I step back, fearful of what she's doing in the darkness. She is standing beside one of the windows, and she has thrown it open. The singing is louder, as if the clear, sweet noise is pouring into the gallery with the moonlight. As she hears my footstep, she glances around, her face alert, as if she expects anyone, anything, but she fears nothing. "Oh, it's you," she says, though she should curtsy. "Can you hear it?" I nod. I hear it. I've never heard such a thing before. I thought it was the music of the spheres. I know it, I say sadly. I reach forwards and close the window. At once the music is muffled, and then I draw the heavy curtain to shut out both music and moonlight. She puts out her hand to stop me. "What is it?" she asks. "Why do you shut it out? What does it mean?" "It's nothing to do with you," I say. "It is for me. Let me close it out." "Why? What is it?" "I've heard it twice in my life before," I say, thinking of my little sister, who died almost as she drew her first breath, and then the sighing choir that whispered goodbye to my great-aunt. "I'm afraid it is the death of one of my family," I say quietly. "It is the singing of Melusina," and I turn from her and go down the darkened gallery to my bedroom. In the morning she shows me how to dry herbs, how to make a tisane, how to make a tincture, and how to draw the essence from flowers using a bed of wax. We are alone in the still room, the pleasant smell of crushed leaves around us, the coolness of the stone floor beneath our feet, the marble sink filled with cold water. "And does the singing tell you of a death?" she asks simply. "Yes," I say. "I pray that my mother and father are well. This seems to be the only gift I have, foreknowledge of loss." "Hard," she says shortly, and passes me a pestle and mortar with some seeds for crushing. We work together in silence for a while. Then she speaks. "There are herbs, especially for a young woman, newly married," she observes, as if to the leaves that she is washing in the sink. "Herbs that can prevent a baby, herbs that can cause one. They are in my recipe book." "You can prevent a baby?" I ask. "I can even stop one coming when a woman is already with child," she says with a nasty little smile. "Pennyroyal, mugwort, and parsley will do it. I have planted the herbs in your garden for you to use when you need. If you ever need." She glances at the flatness of my belly. "And if you want to make a baby, you have those herbs too, to your hand. Raspberry leaves from your orchard, and weeds easy enough to find, nettle leaves, and clover flowers from the field." I dust off my hands and pick up my slate and chalk. "Tell me how to prepare them," I say. Marjorie stays for more than the week that she has promised, and when she leaves, my herb garden is planted with everything but those plants that need to wait for the descending moon, and the still room already has a few jars of herbs in wine and a few bunches of herbs hung up to dry. She will go back to London in one of my lord's wagons, her servant boy with her, and I go to the stable-yard to say good-bye. As I watch her clamber nimbly into the cart, a guard of 6, with a messenger in my lord's livery of red and white, clatter into the yard, and Richard Woodville swings down from his horse. "My lady, I bring a message from my lord," he says. "He has marked it for you only." I put out my hand, though I can feel my face is trembling, and my eyes are filling with tears. I take the letter and break the seal, but I cannot see what he has written, for my sight is blurred. "You read it," I say, handing it to him. "You tell me." "I'm sure there is no cause for you to be distressed," he starts, then reads the few lines and looks at me, aghast. "I'm sorry, Your Grace. I'm so sorry. My lord writes to tell you that your father has died. There is a plague in Luxembourg, but your mother is well. She sent the news to my lord." He hesitates. He looks at me. "You knew already?" I nod. "Well, I thought it was so, though I closed the curtain on the moonlight, and I tried not to hear the music." Mrs. Jodemaine, seated beside the wagoner, looks down at me, with shrewd sympathy in her face. "Sometimes you cannot help what you hear. You cannot help what you see," she says. "May the Lord who gave you the gift give you the courage to bear it." Paris, France, December 1434 to January 1435. Woodville does not get his wish that I should see Grafton, though we stay in England for a year, and my lord never gets his wish for an adequate army to serve in France, nor, though he takes power and rules England, can he bring the King's Council or Parliament into proper order. We cannot stay in England, for the city of Paris sends for my Lord Duke, and says that the people there are besieged by robbers, mutinous soldiers, and beggars, and starving for lack of supplies. He won't refuse them, Woodville warns me. We will have to go back to Paris. The seas are rough for the crossing, and when we arrive in Calais, the garrison is so dispirited that my lord commands Woodville to stay there, raise their spirits, and prepare the soldiers for an attack on the French as soon as the weather allows. Then my lord and I prepare to press on down the muddy roads for Paris. Woodville stands in the archway of the great gate to bid us farewell. He comes beside me, and without thinking checks the tightness of the girth on my horse, as he always does. "How shall I manage without you?" I ask. His face is grim. "I shall think of you," he says. His voice is low, and he doesn't meet my eyes. "God knows I shall think of you every day." He turns from me and goes to my Lord Duke. They clasp hands, and then my lord leans down from his horse and hugs his squire. "God bless, lad. Hold this for me, and come when I send for you." "Always," Woodville says briefly. And then my lord raises his hand, and we clatter out over the drawbridge, and I realize I don't know when I'll see him again, and that I have not said goodbye, nor thanked him for his care of me, nor told him. I shake my head. There is nothing that the Duchess of Bedford should tell her husband's squire, and there is no reason for me to have tears blurring my sight of the flat road in the flat lands ahead. This time we ride in the centre of the guard. The country is lawless, and no one knows whether a French troop might be riding through, destroying everything they find. We ride at a steady canter, my lord grim-faced, exhausted by the journey, bracing himself for trouble. It is miserable in the city. We try to keep Christmas in the Hôtel de Beaumont, but the cooks are in despair of getting good meat and vegetables. Every day messengers come in from the English lands in France reporting uprisings in distant villages, where the people have sworn that they will not endure the rule of the English for another moment. It is little comfort that we hear also that the Armagnac king is also troubled with rebellions. In truth, the whole land of France is sick of war and soldiers and is crying a plague on both our houses. In the new year, my Lord Duke tells me shortly that we are leaving Paris, and I know him well enough now not to question his plans when he looks so angry and so weary at the same time. "Can you tell me if our luck will turn?" he asks sourly. "Just that." I shake my head. In truth, I think he has bad luck at his heels and sorrow at his shoulder. "You look like a widow," he says sharply. "Smile, Jacquetta." I smile at him, and I don't say that sometimes I feel like a widow too. Gisors, France, February 1435. My lord sends for Woodville to escort us from Paris to Rouen. He tells me nothing, but I fear that he thinks that the city of Paris wouldn't hold if we were to come under attack, and that we can be safe only in Rouen. He hopes to get there and negotiate for peace with the French court from the heartland of the English-held lands. Woodville comes with extra guards, his face grave, musters the guard in the stable yard, commands the order for greater safety, and helps my lord into the saddle for the first day of riding. It is a cold, damp ride, and we break the journey at the well-fortified castle of Gisors, when I wake in the night, hearing a terribly rasping noise. It is my husband, flailing in bed as if someone has him by the throat, choking and gasping for breath. I jump up and light a candle from the fire. He is tearing at his nightgown. He cannot breathe. I fling open the bedroom door and call for my maid, and send her running for Woodville and for my lord's groom of the stool. In moments my room is filled with men, and they have lifted my husband up in bed and flung open the window to give him air. His physician comes with one of the tinctures from the alchemists, and my lord sips, catches his breath, and sips again. "I am well, he croaks, waving his hand at the household who are in the room, or gathered at the door. Go, all of you, to your beds. There's nothing wrong." I see the doctor glance at Woodville, as if they too know this is a reassuring lie. But Woodville ushers everyone from the room, telling only one man to wait at the door in case of need. Finally, the doctor, my lord, Woodville, and I are alone. "I shall send for the physician from Paris," Woodville says to my husband. "Fear not, I will send for him now." "Yes," he says heavily. "There is a weight in my chest. A weight like lead. I can't breathe." "Do you think you could sleep?" "If you raised me up in the bed, but I can't lie flat. I'm tired, Richard. I'm as tired as a beaten dog." "I will sleep outside your door," Woodville says. "The Duchess can call me if you wake." "She had better go to another room," my husband says. "This is no place for her." They all look at me as if I am a child who should be spared any distress. "I shall stay with you," I say, "and in the morning I will get some lemon and parsley and make you a drink that will restore your breath." My lord looks at me. "You are my greatest treasure," he says again. "But go to your lady's room for this night. I don't want to wake you again." I wrap my night cloak around me and put some slippers on my feet. "Call me if my lord is taken ill again," I say to Woodville. He bows. "I will, my lady, and I will sleep on the pallet bed on the floor beside him so I can watch over his sleep." I move to the door, but my lord delays me with his hand raised. "Stand there," he says. I stand as he bids me, before the open window, and the frosty air comes into the room. "Put out the lights," my lord says. The men snuff the candles, and the moonlight shines a clear white light into the room, falling on my head and shoulders and illuminating the white of my nightgown. I see Woodville steal a glance at me, a longing glance, and then he quickly looks away.
Melusina and the moon,
my lord says quietly. Jacquetta, I remind him. I am Jacquetta. He closes his eyes. He is asleep. 2 days later, he is a little better. They bring him news of the Calais garrison, and he opens the letter and reads it in silence while we are seated at breakfast in the great hall. He looks around for Woodville.
"Trouble at Calais," he says. "You'd better get back there, lick the men into order, then come back to me."
"Are they under attack?" Sir Richard asks coolly, as if he were not being ordered to ride into unknown dangers.
"Their wages haven't been paid again," my lord says. "I'll give you a draft on my own treasury. Try to satisfy them. I will write to England for funds."
Woodville does not look at me at all.
"Will you be able to continue on to Rouen?" he asks. "I'll manage," my lord says.
"I will help him," I say. It is as if I've not spoken. Neither man pays me any attention.
"Go then," my lord says shortly.
Woodville grips my lord's hand as if he would hold him, and then turns to me for the briefest of moments. I notice once more how very blue his eyes are, and then he has bowed and gone away. He hardly said goodbye. We go on by gentle stages to Rouen. My lord is not well enough to ride. He travels in a litter, and his big war horse is led beside it. It goes uneasily, unhappy, with an empty saddle, its head drooping as if it fears the loss of its master. My lord lies in the grand litter that he commissioned for me, drawn by white mules, but he can get no rest in the jolting of the long journey. It is like watching a great plough horse come wearily to the end of a field, at the end of a long day. My lord is drained of energy, and looking at him, I can almost feel his deathly fatigue in my own young bones. Rouen, France, September 1435. All through the long summer at Rouen, my lord summons his lawyer and the councillors who have served him and helped to rule France for the 13 hard years of his regency. Each day the envoys come and go from the peace conference that they are holding at Arras. Each day my lord has them come to him and tell them of the progress they have made. He offers the young King of England in marriage to a French princess to resolve the conflict over the crown of France. He offers to leave the whole of the south of France under the rule of the Armagnacs. He cannot yield more. But they demand that the English leave all of France, deny our right to the throne, as if we have not spent nearly 100 years fighting for it. Each day my lord suggests new concessions, or a new way of writing the treaty, and each day his messengers take the high road to Arras as he watches the sunset through the windows of the castle at Rouen. Then one evening I see the messenger gallop from our stable yard and take the road to Calais. My lord has sent for Richard Woodville, and then he sends for me. His lawyer brings his will to him, and he commands that they make alterations. His entailed property will go to his male heir, his nephew, the young King of England. He smiles ruefully.
"I don't doubt he needs it badly," he says. "There's not a penny left in the royal treasury, and I don't doubt he will waste it. He will give it away too readily. He's a generous boy. But it is his by rights, and his council will advise him. God help him between the advice of my brother and my uncle."
To me, he leaves my dower share, 1/3 of his fortune. "My lord," I stammer.
"It is yours. You've been my wife, and you have served me as a good wife. You deserve no less. Everything will be yours,
while you carry my name.
I didn't expect...
No, nor I. Truly, I did not expect to be making my will so soon. But it is your right, and my wish that you should have your share. But more than this, I will leave you my books, Jacquetta. My beautiful books. They will be yours now.
They are treasures indeed. I kneel at his bedside and put my cheek to his cold hand. Thank you. You know I will study them and keep them safe. He nods.
In the books, Jacquetta, in one of them, somewhere, is the answer that all men seek. The recipe for eternal life, for the pure water, for the gold that comes from soot, from dark matter. Perhaps you will read and find it when I am long gone.
There are tears in my eyes. Don't say it, my lord.
Go away now, child. I need to sign this and then sleep.
I curtsy and slip from the room and leave him with the lawyers. He does not allow me to come to him till the afternoon of the next day, and even in that short time I see that he has lost a little more ground. His dark eyes are duller, the great beak of his nose seems bigger in his thinner face. I can see he is failing. He sits in his great chair, a chair as big as a throne, facing the window so that he can see the road to Arras, where the peace talks are still bickering on. The evening sunlight shines in the window, making everything glow. I think this may be his last evening, that he may be setting with the sun.
This is where I first saw you. In this very castle, do you remember?
He asks, watching the sun go down into clouds of gold, and a pale ghost of a moon rise in the sky.
We were in this castle, in the entry hall of this very castle, for the trial of the maid.
I remember. I remember only too well. But I have never reproached him with the death of Joan, though I do reproach myself for not speaking out for her.
Odd that I should be here to burn one maid, and then find another, he says. I burned her as a witch, but I wanted you for your skills. Odd that. I wanted you the moment I saw you. Not as a wife, for I was married to Anne then. I wanted you as a treasure. I believed you had the sight. I knew you were descended from Melusina, and I thought you might bring the stone to me.
I am sorry, I say. I'm sorry I was not more skilled.
Oh.
He makes a dismissive gesture with his hand.
It was not to be. Perhaps if we had more time. But you did see a crown, didn't you? And a battle, and a queen with horseshoes on backward. The victory of my house, and the inheritance of my nephew and his line going on forever.
Yes, I say, to reassure him, though none of this was ever clear to me. I saw your nephew on the throne, and I'm sure that he will hold France. It won't be him who loses Calais.
You are sure of that?
At least I can promise him this. I am sure it won't be him who loses Calais. He nods and sits in silence for a moment. Then he says very quietly,
Jacquetta, would you take off your gown?
I'm so surprised that I flinch a little and step back. My gown?
Yes. And your linen. Everything.
I feel myself glow with embarrassment. You want to see me naked? He nods. Now?
Yes. I mean in this daylight? In the sunset. Yes. I have no choice. If you command it, my lord. I rise up from my chair, and I untie the lacing on my top gown and let it drop to my feet. I step out of it, and shyly put it to one side. I take off my ornate headdress and shake the plaits out of my hair. My hair falls over my face as a sort of veil to shield me. And then I slip off my linen petticoats and the fine under petticoat of silk, and I stand before him, naked. "Raise your hands," he commands. His voice is calm. He is looking at me without desire, but with a sort of thoughtful pleasure. I realize that I've seen him look at pictures, at tapestries, at statues like this. I am, at this moment, what I've always been to him, an object of beauty. He has never loved me, as a woman. Obediently, I raise my hands over my head, like a swimmer about to dive into deep water. The tears in my eyes are now running down my cheeks at the thought that I have been his wife, and his bedfellow, his companion and his duchess, and even now, though he is near to death, still, he does not love me. He has never loved me. He never will love me. He gestures that I should turn a little to one side, so the last rays of golden sunlight shall fall on my bare skin, turning my flanks and belly and breasts to gold too. "A girl of flame," he says quietly. "A golden maid. I am glad to have seen such a thing before I died." I stand obediently still, though I can feel sobs shaking my slight body. At this moment of his death, he sees me as an object transmuted into gold. He does not see me. He does not love me. He does not even want me for myself. His eyes go over every inch of me, thoughtfully, dreamily, but he doesn't notice my tears. And when I get dressed again, I wipe them away in silence. "I'll rest now," he says. "I am glad to have seen such a thing. Tell them to get me into bed, and I will sleep." His servants come in. They make him comfortable in his bed, and then I kiss his forehead and leave him for the night. As it happens, that is the last time I see him, for he dies in his sleep that night. And so that was the last he saw of me, not a loving wife, but a statue, gilded by the setting sun. They call me at about 7 in the morning, and I go to his room and see him, almost as I left him. He seems peacefully asleep. Only the slow, low tolling of the single bell in the tower of Rouen Cathedral tells the household and the city that the great Lord John is dead. Then the women come to wash and lay out his body. The master of the household starts to make the plans for his lying in at the cathedral. The joiner orders wood and starts to make his coffin. And only Richard Woodville thinks to draw me aside, stunned and silent as I am, from all the bustle and work, and takes me back to my own rooms. He orders breakfast for me, and hands me over to the ladies of my chamber, telling them to see that I eat and then rest. The sempstress and the tailors will come at once to measure us up for our mourning clothes. The shoemaker will come to make black slippers for me. The glove-maker will produce dozens of pairs of black gloves for me to distribute to my household. They will order black cloth to swathe the way to the cathedral, and black capes for the 100 poor men who will be hired to follow the coffin. My lord will be buried in Rouen Cathedral, and there will be a procession of lords and a great service to bid him farewell, and everything must be done exactly as he would have wished it, with dignity, in the English style. I spend the day writing to everyone to announce the death of my husband. I write to my mother to tell her that I am a widow like her. My lord has died. I write to the King of England, to the Duke of Burgundy, to the Holy Roman Emperor, to the other kings, to Yolande of Aragon. The rest of the time, I pray. I attend every service of the day in our private chapel, and in the meantime the monks at the Rouen Cathedral will watch and pray all the hours of the day and night over my husband's body, which is guarded with 4 knights at every point of the compass, a vigil that will only end with his funeral. I wait, in case God has some guidance for me. I wait on my knees, in case I can come to some understanding that my husband has been called to his reward, that at last he has come to lands that he doesn't have to defend. But I hear and see nothing. Not even Melusina whispers a lament for him. I wonder if I have lost my sight, and whether the brief glimpses I had in the mirror were the last views of another world that I will not see again. In the evening, about the hour of sunset, Richard Woodville comes to my rooms and asks me, will I dine in the great hall of the castle among the men and women of our household, or will I be served alone in my rooms? I hesitate. If you feel you can come to the hall, it would cheer them to see you, he says. There are many in deep grief for my lord, and they would like to see you among them, and of course your household will have to be broken up, and they would like to see you before they have to leave. The household broken up? I ask foolishly. He nods. Of course, my lady. A new regent for France will be appointed by the English court, and you will be sent to the court at England, for them to arrange a new marriage for you. I look at him quite aghast. I cannot think of marrying again. I am not likely to find another husband who asks me for nothing more than that he can see me naked. Another husband is likely to be far more demanding. Another husband will force himself on me. And another husband is almost certain to be wealthy and powerful and old. But the next old man will not let me study. He will not leave me alone. He is certain to want a son and heir from me. He will buy me like a heifer to be put to the bull. I can squeal like a heifer in the meadow, but he will mount me. Truly, I cannot bear to be married again. His smile is bitter. Both you and I will have to learn to serve a new master, he says. Alas, for us. I am silent, and then I say, I will go to the hall for dinner if you think everyone would like it. They would, he says. Can you walk in on your own? I nod. My ladies arrange themselves behind me, and Richard walks before me to the double doors of the great hall. The noisy chatter behind the doors is quieter than usual. This is a house of mourning. The guards throw the doors open, and I go in. At once, all the talk stops, and there is a sudden hush. Then there is a rumble and a clatter, as every man rises to his feet, pushing back benches and stools, and every man pulls off his hat and stands bareheaded as I go by, the hundreds and hundreds of them, showing respect to me as the Duke's young widow, showing their love to him who is gone, and their sorrow at their loss and mine. I walk through them, and I hear them whispering, God bless you, my lady, in a low mutter as I go by, all the way to the dais at the top of the hall, and I stand behind the high table, alone. I thank you for your kind wishes, I say to them, my voice ringing like a flute in the big raftered hall. My Lord Duke is dead, and we all feel the loss of him. You will all be paid your wages for another month, and I will recommend you to the new regent of France as good and trustworthy servants. God bless my lord the Duke, and God save the King. God bless my lord the Duke, and God save the King." "That was well done," Woodville says to me as we walk back to my private rooms. "Especially the wages. And you will be able to pay them. My lord was a good master. There is enough in the treasury to pay the wages, and even some pensions for the older men. You yourself will be a very wealthy woman." I pause in a little bay window and look out over the darkened town. An oval three-quarter moon is rising, warm yellow in colour, in the deep indigo sky. I should be planting herbs that need a waxing moon at Penshurst. But then I realise that I will never see Penshurst again. "And what will happen to you?" I ask. He shrugs. "I will go back to Calais, and then when the new captain is appointed, I will go home to England. I will find a master whom I can respect, offer him my service. Perhaps I will come back to France in an expedition. Or if the king does make peace with the Armagnacs, then perhaps I will serve the king at the English court. Perhaps I will go to the Holy Land and become a crusader." "But I won't see you," I say, as the thought suddenly strikes me. "You won't be in my household. I don't even know where I will live. And you could go anywhere. We won't be together any more." I look at him as the thought comes home to me. "We won't see each other any more." "No," he says. "This will be where we part. Perhaps we will never see each other again." I gasp. The thought that I will never see him again is so momentous that I cannot grasp it. I give a shaky laugh. "It doesn't seem possible. I see you every day. I am so accustomed. You are always here. I have walked with you, or ridden with you, or been with you every day for, what, more than 2 years? Ever since my wedding day. I am used to you." I break off for fear of sounding too weak. "What I'm really thinking is, who will look after Mary? Who will keep her safe?" "Your new husband?" he suggests. "I don't know. I can't imagine that. I can't imagine you not being here. And Mary—" "What about Mary?" "She doesn't like strange men," I say foolishly. "She only likes you." "My lady." I fall silent at the intensity of his tone. "Yes?" He takes my hand and tucks it under his elbow and walks me down the gallery. To any of my ladies seated at the far end by the fire, it looks as if we are walking together, planning the next few days, as we have always talked together, constant companions, the Duchess and her faithful knight. But this time he keeps his hand on mine, and his fingers are burning as if he has a fever. This time his head is turned so close to me that if I looked up at him, our lips would brush. I walk with my head averted. I must not look up at him so that our lips brush. "I cannot know what the future will bring us," he says in a rapid undertone. "I cannot know where you will be given in marriage, nor what life might hold for me. But I can't let you go without telling you at least once, that I love you." I snatch a breath at the words. "Woodville." "I can offer you nothing. I am next to nothing, and you are the greatest lady in France. But I wanted you to know I love you, and I want you, and I have done since the day I first saw you." I have to tell you. You have to know. I have loved you honourably, as a knight should do his lady, and I have loved you passionately, as a man might a woman. And now, before I leave you, I want to tell you that I love you. I love you." He breaks off and looks at me desperately. "I had to tell you," he repeats. I feel as if I'm becoming as golden and as warm as alchemy could make me. I feel myself smiling, glowing at these words. At once, I know that he's telling the truth, that he is in love with me. And at once, I recognize the truth, that I am in love with him. And he has told me, he has said the words. I have captured his heart. He loves me, dear God, he loves me. And God knows, though Richard does not, that I love him. Without another word, we turn into a little room at the end of the gallery, and he closes the door behind us, and he takes me in his arms in one swift, irresistible movement. I raise my head to him, and he kisses me. My hands stroke from his cropped, handsome head to his broad shoulders, and I hold him to me, closer and still closer. I feel the muscle of his shoulders under his jerkin, the prickle of his short hair at the back of his neck. "I want you," he says in my ear, "not as a duchess, and not as a squire. I want you just as a woman, as my woman." He drops his head and kisses my shoulder, where the neck of the gown leaves my shoulder bare for his touch. He kisses my collarbone, my neck, up to my jawline. I bury my face in his hair, in the crook of his neck, and he gives a little groan of desire, and thrusts his fingers in my headdress, pulling the gold net off, so that my hair comes tumbling down, and he rubs his face in it. "I want you as a woman, an ordinary woman," he repeats breathlessly, pulling at the laces of my gown. "I don't want the sight. I don't want your ancestry. I don't know anything about alchemy, or the mysteries, or the water goddess. I am a man of the earth, of ordinary things, an Englishman. I don't want mysteries. I just want you. As an ordinary woman, I have to have you." "You would bring me down to earth," I say slowly, raising my head. He hesitates, looks down into my face. "Not to diminish you," he says. "Never that. I want you to be whatever you are. But this is who I am. I don't know about the other world, and I don't care about it. I don't care about saints or spirits or goddesses or the stone. All I want is to lie with you, Jacquetta." We both register this, his first ever use of my name. "Jacquetta, I just desire you, as if you were an ordinary woman, and I, an ordinary man." "Yes," I say. I can feel a sudden pulse of desire. "Yes, I don't care about anything else." His mouth is on mine again. His hands are pulling at the neck of my gown, unfastening my belt. "Lock the door," I say, as he shrugs out of his jerkin and draws me towards him. The moment when he enters me, I feel a searing pain, which melts into a pleasure that I have never felt before, and so I don't care about the pain. But I do know, even as we move towards ecstasy, that it is a woman's pain, and that I have become a woman of earth and fire, and I am no longer a girl of water and air. "We have to prevent a child," Woodville says to me. We have had a week of secret meetings, and we are dizzy with desire and delight in each other. My lord's funeral has come and gone, and I am waiting to hear from my mother as to what she will command me to do. We are beginning, only slowly, to see beyond the blindness of desire, and to wonder what the future will hold for us. "I take herbs," I say. "After that first night I took some herbs. There will be no child. I have made sure of it. "I wish you could foresee what will become of us," he says, "for I really cannot let you go." "Hush," I caution him. The women are nearby, sewing and talking amongst themselves, but they are accustomed to Richard Woodville coming to my rooms every day. There has been much to plan and arrange, and Richard has always been in constant attendance. "It's true," he says, his voice lower. "It's true, Jacquetta. I cannot let you go." "Then you will have to hold me," I reply, smiling down at my work. "The king will command that you go to England," he says. "I can't just kidnap you." I steal a quick glance at his frowning face. "Really, you should just kidnap me," I prompt. "I'll think of something," he swears. That night, I take the bracelet that my great-aunt gave me, the charm bracelet for foretelling the future. I take a charm shaped like a little ring, a wedding ring, and I take a charm shaped like a ship to represent my voyage to England. And I take a charm in the shape of the castle of St. Paul, in case I am summoned back home. I think that I will tie each of them to a thread, put them in the deepest water of the River Seine, and see which thread comes to my hand after the moon has changed. I am about to start tying the threads on the little charms, when I stop and laugh at myself. I'm not going to do this. There is no need for me to do this. I am a woman of earth now, not a girl of water. I am not a maid. I am a lover. I'm not interested in foreseeing. I will make my own future, not predict it. I don't need a charm to tell me what I hope will happen. I throw the gold charm, which is like a wedding ring, up in the air and catch it before it falls. This is my choice. I don't need magic to reveal my desire. The enchantment is already done. I am in love. I am sworn to a man of earth. I'm not going to give this man up. All I have to do is consider how we can stay together. I put the bracelet aside and draw a piece of paper to me and start to write to the King of England. From the Dowager Duchess of Bedford to His Grace the King of England and France. Your Grace and dear nephew, I greet you well. As you know, my late lord has left me dower lands and funds in England, and with your permission I will come home and set my affairs in order. My lord's master of horse, Sir Richard Woodville, will accompany me and my household. I await your royal permission. I put the charm bracelet away in the purse and return it to my jewel case. I don't need a spell to foresee the future. I am going to make it happen. England, summer 1436. The English court is at its summer pursuit of hunting, travelling, and flirtation. The young King of England starts and ends his day in prayer, but rides out like a carefree boy for the rest of his day. Richard and I attend the young king as companions and friends. We hunt, dance, play at the summer sports, and join with the court. Nobody knows that every night Richard comes secretly to my room, and the best part of the day, the only part of the day when we are alone together, begins. My dower lands are transferred into my name. The bulk of my lord's great fortune has been paid to his nephew, the king. Our house in Paris is gone, lost to the Armagnac king, whose star has risen since the death of my lord. My lord's beloved house of Penshurst has gone to his brother Humphrey, Duke of Gloucester, and Eleanor Cobham, the lady-in-waiting who betrayed the trust of her mistress, now walks down the beautiful alleys and admires the roses in the garden as if she were worthy. She will cut the herbs that I planted. She will hang them to dry in my still room. She will take my place in the hall. I resent the loss of nothing from my married life but this. The two of them, the handsome Duke and his beautiful wife, are burning up with pride, and this is their summer of glory. Now that my husband is dead, the two of them are next in line to the throne, and every time the young king coughs at dinner, or mounts a horse that looks too strong for him, I see the Duchess's head come up, like a hound hearing the horn. Their desire for the throne locks them in conflict with their uncle, Cardinal Beaufort, and the whole court mourns the loss of my husband, who was the only man who could hold these rivals together. The young king is advised by the Duke in the morning, and by the Cardinal in the afternoon, and by evening he has no idea what he thinks about anything. I am lulled like a fool by my happiness. I observe Eleanor Cobham, but I bear her no malice. I include her in the dazed pity I feel for everyone who is not me, who is not loved by Richard Woodville. She doesn't sleep next to a man she loves. She doesn't know his touch as the early summer dawn turns the windows to pearl. She doesn't know the whisper in the cool morning. Oh, stay, stay, just once more. I think nobody in the whole world knows what it is to be in love, to be so beloved. The summer days go by in a haze of desire, but the summer must come to an end. When September comes, I will have been widowed for a year, and the king's advisers will be considering a new marriage for me. They will want to employ me to bind a difficult English lord more closely to the throne. They will want to put my dower lands into the pocket of a favourite. Perhaps they will find a foreign prince who would take me as a wife to enforce an alliance. They will put me where it suits them, and unless we awake and rise up from our enchantment, then I predict I will be married off by Christmas. Richard is well aware of this danger, but he cannot think how we can prevent it. Richard says that he will go to the king and his council and tell them that he loves me and wants to marry me, but he cannot bring himself to do it. The disgrace would fall on me, and I would be no longer a duchess, but a commoner's wife, no longer the first lady in the kingdom, but a woman of earth indeed. At best, the fortune that my husband left me would be confiscated, and we would be left with nothing. At the worst, they could arrest Richard for assaulting one of the royal family, send me to a convent, and then marry me off to a man commanded to control me, warning him that his wife is a whore, and had better be taught submission. As each dreamy, warm summer day goes by, we know that we are closer to the moment when we will have to part, or face the danger of confessing. Richard torments himself with his fear that he will be the ruin of me. I am only afraid that he will leave me in a fit of self-sacrifice. He says I will be ruined if he declares his love, and he will be destroyed if he does not. The wise woman, Marjorie Jodomain, visits the court, selling love potions, telling fortunes, scrying, and divining for lost things. Half of what she does is nonsense, but I have faith in her skills as a herbalist. I summon her to my rooms, and she comes discreetly late one evening, a hood drawn over her head, a scarf over her mouth. "And what does the beautiful Duchess want?" she asks me. I can't help but giggle at the emphasis. "What do you call the other Duchess?" I ask. "I call her the Royal Duchess," she says. "And so I please you both. She prefers the thought of the crown to anything. All I can do for her is put her closer to the throne. But what can I do for you?" I shake my head. I don't want to speculate about the succession. It is treason even to suggest that the young king is not strong and healthy, and he is both. "I'll tell you what I want," I say. "I want an herbal drink to make a baby." She slides a sideways look at me. You want a baby, though you have no husband? It's not for me, I lie quickly. It's for a friend. And is the friend the same age and build as you? She asks impertinently. I have to know. For the herbs. You can make it as if you were making it for me, and give me the recipe. She nods. It'll be ready tomorrow. You, your friend, should drink it every evening. I nod. Thank you. That will be all. She hesitates at the doorway. Any woman who dares to make her own destiny will always put herself in danger, she remarks, almost at random. And you, of all people, might foresee this. I smile at her warning, and then on impulse I put out my hand to her and make the gesture, the circle drawn in the air with the forefinger. Fortune's wheel. She understands. She smiles in reply and goes. I wait a month, 2 months. Then quietly, at midnight, at the end of summer, Richard lets himself into my room, and I slip into his arms. I have news for you, I say. I pour him a glass of the best wine from Gascony. There is a bubble of laughter inside me at the words. I could laugh aloud at my sudden sense of daring, at my joy, at the intensity of my happiness. Good news? He asks. Good news, I say. My love, I have to tell you, but now I come to it, I hardly know how to tell you. I am with child. The glass falls from his hands and cracks on the stone floor. He doesn't even turn his head to see the damage. He's deaf to the noise and oblivious to the cost. What? I am with child, I say steadily. A good month into my time. What? Actually, I think she'll be a girl, I say. I think she will be born early next summer. What? He says again. The giggle in my heart threatens to burst out, but his appalled expression doesn't frighten me. Beloved, I say patiently, be happy. I am carrying your child. Nothing in the world could make me more happy than I am tonight. This is the start of everything for me. I am a woman of earth at last. I am fertile ground, and a seed is growing inside me. He drops his head into his hands. I have been your ruin, he says. God forgive me. I will never forgive myself. I love you more than anything in this world, and I have been the road to your ruin. No, I say. Don't speak of ruin. This is wonderful. This is the solution to everything. We will get married. We will have to get married, he exclaims. Or you will be shamed. But if we marry, you are disgraced. God, what a trap I have put myself in. And what a trap I have put you in. This is the way out of the trap, I say. For nobody will make us deny our marriage if we have exchanged our vows and have a child on the way. The council, my mother, the king, everyone will have to accept it. And though they won't like it, they will come to bear it. They say that the king's own mother married Owen Tudor without permission, and was disgraced. She slept with the keeper of her wardrobe and never came back to court. Her own son changed the law of the land to prevent a royal widow ever doing such a thing again. That law applies to you. She survived, I say steadily, and she has 2 handsome boys, half-brothers to the king.
Richard, I cannot live without you. I cannot marry another man. We were driven by desire to become lovers, and now we are driven on to marry. I don't want to be your ruin, he says. God forgive me, though I desire you, I won't desire that. I despised Owen Tudor for conceiving a child on the queen he should have served. A man who ruined a woman he should have laid down his life to protect. And now I have been as selfish as him. I should leave right now. I should go on crusade. I should be hanged for treason. I take a long pause, and then I raise my eyes and give him a look as limpid as a forest pool. Oh, have I been mistaken in you? Have I been long mistaken? Do you not love me? Don't you want to marry me? Shall you cast me aside? He drops to his knees. Before God, I love you and cherish you more than anything in the world. Of course I want to marry you. I love you, heart and soul. Then I accept, I say gleefully. I shall be happy to be your wife. He shakes his head. I should be honoured to marry you, my love. You are far, far above my deserts, but I so fear for you. The thought strikes him. And for our child. Gently he puts his hand on my belly. My God, a child. I shall have to keep the two of you safe. I shall have two to care for now. I shall be Jacquetta Woodville, I say dreamily, turning the name over. Jacquetta Woodville. And she will be Elizabeth Woodville. Elizabeth? You are sure it is a girl? I'm sure. She will be Elizabeth, the first of many children. If they don't behead me for treason. They won't behead you. I shall speak to the king, and I shall speak to Queen Catherine, his mother, if I have to. And we will be happy. When he leaves me that night, he is still torn between delight that we are to marry and remorse that he has led me into trouble. I sit up at my window, my hand on my belly, and I look at the moon. Tonight there is a new moon. In the first quarter, a good moon for new beginnings, new hopes, and for the start of a new life. On a whim, I take out the cards that my great-aunt gave me, and I spread them out face down before me. My hand covers one card and then another before I choose one. It is my favourite card of all, the Queen of Cups, the Queen of Water and of Love, Melusina's own card, a card of insight and tenderness. A girl whose card this is will be a queen herself, a beloved queen. I shall marry your father, I say to the little spark of life inside me, and I shall bring you into the world. I know you will be beautiful, for your father is the most handsome man in England, but I wonder what you will do with your life, and how far you will go when it all becomes clear to you, when you too see the man whom you love and know the life that you want. Grafton, Northamptonshire, Autumn 1436. We wait till the court is on its slow way back to London, staying overnight at Northampton. Early one morning, before my ladies are stirring, I slip out of my rooms and meet Richard at the stables. He has Mary saddled and bridled, and his own war horse ready to go, and we ride down the little road to his home village of Grafton. A priest lives here alone in his retreat, and there is a little chapel near to the manor house. Richard's father is waiting there,
his face stern and anxious, and he has brought 3 witnesses. Richard goes to find the priest, as his father steps forward.
"I hope you know what you're doing, Your Grace,"
he says bluntly, as he helps me down from my horse. "I am marrying the finest man I have ever known."
"It will cost you dear,"
he warns. "It would be worse to lose him." He nods as if he's not so sure, but he offers me his arm and walks me into the chapel. At the eastern end there is a little stone altar, a cross and a candle burning. Before it stands the priest in the brown gown of the Franciscan order, and beside him Richard, turning and smiling shyly at me, as if we were before a crowd of hundreds and wearing cloth of gold. I walk to the altar, and just as I start to respond to the priest's gentle prompting of our vows, the sun comes out and shines through the circular stained-glass window above the altar. For a moment, I forget what I am to say. There is a veil of colours at our feet on the stone floor of the chapel, and I think dizzily that I am here, now, marrying the man that I love, and that one day I will stand here when my daughter marries the man of her choice, rainbows beneath her feet, and a crown before her. The sudden vision makes me hesitate, and Richard looks at me.
"If you have any doubts, a moment's doubt, we need not marry," he says quickly. "I will think of something. I will make you safe, my love."
I smile up at him, the tears in my eyes making a rainbow around him, too. I have no doubts. I turn to the priest. "Go on." He leads us through our vows, and then declares us man and wife. Richard's father kisses my cheek and gives his son a powerful hug. Richard turns and pays the 3 clerks he has hired as witnesses, and tells them that if he calls on them, they must remember the day and the time, and that we were truly married in the sight of God. And he puts his family ring on my finger, and gives me a purse of gold before them all, to prove that I am his wife, that he trusts me with his honour and his fortune. "What now?" his father asks grimly, as we come out of the chapel into the sunshine. "Back to court," Richard says. "And when the moment serves us, we will have to tell the king."
"He will forgive you," his father predicts. "He is a young man, quick to forgive anything. It is his advisers who will cause your difficulties. They will call you a mountebank, my son. They will say you are pretending to a lady too far above you."
Richard shrugs.
"They can say what they like, as long as they leave her with her fortune and her reputation," he says.
His father shakes his head, as if he's not sure of that either, and then helps me onto my horse.
"Send for me if you need me," he says gruffly. "I am yours to command, Your Grace, and your honour is in my keeping too."
"You can call me Jacquetta," I say.
He pauses. "I was your late husband's chamberlain," he says. "It is not right that I should call you by your given name."
"You were his chamberlain, and I was his duchess. But now, God bless him, he has gone from us, and the world is different, and I am your daughter-in-law," I say. "And at first they will say that Richard has leaped up, but then they will see that we are going to rise together."
"How high?" he asks dryly. "The higher you rise, the greater the fall."
"I don't know how high we will rise," I say stoutly, "and I have no fear of falling." He looks at me.
"You are ambitious to rise?"
"We are all on fortune's wheel," I say. "Without a doubt we will rise. We may fall, but still I have no fear of it." Westminster Palace, London, autumn 1436. The baby is not yet showing through the graceful sweep of my gowns, though I know that she is growing. My breasts are bigger and tender to the touch, and more than anything else, I have a sense of being in company, everywhere I go, even when I am asleep. I decide to take the news of the baby and the marriage to the King's Council before the anniversary of my husband's death, before anyone proposes another marriage for me, and so forces me to defy them. I try to choose a good time, but the council is torn between Cardinal Beaufort and his ally, the Earl of Suffolk, William de la Pole, and their great rival Humphrey, Duke of Gloucester, and his court. There is never a time when they are not fretting about safety in the country and empty chests in the treasury. There is never a moment when they can agree what should be done. I wait for a week after our wedding, and then I visit the great favourite William de la Pole in his rooms in Westminster Palace, in the quiet hour before dinner. "I am honoured," he says, putting a chair before his table for me. "And what can I do for you, Your Grace?" "I have to ask for your help in a matter of some delicacy," I say. This is not easy, but I press on. "A personal matter." "A personal matter for a beautiful duchess," he says. "I take it this is a matter of the heart." He makes it sound like a girl's folly. I retain my smile. "Indeed," I say. "To be blunt, sir, I have married without permission, and I am hoping that you will take the news to the king and speak for me." There is a painful silence. Then he says, "Married?" "Yes." His gaze is sharp. "And who have you married?" "A gentleman." "Not a nobleman?" "No, a gentleman." "And he is?" "Richard Woodville, of my household." His gleam of amusement is instantly hidden as he drops his eyes to the papers on the table before him. I know he will be thinking how he can take advantage of my folly. "And this is a love match, I take it?" "Yes." "You were not prevailed upon, nor forced. It was done legally, with your consent. There are no grounds for an annulment or a denial. If he seduced you, or even persuaded you, then he can be arrested and hanged." "There are no grounds for denial, and I want no grounds. This is the husband of my choice. This is a marriage I desired." "Desire?" he asks coldly, as if he's never felt it. He forces me to be shameless. "Desire," I confirm. "The gentleman is to be congratulated. There are many men who would have been glad of your desire. Any man would be glad of your consent. Indeed, the council has been considering your next husband. Several names were proposed." I hide a smile at this. There is almost no council but him, Cardinal Beaufort, and the Duke of Gloucester. If names were proposed, then it will be this man who was proposing them. "The matter is already settled," I say stoutly, "and we are wedded and bedded. There is nothing that can be done. Whoever they have chosen for me is proposed too late. I am married to a good man. He has been very kind to me since the death of my Lord John." "And I see you have been very kind to him," he says with a little snigger. "Exceptionally kind. Well, I will tell his Grace the King, and you can ask him for forgiveness." I nod. It would help me if William de la Pole would recommend this to the king. The king is always given to the opinion of the last man who spoke to him, and the 3 councillors compete to be the last out of the door. Do you think he will be very angry? The king is a boy of 15. It is ridiculous that I should fear his anger. No, but I'm sure that his council will advise that you must be exiled from court, and they will fine you. I nod. But you could persuade them to be kind. They will fine you heavily, he warns. "The king's treasury is short of money, and they all know you have the Bedford fortune. And it is a serious offence to marry without the king's permission. They will say that you don't deserve the money."
"I have only my dower," I say. "Most of the fortune has already gone to the king, and he has given it to his favourites."
I don't say you among them, but we know that's what I mean.
"My lord's brother, the Duke Humphrey, had the rest. I didn't keep Penshurst."
"You have the dower of a royal duchess, but you have chosen to be the woman of a squire. I think you will find they will want your dower. You may find you have to live as the wife of a squire. I only hope that in a few years' time you still think you have made a good bargain."
"I hope you will help me," I say. "I am counting on you." He just sighs. He's right. £1,000 in gold they demand from us, and they order Richard to return to his post at Calais. Richard is aghast. "My God! A fortune! We will never raise it. It's the price of a house and an estate. It is greater than my father's entire fortune, greater than any inheritance I could hope for, greater than anything I could win. They mean to ruin us. They are forcing us to part." I nod. "They are punishing us.
They are destroying us."
"We can find the money," I say. "And we are banished from court, but we don't care. Do we? We can go together to Calais." He shakes his head.
"I'm not taking you there. I'm not taking you into danger. The Earl of Suffolk has offered me a property where you can live. He's taken most of your wealth as a fine, and he's prepared to take the rest as a rent. He has said he will lease his manor at Grafton to us. It's not much of a favour, since we can't afford to pay him, but he knows I want it. It's near my home. I've had my eye on it since I was a boy."
"I will sell my jewels," I say, "and books, if we have to. I have lands that we can borrow on, some things that we can sell to raise the rent. This is the price of our life together."
"I have reduced you to the position of a squire's wife with a nobleman's debt," he says furiously. "You should hate me. I've betrayed you."
"How much do you love me?" I counter. I take his hands in mine, and I hold them to my heart. I can feel him catch his breath at my touch. He pauses and looks at me.
"More than life itself. You know that."
"If you had to put a price on it?"
"A king's ransom. A fortune."
"Then consider, husband mine, that we have a bargain. For our marriage has cost us only £1,000. His face lightens.
"Jacquetta, you are my joy. You are worth tens of thousands."
"Then pack your things, for we can leave court this afternoon," I say.
"This afternoon? Do you want us to flee from disgrace?"
"I want us to be at your home tonight." He hesitates for a moment, and then his smile breaks out as he realizes what I am saying.
"We will spend our first night together, as a married couple. We will go to our bedroom as husband and wife, and tomorrow we will go to breakfast together, openly. Ah, Jacquetta, this is the start of everything."
He bows his head and kisses my hands.
"I love you," he says again, "and please God, you will always think that you have a good bargain for our £1,000.
Grafton, Northamptonshire. Autumn 1436 to 1439. I do think it a good bargain. We raise the money for the fine by borrowing against my dower lands, and then we borrow more to buy the manor house at Grafton from the Earl of Suffolk. For all his sly smiles, he doesn't refuse to sell to the disgraced Duchess and her squire.
He wants our friendship, so that we can be his allies in the country as he gains power at court. Richard goes to Calais and prepares the garrison for a siege, as my kinsman, the faithless Duke of Burgundy, marches against his former allies. The great lords of England, the Earl of Mortmain and the Duke of York, turn out for their country, and Richard holds Calais for them. Finally, Humphrey, the Duke of Gloucester, sets sail for Calais, and earns much credit for the saving of the town, though, as my husband points out, the siege was already defeated before the king's uncle came in with his standard flying. I don't care. Richard's courage has been demonstrated to all of England, and nobody can doubt his honour. He has come through a siege and several raids without a scratch, and returns to England a hero. My first child, the daughter whom I'd foretold, is born without difficulty, when the hedge is bobbing white with May, and the blackbirds are singing in the dusk, that first spring in the country. The next year comes our son and heir. We call him Louis, and I find I'm entranced to have a boy of my making. He has very fair hair, almost silvery, but his eyes are as dark as the sky at night. The midwife who helps me for this, my second time, tells me that all babies' eyes are blue, and that both his hair colour and his eyes may change. But he seems to me a boy who is half fairy, with this angelic colouring. His sister is still sleeping in the Woodville cherrywood crib, and so at night I put them in together, side by side on their swaddling boards, like pretty little dolls. Richard says with satisfaction that I am a woman who has forgotten all about being a wife and a lover, and that he is a miserably neglected man. He's joking, though, and he revels in the beauty of our little daughter, and in the growth and strength of our son. The next year I give birth to his sister, my Anne, and while I'm confined with her, my father-in-law takes a fever and dies. It was a comfort to him that he lived long enough to learn that we had been forgiven by the king, and summoned back to court. Only with a daughter of just 2, a boy of 1 year, and a new baby in the carved cradle, I'm not very eager to go. We will never earn enough to pay our debts, living in the country, my husband advises me. I have the fattest cows in Northamptonshire and the best sheep, but I do swear, Jacquetta, we will live and die in debt. You've married a poor man, and should be glad that I don't make you beg in your petticoat. I brandish the letter at him with the royal seal. No, for see, we are commanded to court for the Easter feast. And I have another letter here from the king's groom of the household, asking if we have enough rooms for the king to stay with us on his summer progress. Richard all but blenches. Good God, no. We cannot house the court. And we certainly cannot feed the court. Is the groom of the household run mad? What sort of house do they think we have? I will write to them and tell them we have nothing but a modest house, and when we go to court at Easter we must make sure they know it. But won't you be glad to go to London? He asks me. You can buy new clothes and shoes and all sorts of pretty things. Have you not missed the court and all of that world? I come around to the table to stand behind his chair, lean over and put my cheek to his. I shall be glad to be at court again, for the king is the source of all wealth and all patronage, and I have 2 pretty daughters who will one day need to marry well. You are too good a knight to spend your time raising cattle. The king could have no more loyal adviser, and I know they will want you to go to Calais again. But no, I have been happy here with you, and we will only go for a little while, and come home again, won't we? We won't be courtiers, spending all our time there. We are the squire and his lady of Grafton, my husband declares, ruined by lust up to our eyes in debt, and living in the country. This is where we belong, among rutting animals with no money. They are our peers. This is where we should be.
London, summer 1441. I told the truth when I said that I was happy at Grafton. But my heart leaps with the most frivolous joy when the king sends the royal barge to take us down the river, and I see the high towers of Greenwich Castle, and the new Bella Court that the Duke of Gloucester has built. It is so pretty and so rich. I cannot help but delight in coming to it as a favourite of the court, and one of the greatest ladies in the land once more. The barge sweeps along as the drummers keep the oarsmen in time, and then they shoulder their oars, and the liveried boatmen on the pier catch the ropes and draw the barge alongside. I am stepping down the drawbridge when I look up and see that the royal party has been walking beside the river and is now strolling to greet us. In front of them all is the king, a boy king no longer. He is a young man of nearly 20, and he comes confidently forward and kisses me as a kinsman on both cheeks, and gives his hand to my husband. I see the company behind him surprised at the warmth of his welcome, and then they have to come forwards too. First the Duke Humphrey of Gloucester, my former brother-in-law, whom my first husband said would bear watching, and behind him comes the Duchess Eleanor. She walks slowly towards the pier, a woman exulting in her own beauty, and at first I see only the dazzle of vanity, but then I look again. At her heels is a big black dog, a huge creature, a mastiff or some sort of fighting dog. The moment I see it I could almost hiss, like a cat will hiss, setting its fur on end and darkening its eyes. I'm so distracted by the ugly dog that I let the Duke take my hand and kiss my cheek and whisper in my ear, without hearing a word he says. As his lady, the Duchess Eleanor, comes close, I find I'm staring at her, and when she steps forward to kiss me, I flinch from her touch, as if she smells of the spittle of an old fighting dog. I have to force myself to step into her cold embrace, and smile as she smiles, without affection. Only when she releases me and I step back do I see that there is no black dog at her heels, and never was. I have had a flicker of a vision from the other world, and I know with a hidden shudder that one day there will be a black dog that runs up stone stairs in a cold castle and howls at her door. As the months go on, I see that I am right to fear the Duchess. She is everywhere at court. She is the first lady of the land, the Queen in all but name. When the court is at Westminster Palace, she lives in the Queen's apartments and wears the royal jewels. In procession, she is hard on the heels of the king. She treats him with a treacly intimacy, forever laying her hand on his arm and whispering in his ear. Only his radiant innocence saves them from the appearance of conspiracy, or worse. Inevitably, as a Dowager Duchess of England, I am constantly in her company, and I know she doesn't like it when people compare us. When we go into dinner, I walk behind her. During the day, I sit with her ladies, and she treats me with effortless disdain, for she believes I am a woman who wasted the currency of her youth and beauty by throwing it away for love. Can you imagine being a royal duchess and lowering yourself to marry a squire of your household? I catch the hiss of her whisper to one of her ladies as I sew in her rooms. What woman would do such a thing? I look up. A woman who saw the finest of men, Your Grace, I reply. And I have no regrets, and I have no doubts about my husband, who returns love with love
and loyalty, with faithfulness. This is a hit at her, for as a mistress turned wife, she is always fearfully on the lookout for another mistress who might try to repeat the trick she played on the Countess, who was her friend. It is not a choice I would make, she says more mildly. Not a choice that a noblewoman, thinking of the good of her family, would ever make. I bow my head. I know it, I remark, but I was not thinking of my family at the time. I was thinking of myself. On Midsummer Eve, she makes an entry into London, accompanied by the lords and nobles of her special favour, as grand as if she were a visiting princess. As a lady of the court, I follow in her train, and so hear, as the procession winds through the streets, the less flattering remarks from the citizens of London. I have loved the Londoners since my own state entry into the city, and I know them to be people easily charmed by a smile, and easily offended by any sign of vanity. The Duchess's great train makes them laugh at her, though they doff their caps as she goes by, and then hide their smiling faces with them. But once she's gone by, they raise a cheer for me. They like the fact that I married an Englishman for love. The women at the windows blow kisses at my husband, who's famous for his good looks. And the men at the crossroads call out bawdy remarks to me, the pretty Duchess, and say that if I like an Englishman so much, I might try a Londoner if I fancy a change. The citizens of London are not the only people to dislike Duchess Eleanor. Cardinal Beaufort is no great friend, and he is a dangerous man to have as an enemy. She doesn't care that she offends him. She is married to the heir to the throne, and he can do nothing to change that. Indeed, I think she's courting trouble with him, wanting to force a challenge to decide once and for all who rules the king. The kingdom is dividing into those who favour the Duke and those who favour the Cardinal. Matters are going to come to a head. In this triumphal progress into London, the Duchess is staking her claim. The Cardinal's reply comes swiftly. That very next night, when Richard and I are dining at her table in the King's Head in Cheap, her chamberlain comes in and whispers in her ear. I see her go pale. She looks at me as if she would say something, and then she waves away her dinner, rises to her feet without a word to anyone, and goes out. The rest of us look from one to another. Her lady-in-waiting stands up to follow her, and then hesitates. Richard, seated among the gentlemen, nods at me to stay seated, and quietly leaves the room. He is gone only a few moments, and the shocked silence has turned into a buzz of speculation by the time he comes back in, smiles at each of my neighbours as if to excuse us, takes my hand, and leads me from the room. Outside, he throws his cloak over my shoulders. "We're going back to Westminster," he says. "We don't want to be seen with the Duchess any more." "What's happened?" I ask, clutching at the laces of the cloak as he hurries me down the streets. We jump over the foul ditch in the centre of the lane, and he helps me down the slippery stairs to the river. A waiting wherry-boat comes to his whistle, and he helps me into the prow. "Cast off," he says over his shoulder. "Westminster Stairs." "What is happening?" I whisper. He leans towards me, so that not even the boatman pulling on his oars can hear. The Duchess's clerk and her chaplain have been arrested. What for? Conjuring, or astronomy, divining or something. I could only get a rumour, enough to tell me that I want you right out of this. Me? She's a reader of alchemy books. Her husband employs physicians. She's said to have seduced him with love potions. She mixes with men of learning, scholarship, and magic, and she's a royal duchess. Does this sound like anyone you know? Me? I shiver as the oars dip quietly in the cold waters and the boatman pulls towards the stairs. "You," Richard says quietly. "Have you ever met Roger Bolingbroke, a scholar of Oxford? Serves in her household?" I think for a moment. "My lord knew him, didn't he? Didn't he come to Penshurst one time? Didn't he bring a shield chart and show my lord the art of geomancy?" The boat nudges against the Westminster Palace stairs, and my husband takes my hand and helps me up the wooden steps to the pier. A servant comes forwards with a torch and lights our way through the gardens to the river entrance. "He's been arrested," Richard says. "What for?" "I don't know. I'll leave you in our rooms, and then I'll go and see what I can find out." I pause under the archway of the entrance, and I take his cold hands in mine. "What do you fear?" "Nothing yet," he says unconvincingly. Then he takes my arm and guides me into the palace. Richard comes in at night and tells me that nobody seems to know what is happening. 3 of the Duchess's household have been arrested. Men whom I know, men whom I greet daily. The scholar Roger Bolingbroke, who came to visit us at Penshurst, and the Duchess's chaplain, who has served the Mass before me a dozen times, and one of the canons at St. Stephen's Chapel in this very palace. They are accused of drawing up a horoscope chart for Eleanor. The chart has been found, and they say that it foretells the death of the young king and her inheritance of the throne. "Ever seen a chart for the king?" my husband asks me tersely. "He has left the palace for Sheen, with nobody but the closest men of his council. We're ordered to stay here. We're all under suspicion. He hates this sort of thing. It terrifies him. His council will come here, and there will be questions. They might call on us. My Lord Bedford never showed you a chart for the king, did he?" "You know he drew up charts for everyone," I say quietly. "You remember the machine that hung above the plan of France which showed the position of stars? He used it to show the stars at someone's birth. He drew up a chart for me. He drew up his own, probably one for you. Certainly he will have drawn up a chart for the king." "And where are all the charts?" my husband asks tightly. "Where are they now?" "I gave them to the Duke of Gloucester." Quietly, the horror of this dawns on me. "Oh, Richard, all the charts and the maps I gave to Duke Humphrey. He said he had an interest. I only kept the books, the ones we have at home. My lord left the books to me, the equipment and the machines I gave to the Duke." I can taste blood in my mouth, and I realize that I've peeled the skin from my lip. I put my finger to where the raw skin is stinging. "Are you thinking that the Duchess might have taken the king's chart? Might she have used it? Will they link me to the charges, since I gave her husband the king's chart?" "Perhaps," is all he says. We wait. The summer sun burns down on the city, and there are reports of plague in the poor areas near the stinking river. It is unbearably hot. I want to go home to Grafton and my children, but the king has commanded that everyone must stay at court. No one can leave London. It is like bringing a stew pot to the boil. As the hot air presses on the city like a lid on a cauldron, the king waits, trembling with distress, for his council to unravel the plot against him. He is a young man who cannot tolerate opposition. It strikes at his very sense of himself. He has been brought up by courtiers and flatterers. He cannot bear the thought that someone doesn't love him. To think that someone might use the dark arts against him fills him with a terror that he cannot admit. The people around him are afraid for him, and for themselves. Nobody knows what a scholar like Roger Bolingbroke could do if he was minded to cause harm. And if the Duchess has put him in league with other skilled men, they may have forged a conspiracy against the king to do him deadly harm. What if even now some secret horror is working its way through his veins? What if he shatters like a glass or melts like wax? The Duchess appears at the high table in the Palace of Westminster, seated alone, her face bright and smiling, her air of confidence unshaken. In the airless hall, where the smell of the meat from the kitchens wafts in like a hot breath, she is cool and untroubled. Her husband is at the king's side in sheen, trying to reassure the young man, trying to counter anything that his uncle the cardinal says, swearing that the young king is beloved of everyone, vowing on his life that he has never seen a horoscope for the king. His interest in alchemy is merely in the king's service. The herb bed at Penshurst was already planted, under the sign of the stars, when they got there. He does not know who planted it, perhaps the former owner. I sit with the ladies in the Duchess's rooms and sew shirts for the poor, and say nothing. Not even when the Duchess suddenly laughs at random and declares that she doesn't know why the king delays so long at Sheen Palace. Surely he should come to London, and then we could all go on progress to the country and get out of this heat. I believe he is coming tonight, I volunteer. She glances out of the window. He should have come earlier, she says. Now he'll be caught in the rain. There's going to be such a storm. A scud of sudden rain makes the women cry out. The sky is black as a crow over London, and there is a rumble of thunder. The window rattles in the rising wind, and then it is flung open by a gust of icy wind. Someone screams as the frame bangs, and I rise up and go to the window, catch the flying latch and draw it shut. I flinch back from the crack of lightning over the city. A storm is rumbling in, over the king's route, and within moments there is the rattle of hail against the window, like someone flinging pebbles, and a woman turns her pale face to the Duchess and cries, "A storm over the king! You said that there would be a storm over the king!" The Duchess is hardly listening. She's watching me fighting with the wind at the window, and then the words, the accusation, sinks into her awareness, and she looks at the woman, Elizabeth Flight, and says, "Oh, don't be so ridiculous. I was looking at the sky. Anyone could see that there was going to be a storm." Elizabeth gets up from her stool, dips a curtsy, and says, "Excuse me, my lady." "Where are you going?" "Excuse me, my lady." "You can't leave without permission," the Duchess says harshly. But the woman has tipped over her stool in her hurry to get to the door. Two other women rise too, uncertain whether to run or stay. "Sit down! Sit down!" the Duchess shrieks. "I order it!" Elizabeth tears open the door and flings herself out of the room, while the other women sink to their stools, and one quickly crosses herself. A flash of lightning suddenly makes the scene look bleak and cold. Eleanor the Duchess turns to me, her face haggard and white. "For God's sake, I just looked at the sky and saw that there was going to be a storm. There's no need for all this. I just saw the rain coming. That's all." "I know," I say. "I know that's all." Within half an hour, the palace is barring its doors and windows and calling it a witch's wind that blows death down with rain. Within a day, the young king has announced that his aunt, the Duchess, may not come into his presence. The Oxford scholar, a friend of my first husband who came to visit us at Penshurst, is questioned by the council and confesses to heresy and magic. They put him on show, like a bear to be baited. Poor Roger Bolingbroke, a scholar for all his life, a man of learning, with a great love for the mysteries of the world and the stars, is put on a stage, like a scaffold, at St. Paul's Cross in London, while a sermon is preached against him and against all witches and warlocks, necromancers and heretics, who threaten the king's life and his peace, who crowd into his festering city, who seek to enter his ports, who hide themselves in the country villages and do acts of malice, small and great. It is declared that there are thousands of evil men and women conjuring with black arts to harm the king, herbalists, wise women, liars, heretics, murderers. The king knows they are out there, plotting against him, in their malevolent thousands. Now he believes he has found a plot at the heart of his court, at the heart of his dangerously ambitious family. We all parade around Bolingbroke, circling him and staring at his shame, as if he were an animal brought back from the coast of Africa, some new sort of beast. He keeps his eyes down, so that he cannot see the avid faces, and need not recognize his former friends. The man who had spent his life in study, thinking about the harmonious nature of the world, sits on a painted chair, wearing a paper crown, surrounded by his equipments and his books, as if he were a fool. They have his geomancy board laid on the ground before his feet, and a set of candles specially carved. They have some charts showing the positions of the planets, and the horoscope that they say he drew up for the Duchess at her request. They have a little model of the earth and the planets moving around it. They have brass moulds for casting figures, a still for making liquids, and the wax trays used for drawing the perfume of flowers. Worst of all, at his feet is a horrible little creature of wax, like a miscarried rabbit. I shrink back when I see it, and Richard puts a strong arm around my waist. "Don't look at it," he advises me. I look away. What was it? It was a wax image of the king. It's supposed to have a little crown on its head, and that golden thread is the sceptre, and the little bead is the orb. The face is distorted. The feet are formless. I can see the outline of the cape and the dots to show the markings of ermine, but the head is almost melted away. What have they done to it? They heated it before a fire, so that it would melt and run away. It would make the king's strength flow from him, too. They meant to destroy him, as the image melted away. I shudder. "Can't we go now?" "No," he says. "We have to be here to show our revulsion at these crimes." I am revolted. I am so revolted I want to go. "Keep your head up. Keep walking. You, of all people, have to be seen to be an enemy of this sort of work." Me, of all people? I fire up. This is so disgusting it makes me sick. "They are saying that the Duchess Eleanor got her husband the Duke to marry her with a love potion so that he couldn't resist her. They are saying you did the same when you were a girl, and my Lord Duke was a man broken-hearted at the loss of his wife, Anne." I shudder, averting my eyes from the melted wax poppet. "Richard." "I shall keep you safe," he swears. "You are my lady and my love. I shall keep you safe, Jacquetta. You will never look for me and find me gone." We come back from the shaming of Bolingbroke, to find the Duchess's rooms empty, the doors thrown open to her privy chamber, her clothes chests overturned, her cupboards ransacked, her jewellery boxes missing, and the woman vanished. "Where is the Duchess?" my husband demands of her maid-in-waiting. She shakes her head. She is crying unstoppably. "Gone." "Gone where?" Gone, is all she can say. God save us, the child is an idiot, Richard snaps. You ask her. I take her by the shoulders. Ellie, tell me, did they arrest her Grace? She dips a curtsy. She ran, Your Grace. She's run into sanctuary. She says they will kill her to punish her husband. She says they will destroy him through her. She says it is a wicked plot against him that is going to be the ruin of her. She says Cardinal Beaufort will tear them both down. I turn to my husband. Sanctuary? His face is grim. Yes, but she's mistaken. That won't save her. They can't say she's a witch if she's hiding on holy ground and claiming the safety of the church. Then they'll accuse her of being a heretic, he says. A heretic can't be protected by the church. So if she's claimed sanctuary, they'll charge her with heresy. It's the only way to get her out. Before this, they might have charged her with forecasting. Now they'll accuse her of heresy. And heresy is a worse crime than forecasting. She's put herself in a worse place. The law of men always puts women in a bad place. I flare up in anger. Richard says nothing. Should we go away? I ask him very quietly. Can we go home to Grafton? I look around the wreckage of the room. I don't feel safe here. Can we go? He grimaces. We can't go now. It looks like guilt if we go. Just as she looks if she admits guilt by hiding in sanctuary. I think we're better off staying here. At least we can get a ship to Flanders from here if we need to. I can't leave the children. He pays no attention. I wish to God your father was still alive. You could have gone on a visit to him. He squeezes my hand. You stay here. I shall go and see William de la Pole, the Earl of Suffolk. He'll tell me what's going on in the council. And what shall I do? Wait here, he says grimly. Open these rooms and treat them like your own. Behave as if nothing were wrong. You are the first lady of the kingdom now, the only royal duchess left. Order the ladies to tidy the place up, and then have them sew with you. Get someone to read from the Bible. Go to chapel this evening. Parade your innocence. But I am innocent, I say. His face is dark. I don't doubt that she will say the same. She does not say the same. They bring Roger Bolingbroke before her with the horoscope that she commanded he cast for her, with the magical instruments that were the tools of his trade as an explorer of the unknown realms, with the misshapen wax that they say is a melted image of the king, and she confesses to witchcraft and offences against the church. She admits that she has long used witchcraft with the Witch of Eye, and then they tell her that the Witch of Eye has been under arrest since the night of the Witch's Wind. Who is the Witch of Eye? I ask Richard, in a hushed whisper, late at night with the curtains of the bed drawn around us. Marjorie Jodemaine, he says, his brow knitted with worry. Some practising witch who was taken up for her crimes once before now. Comes from the village of Eye. She's known to the church as a witch. Known to everyone as a witch. I gasp in horror. He looks at me. For the love of God, tell me that you don't know her. Not as a witch. He closes his eyes briefly in horror. What do you know of her? I never did anything with her but study the use of herbs, as my lord commanded. I swear to you, and I would swear to the court, I never did anything with her but study the use of herbs, and she did nothing at Penshurst but plan the herb garden with me, and tell me when the herbs should be cut, and when they should be sown. I didn't know she was a witch. Did my lord command you to see her? Yes, yes. Do you have that? Under his seal, did he write the order? I shake my head. He just sent her to me, and you saw her. That time in the stable yard when you came with the message from Luxembourg, and she was leaving with the wagon. Richard clenches his hands into fists. I can swear that my lord commanded that she serve you. But this isn't good. It's not good. But perhaps we can glide over this. Perhaps nobody will bring it up. If it was just making a herb bed. At least you never consulted her. You've never ordered her to attend you. I glance away. He groans. No. Oh, no. Tell me, Jacquetta. I took a tincture to prevent a child. You knew about that. The herbs? That was her recipe? I nod. You told nobody? No one but you. Then nobody will know. Anything else she made for you? Later, a drink to get a child. He checks as he realizes that this was the conception of our daughter, Elizabeth, the baby who forced him into marriage. Good God, Jacquetta! He throws back the covers and gets out of bed, pulls back the curtain and strides to the fireside. It is the first time he's ever been angry with me. He thumps the post of the bed with his fist, as if he wishes he could fight the world. I sit up, gather the covers to my shoulders, and feel my heart hammer with dread at his rage. I wanted a child, and I wanted you, I say unsteadily. I loved you, and I wanted us to be married. But I wouldn't have cast a spell for it. I used herbs, not witchcraft. He rubs his head, making his hair stand on end, as if these distinctions are beyond him. You made our child with a witch's potion. Our daughter, Elizabeth. Herbs, I say steadily. Herbs from a herbalist. Why not? He casts a furious look at me. Because I don't want a child brought to life by a handful of herbs from some old witch. She's not some old witch. She's a good woman. And we have a beautiful child. You are as bad as this witch hunt with your fears. I took herbs to help me to be fertile. We made a beautiful child. Don't you ill-wish us now? For God's sake, he raises his voice. I am afraid of nothing but you being mixed up with the most notorious witch in England, who has been trying to kill our king. She is not. She would not. I shout back at him. She would not. She is accused. Not by me. By the Lord Chief Justice. And if they look for her associates, they will find you, another royal duchess, another woman who dabbles in the unknown, another woman who can call up a storm, or capture a unicorn. I am not. I burst into tears. You know I am not. You know I do nothing. Don't say such things, Richard. Don't you accuse me. You of all people. He loses his anger at my tears, and comes quickly across the room, sits beside me, and gathers me against his shoulder. I don't accuse you, my love. I know. I know you would never do anything to harm anyone. Hush. I'm sorry. And you are not to blame. I can't help it that I foresee. I know you can't help it. And you of all people know that my lord put me before the scrying mirror day after day, and all I could see was a battle in snow and a queen with horseshoes reversed. He said it was useless. He said I couldn't foresee for him. I failed him. I failed him. I know. I know you don't conjure. Be still, my love. I did take herbs to get Elizabeth, but that was all. I would never conjure a child. Never. I know, my love. Be still. I am silent, and as I dry my eyes on the sheet, he asks me, "Jacquetta, does anyone know of this recipe that she gave you but you and her? Did anyone see her with you at Penshurst? Any of the court know that she was there?"
"No, just servants, and her boy."
"Then we will have to pray that she keeps her mouth shut about you, even if they take her to the stake."
"The stake?" I ask stupidly.
He nods in silence, and then gets back into bed beside me. Together we watch the fire burning down in the grate. "They will burn her for a witch," he says flatly. "And the Duchess too." Westminster Palace, London, October 1441. The Duchess and the witch come before the court, charged together with both witchcraft and treason. The Duchess claims that she only visited Mrs. Jourdemain for herbs for fertility, and the herbalist gave her a drink and said that it would make her conceive a child. I sit at the back of the room, behind the avid spectators, and know that I did exactly the same. Marjorie has been charged with witchcraft before, and so they ask her why she continued to practice her arts, the herbs, the incantations, the foreseeing. She looks at the Archbishop of Canterbury as if he might understand her. "If you have eyes, you can't help but see," she says. "The herbs grow for me. The veil sometimes parts for me. It is a gift. I thought it was given by God." He gestures at the wax doll that sits before him on the desk. "This is a most unholy curse, an attempted murder of an anointed king. How could it come from God?" "It was a puppet to make a child," she says wearily. "It was a little doll to make a beautiful and talented child, who would be an ornament to his country and a treasure to his family." Without thinking, my hand steals to my belly, where a new baby is being made, who I hope will be an ornament and a treasure. Mrs. Jourdemain looks at the Archbishop. "You are frightening yourselves with a puppet," she says rudely. "Do you great men have nothing better to do?" The Archbishop shakes his head. "Silence!" he orders. They have all decided already that this was an image of the king, made for melting. They have all decided that she is a witch, a brand for the burning. Once more, I am watching the most powerful men in the kingdom bring their power to bear on a woman who has done nothing worse than live to the beat of her own heart, see with her own eyes. But this is not their tempo, nor their vision, and they cannot tolerate any other. They kill her for it. They take her to Smithfield, the meat market, where the innocent cattle of the counties around London walk in to be butchered, and like an obedient lamb, trustingly herded into the blood-stained pen, she goes speechless to the stake. They light the fire beneath her bare feet, and she dies in agony. Roger Bolingbroke, who confessed and recanted, finds no mercy either. They hang him on the public gallows, and as he is kicking in the air, whooping for breath, the executioner catches his feet and cuts the rope, restoring him to croaking life, lays him on a hurdle to revive him, but then slices open his belly, pulls out his entrails so that he can see his pulsing heart, his quivering stomach spilling out with his blood, and then they hack him into quarters, his legs from his spine, his arms from his chest, and they send his head with its horrified glare to be set on a spike on London Bridge, for the ravens to peck out his weeping eyes. Thomas Southwell, my one-time confessor, the canon of St. Stephen's Chapel, dies of sorrow in the Tower of London. Richard says that his friends smuggled poison to him, to spare him the agony that Bolingbroke endured. The Duchess's clerk, John Home, is sent to prison, awaiting pardon. And the proud Duchess is forced to do public penance. The woman who paraded into London in cloth of gold with the nobility of the kingdom in her train is stripped to her linen shift and sent out shoeless with a lighted taper to walk around Westminster as the people jeer and point at her as someone who was the First Lady of the kingdom and is now humbled to dirt. I watch from the steps of the great gate of Westminster Palace as she walks by, her gaze fixed on the cold stones beneath her flinching bare feet. She doesn't look up to see me, or the women who once scrambled to serve her, but are now laughing and pointing. She doesn't raise her head, and her beautiful dark hair tumbles over her face like a veil to hide her shame. The most powerful men of the kingdom have dragged the Duchess down and sent her out to be a marvel to the common people of London. They are so deeply afraid of her that they took the risk to dishonour their own. They are so anxious to save themselves that they thought they should throw her aside. Her husband, who is now generally known as the good Duke Humphrey, declares that he was seduced into marriage by her witchcraft. The marriage is instantly declared void. She, a royal duchess, the wife of the heir to the throne, is now a convicted witch in her petticoat. No man will give her his name, and they will keep her in prison for the rest of her life. I think of the illusion that I saw as we came off the barge at Greenwich, that she was followed by a black dog, a fighting dog, a black mastiff, and the smell that lingered around her despite the perfume and the perfectly washed linen, and I think that the black dog will follow her, and will run up and down the stairs of Peel Castle on the Isle of Man, as she waits long, long years for her release into death. Grafton, Northamptonshire, winter, 1441 to 1444. As soon as we can be excused from court, Richard and I go back home to Grafton. The terror of the court is only stoked by the death of the witch, the disgrace of the Duchess, and the mood of witch-taking. Apprehension of the unknown and fear of the hours of darkness infects all of London. Everyone who's been studying the stars for years, reading books or testing metal, finds a reason to leave for the country. And Richard thinks it is safer for us if I, with my perilous ancestry, am far away from court. At Grafton there is much work to do. The death of Richard's father means that Richard inherits the land and the responsibilities of being the lord of the small village and the keeper of the peas. I too have work to do. The cradle is polished again, and the swaddling bands laundered and aired. I think this will be another son, I say to my husband. I don't mind, he says, as long as the baby is well and strong, and you rise up from childbed as joyfully as you lie down in it. I shall rise up with a son, I say certainly, and he will be an ornament to his country and a treasure to his family. He smiles and taps me on the nose. You are a funny little thing. What do you mean? And we shall call him Anthony, I continue. For the saint? My husband asks. Why him? Oh, because he went to the river to preach, I say. I like the thought of honouring a saint who preached to the fishes, and they put their little heads out of the water to hear him. And the mermaids said, Amen. The next year, after Anthony, comes another girl, whom we name Mary, and after her, another girl. Jacquetta, my husband declares. She is to be named Jacquetta, the most beautiful name, for the most beautiful woman. We are hanging over the little wooden cradle while the baby sleeps, her face turned on one side, her perfect eyelashes closed on her rosy cheek. Her eyelids flicker. She's dreaming. I wonder what a baby dreams. Do they know that they are to come to the parents that we are? Are they prepared for the world we are making? Richard slides his arm around my waist. And though we love her, we have to leave her for just a little while. I am absorbed in the clenching of her tiny fist. We have to leave her for only a little while. Now he has my attention. I turn towards him in his grip. How so? We are to go to France with a great party to fetch home the king's bride. It has been decided? The marriage of Henry has been a long time coming. My own first husband, Lord John, was picking out French princesses for him when I was a new bride. At last? You've missed all the gossip while you were in confinement, but yes, it is decided at last, and she's a kinswoman to you. Margaret, I guess at once. Margaret of Anjou. He kisses me as a reward. Very clever. And since your sister is married to her uncle, you and I are to go and fetch her from France. At once I look towards my sleeping baby. I know you don't want to leave her, he says tenderly. But we will do our duty for Henry, fetch the bride, bring her home, and then we will come back here. I am summoned by the king to serve him. I have to go. You're asking me to leave a nursery with 6 babies, I say. How can I go? I know, he says gently. But you have to do your duty too. You are an English duchess and my wife, and the head of our house is asking you to fetch his bride. When they marry, it will bring peace to England and France, the one thing my lord wanted when he died. We have to go, my love. You know that. It is a service to the king and to him, your first husband and my good lord. It is a service to him too. Nancy, France, spring, 1445. I am not the only unenthusiastic member of the marriage party. Our leader, William de la Pole, the Earl of Suffolk, is said to be so mistrustful of the French, and so unimpressed with the fortune that Margaret of Anjou brings, that before he left England to start the negotiations last year, he had the king swear that nobody should ever blame him for bringing the French princess to England. Cardinal Beaufort, who now rules everything, may see this as the way to lasting peace, but Duke Humphrey of Gloucester swears that the Valois king will just buy time with this marriage, and then come against our lands in France. I know my late husband would have feared above everything else that this is a new ruse by the French to make us hand over Anjou and Maine to René of Anjou, the new queen's father. Almost everyone left behind in England, while we spend a fortune on a progress to France, regards the deal that we are making as utterly uncertain to bring peace, costly to make, and most likely to be at our disadvantage. The bride is brought by her mother from Anjou, and they say that she too is far from enthusiastic for a marriage that will put her in the bed of the king who has been an enemy of France ever since she was a baby. You're to go and see her first, before everyone, my husband tells me. I'm standing by the window of the castle, looking down into the stable yard. The horses of the Anjou party, a sorry herd of hacks, are being brushed down and watered and led into their stables. Me? Why me? Her mother knows your mother. They think that you can be her friend. You made much the same journey that she faces, from a Luxembourg castle to the royalty of England. They want you to meet her ahead of the rest of us so that you can introduce her to her new court. I don't know that I'll be any help, I say, turning to follow him. You'll speak the same language, and that will be something, he says. She's even younger than you were when the Duke married you. She's only 15. She'll need a friend at court. He takes me to the double doors of the best apartment and steps to one side. The guards swing open the doors and bellow, "The Dowager Duchess of Bedford," as I go in. The first thing that strikes me is that she is tiny, like a pretty doll. Her hair is a real bronze, a red gold. She wears a gown of slate blue and a headdress perched far back on her head to show her exquisitely pretty face and her perfectly pale complexion. Her gown is scattered with embroidered marguerites, the daisies that are her emblem. The pout of her mouth suggests a spoiled child. But as she hears my name, she turns quickly, and the brightness of her smile is endearing. "Ah, Madame la Duchesse!" she exclaims in French, and runs forward and kisses me, as if we are old friends. "I am so glad you have come to see me." I curtsy. "I am glad to meet you, Your Grace." "And this is my mamma. I was so happy when they told me you would come with the Earl of Suffolk to fetch me, for I thought you would tell me how I am to behave and everything, for you were married to the Duke when you were only a little older than I am now, and 15 is very young to marry. Is it not?" I smile at this nervous ripple of talk. "Hush," her mother says. "The Duchess will think you are a chatterbox." "It's just that there are so many English people come to see me, and I find it so hard to remember names, and their names are so hard to say." I laugh. "I couldn't even say the name of my house at first," I said. "It's a hard language to learn, but I'm sure you will learn it. And everyone speaks French, and everyone is eager to meet you and to be your friend. We all want you to be happy." Her lower lip quivers, but she speaks bravely enough. "Oh, I have started already, and I can say the Earl of Suffolk and Cardinal Beaufort." "Beaufort?" I query. "Is that not right?" "Beaufort," I identify. They say it Beaufort. She laughs and spreads out her hands. "You see? You will teach me how to say these words, and you will teach me how the English ladies dress. Will I have to wear great boots all the time?" "Boots, Your Grace?" "For the mud." I laugh. "Ah, they've been teasing you. England does get very muddy, especially in the winter, but the weather's no worse than, say, Paris. I prefer London to Paris, and I'm very happy in England now." She slips her hand in mine. "And you will stand by me and tell me everyone's name, won't you? And how to say everything?" "I will," I promise her, and I feel the grip of her little hand tighten as she turns to her mother and says, "You had better tell them they can come in. I had better meet them all now." She is a delightful little princess, perfect in every detail, except that her father, though called a king, cannot conquer his many kingdoms, and never will. She has no dowry, and though she says she brings us the islands of Minorca and Majorca, we all know she will inherit nothing. Everything she requires for the wedding and the journey has been paid for by the Treasury of England, and there is nothing left in the Treasury of England. She is exquisitely beautiful, but so are many girls of 15. She is dearly loved by the French court, the declared favourite of her uncle, the Valois King Charles VII, Yet she is not a princess of the house of Valois, but only of Anjou. He is not offering one of his own daughters in marriage to the English, but only a niece. In short, most of the English who are sent to fetch her think that we have been cheated. In the peace treaty, in the dower, and in the little princess herself. This is not a good start to a marriage. She is to be married in the chapel of St. George in the palace at Tours, where the Earl of Suffolk will represent the king, and stand beside her before the altar, and take her little hand from her father and the French king. Her sister, Yolande, is to be married at the same time. I know she is nervous, but I'm surprised to be summoned to her rooms 2 hours before the wedding, and find myself shown alone into her bedroom. No other attendants are present. She is dressed in her wedding gown of white satin, embroidered with marguerite daisies of silver and gold thread, but her hair is still plaited, and she is barefoot. "My mother says you have a gift," she says, speaking rapidly in French without any preamble. "She says all the ladies of your house have the gift of foresight." I curtsy, but I am apprehensive. "They say so, Your Grace, but I take all my hopes and fears to my priest, and to God. I don't believe it is given to mortal men to know the future, and certainly not to women." She makes a quick exclamation, and jumps onto the bed, careless of the priceless gown. "I want you to draw my cards for me. I want to know what the future holds." She pats the bed beside her, inviting me to sit. I do not respond to the invitation. "Surely your mother did not suggest this?" "No, she knows nothing of it. It's quite my own idea. Come, sit beside me." "I cannot," I say, not moving. "The court of England doesn't like prophesying or casting horoscopes. They certainly won't like the cards." "The court of England will never know," she says. "It will be just you and me." I shake my head. "I dare not." She looks stubborn. "If I command it, you will have to. You are my lady-in-waiting. You have to do what I say." I hesitate. If William de la Pole, the Earl of Suffolk, hears that I have upset the princess, there will be serious trouble. "Of course, my only wish is to obey you, Your Grace. But what if you ask me to do something that your husband, our king, wouldn't like? You must see that puts me in a difficult position. What am I to do then?" "Oh, then you must do as I ask," she says simply. "Because the king will never know. Nobody will ever know. But I will have my way in this. I can insist. I do insist." I kneel and bow my head, privately cursing her for a spoiled child. "Your Grace, excuse me. I cannot." She pauses. "All right, then I won't get married," she declares. "You can go out and tell them that you've refused to prepare me for my wedding, and so I will not marry. The wedding is off." I look up, smiling, but she is perfectly serious. "I mean it," she says. "You show me the cards, or I won't marry the king. I insist on seeing my future. I have to know that this is the right thing to do. I won't go ahead without seeing what the future holds for me." "I don't have any cards," I say. With a smile, she lifts her pillow and puts a pack of beautifully coloured cards in my hand. "Do it," she says simply. "It is my order." I shuffle the pictures gently. I wonder what will happen if she draws a bad card. Is she such a stubborn fool as to call off the wedding? I run through the arcana in my mind and wonder if I can hide those that show bad prospects. "What if the cards are not good?" I ask. "What happens then?" She puts her hand on mine. The wedding will go ahead, and I will never tell anyone that you drew the cards for me, she promises. But I will know in advance that I'm going into danger, and what sort of danger it is. I will know to be on my guard. I want to know what is ahead of me. If I'm going to die in childbirth within the year, I want to know. If my father and my husband are going to go to war against each other, I want to know. If the English lords who seem to agree on nothing are going to tear each other apart, I want to know. All right, I say. I can see no way of getting out of it. But I'm not doing a full spread. This at least cuts down the possibility of a series of pessimistic prophecies. I will do just one card. You take the cards and shuffle them. Her little hands stretch around the thick cards. She interleaves them, and then puts them down. And cut. She cuts them, and then puts the deck together. I spread them out before her in a fan, their faces down, their beautifully painted backs gleaming on the woolen covers of the bed. Choose one, I say. One will tell you enough. Margaret's red gold hair falls forward, and she leans across, her pretty face very grave, trailing her finger along the pack, and then takes a card and holds it, without looking at it, to her heart. Now what? I sweep the untouched cards into a pile, and then say to Margaret, "Show it." She puts it face up. It could have been an awful lot worse. It is the card Joan the maid saw in my hands all those years ago, the Wheel of Fortune. La Roue de Fortune, she reads. Is that good? Is that very good? The card shows a wheel with two beasts balanced on either side of it, one climbing up, the other tumbling down as the wheel turns. The handle for the wheel is extended beyond the card, so one cannot see who is turning it. Perhaps it is spinning at random. Seated at the very top of the card is a funny little blue animal, crowned and holding a sword. My great-aunt told me this little animal shows that it is possible to watch the wheel turn and feel neither pride nor regret. One can stand above it and see one's own life both rise and fall with the real indifference that comes from true greatness of spirit. One can look at one's own ambition as if it were all a mask of vanities, a dance for fools. It could not be a more unlikely card for Margaret. She is not at all a girl of indifference. It's good and bad, I say. It's a kind of warning that you can rise very high and fall very low. It says that fortune's wheel can take you, by no merit of your own, by no grace of yours, very high indeed, and then it can throw you down very low. So how do I rise again? She asks me, as if I'm some old hedgerow witch who tells fortunes for a groat. The whole point is that you cannot make your own fate. You are on fortune's wheel, just like this poor monkey animal in the smart livery who's going to fall down. He can't help himself. You can't help yourself. She makes a sulky little face. That's not much of a foretelling, she says. And anyway, doesn't the other animal rise up? This little cat thing. Maybe I am the cat thing, and I'm going to rise and rise. Maybe, I say. But then you go over the top of the wheel and are falling down again. You are supposed to learn to bear it, whichever happens, as if they were both the same. She looks blank. But they're not the same. Victory and defeat are not the same. I only want victory. I think of Joan and the sign she made with her forefinger, the circle in the air, that meant that everything was dust. I make the sign to Margaret. The Wheel of Fortune, I say. It is your card. You drew it. You insisted on a reading, and this is the card that you got. It tells us that we all only want victory. We all want to triumph. But we all have to learn to endure what comes. We have to learn to treat misfortune and great fortune with indifference. That is wisdom. I look at her pretty, downcast face and see she has little interest in wisdom. But perhaps you will be lucky. Titchfield Abbey, Hampshire, summer, 1445. At first, she is lucky. She meets the king, and they like each other on sight. Why would they not? He is a handsome, boyish man of 23, still somehow fragile, with a delicacy inherited from his French mother, and she is a strong-willed beauty 8 years his junior. The Earl of Suffolk, William de la Pole, escorting her to her new country, and enchanted with her, predicts that they will make a good match. Her fire and passion will be softened by his sweetness. He will learn determination and courage from her. They are married at the Abbey at Titchfield in a service that reflects the young king's quiet seriousness. I suspect that Margaret would have preferred something more showy and more grand, but there is no money for a great wedding, and anyway the king said that the wedding should be between him, his bride, and God. Disastrously, his fool of a confessor, Bishop Ayscough, performs the wedding and warns the serious young king that he should not succumb to lust. He warns him that he should go to the bride's bed only for the purpose of getting heirs to the throne, and not for their pleasure. The boy, who has been cautiously raised by men anxious to protect his innocence, takes the advice like a novice monk, and stays away from her bed for a full week. Margaret is not a young woman to deal patiently with such a husband. She summons me to her room the morning after her wedding and drags me into a window bay. "He doesn't like me," she whispers urgently. "He got up from my bed as soon as everyone had left the room and spent half the night in prayer. And then he crept in beside me like a mouse and slept all the night without so much as touching me. I am as much a maid as ever I was. The wedding was for nothing." I take her hands. "It will happen," I say. "You must be patient." "How is the marriage to be binding if it is not consummated?" she demands. "It will be consummated. He will do the act, Your Grace, and we should be glad that he is not forceful." "Is he even a man?" she hisses scornfully. Not glad at all. "He is a man. He is your husband, and he is your king," I say. "It will happen. He will do it within the week." As long as it's not a saint's day or a holy day, I think to myself. If he can confess straight after the deed, not in the morning before Mass, never in daylight, he is indeed extremely pious. "And Your Grace, when he approaches you, you must accept him without comment, without complaint." She tosses her head. "But I want to be loved. I've always been loved. I want my husband to love me with passion, like in a troubadour tale, like a knight." "He does love you. He will love you. But he's not a lustful man." The anger goes from her as quickly as it came, and the face she turns to me is puzzled. Why would he not desire me on the first night? On our wedding night? I shrug. "Your Grace, he is a thoughtful young man, and very spiritual. He will come to you when he thinks the time is right. and then you must be kind to him."
"But who will be kind to me?" she asks pitifully.
I smile and pat her cheek, as if she were my younger sister, and not my queen. "We will all be kind to you, I promise, and you will be happy." London, summer 1445 to 1448. Margaret is lucky in that she is young and beautiful, and the Londoners take to her on sight and cheer her coronation. She is lucky in that she is endearing. I'm not the only one who comes to love her and watch for her safety. Around her little court, she gathers a collection of people who adore her. Me she keeps close, her dearest friend and confidant. She loves Alice, William de la Pole's wife, too, and the three of us are inseparable in these early years of her marriage, except for when I go to Grafton for my confinements, a new baby, John, and one who comes early, and is especially small and precious on that account, Richard. But she makes some mistakes, and they are grave ones. Her liking for William de la Pole leads her to insist that he be consulted in the king's councils, and he, already a great man, rises to even higher importance through her favour. The two of them speak against the king's uncle, Duke Humphrey of Gloucester, and they whip up suspicion against him so powerfully that he is accused of trying for the throne on his own account, treason against his own nephew. The shock is too great for the Duke, and he dies before they can bring him to trial. At once there is a storm of gossip which declares that the good Duke was murdered, and people point the finger of blame at William de la Pole. After the loss of this, his last uncle, the king leans yet more on his other advisers and consults the opinion of his young wife. This is a terrible choice. She is little more than a girl. She knows nothing about England, and in truth she knows nothing about anything. The king's other favourite is Edmund Beaufort, the Duke of Somerset, and Margaret is dazzled by the dashing, penniless duke who calls her cousin and kisses her on the mouth in greeting. He is the most handsome man at court, always beautifully dressed in velvet studded with jewels, always riding a big black horse, though they say he has not a penny in the world, and is sworn up and down from his handsome dark head to his best leather soles, to the moneylenders of London and Antwerp. He brings the Queen little gifts, fairings that he picks up in the market, and they delight her, as he pins a little brooch to the hem of her dress, or offers her a piece of candied peel, popping it in her mouth, as if she were a child. He speaks to her in rapid, intimate French, and tucks a blossom behind her ear. He teases her as if she were a pretty maid and not a queen. He brings musicians in, and dancers. The court is always merry when Edmund Beaufort is in attendance, and the king and queen command him to stay at court all the time. Perhaps it would have been better if they had not done so, but the handsome young duke is ambitious, and he asks and gets the command of the English forces in Normandy, as if they were toy soldiers for his amusement. The young king and queen can refuse him nothing. They load all their favourites with offices and money, and the court becomes a hen-house of strutting jealousy. We all do well out of this. They are prodigal with titles and posts. They give away their own lands, the places at court for free, the opportunities for trade and bribery, licenses to import, licenses to export. Crown lands, which are supposed to pay for the king's living throughout his reign, get thrust into greedy hands, in a helter-skelter of generosity. William de la Pole finds himself ennobled beyond his dreams, made into a duke, the first man without royal blood ever to take such a title. Edmund Beaufort gets a dukedom too. It is a hiring fair of honours. The king and queen take it into their heads that Edmund Beaufort should be given a fortune to match his title. He should be given a fortune to match the famously wealthy Richard, Duke of York, a royal kinsman. No, better still, he should overmatch the great Duke of York, and the young king and queen say they will give him whatever it takes to do so. Even Richard and I are swept along on this torrent of gifts. They give us a great London house. And then my husband comes to me and says, smiling, "Tell me, my darling, what name do you think I should have?" "Name?" I ask. "Oh, Richard, is the king to give you a title as well?" "I think it is more the favour of the Queen to you," he says. "But at any rate, I am to be a baron. I am to be awarded an order of nobility for great service to my country. Or at least because the Queen likes my wife. What do you think of that?" I gasp. "Oh, I'm so pleased. I'm so very pleased for you. And for our children, too. We will be so very grand." I pause uncertainly. Can the king just make up titles like this? The two of them think they can. And what is more dangerous, they do. Never was a young couple with so little power and money in more of a hurry to give it all away, and they will drive the rest of the court mad. Anyone whom she likes, or whom he trusts, gets loaded with favours. But good men are excluded. Richard, Duke of York, gets nothing, not even a civil hearing. They say they won't have him in the council now, though he is known as a good man and the best adviser they could have. But he is ignored, and worse men than he are praised to the skies. I shall be made a baron for no better reason than you keep her company." "And what name shall we have, my lord?" "You will be Sir Richard Woodville, Baron—" "What?" He pauses for a moment. "Baron Grafton?" he asks. "Baron Grafton," I repeat, listening to the sounds. Even after all these years in England, I still have a strong accent. I really can't say it. But I wondered if you would like a title which came from your family. One of your family names? I think for a moment. I don't really want to remind everyone that I'm a daughter of Luxembourg, that I'm French, I say cautiously. The mood is more and more against the French. I was telling the Queen only the other day that she should speak English in public. I am an English Dowager Duchess, and I am a good English woman now. Give me an English name, and let our children have English titles." "Water," he exclaims, "for your ancestor." I laugh. "You can't be Baron Water." "But what about Baron Rivers?" "Rivers." He rolls the word over in his mouth. "That's fine. Rivers. It's a good English name. And yet it is a tribute to your family. Baron Rivers I shall be. And please God, one day I shall be an earl." "No. Really? Would they ever make you an earl? Would they give away so much?" "My dear, I'm afraid they would give away the kingdom itself. They are not careful monarchs, and they are advised by rogues." I mention my husband's anxiety about their extravagance as tactfully as I can to the Queen, but she tosses her head. "We have to keep our friends satisfied," she says to me. "We cannot rule the country without William de la Pole. He's the greatest man in the land. And Edmund Beaufort is in such debt. We have to help him." "Richard, Duke of York," I suggest, as a man they should reward. "We cannot hold France without Edmund Beaufort. He is the only man we could trust to hold our French lands, and to restore those lands that we should return to their true owner." "Your Grace?" I'm dumbfounded at the suggestion that we should restore our lands to the French, and she flushes, as guilty as a child. To hold our lands, she corrects herself. Edmund Beaufort is the only man we can trust. I think that Richard, Duke of York, is the only man to successfully hold French lands since my first husband, the Duke of Bedford, I observe. She throws her hands in the air. Perhaps, but I can trust no one but Edmund Beaufort and William de la Pole. The king himself can neither take decisions nor lead an army. These men are everything to me. They are the father and... She breaks off and blushes. Friend that I need. They both deserve the highest of honours, and we will give honours where they are due. Westminster Palace, London, summer 1449. I can tell at once that something terrible has happened. Richard comes into our private rooms and takes my hands, his face grim. Jacquetta, you must be brave. Is it the children? My first thought is always for them, and my hand goes to my belly, where another life is growing. No, thank God. It is my lord's legacy, the lands of Normandy. I don't really have to ask him. I guess at once. Have they been lost? He grimaces. All but. Edmund Beaufort has offered the French almost all of Normandy, including Rouen, in return for his safety at Caen. Rouen, I say quietly. The grave of my first husband, John, Duke of Bedford, is there. This is a bitter blow, Richard says. And all of us who fought to keep the English lands in France, nearly 100 years of long warfare, and so many lives lost. Good comrades and brothers. He breaks off. Well, we will find it hard to forgive the loss. Westminster Palace, London, spring 1450. Richard was right. Nobody can forgive the loss. The Parliament turns on William de la Pole, and his new titles and his new honours cannot save him from the rage of the English, as the men who had farmed and the soldiers who had fought in Normandy come home defeated and homeless, and complain bitterly, at every market cross and crossroads, that they have been betrayed by their commanders who should have stood by them, as they had stood to arms for more than 100 years. In the streets the London traders call out to me as I ride by. What would Lord John have thought of it, eh? What would your lord have said? And I can do nothing more but shake my head. I feel with them. What did we fight for? What did we die for? If the lands we won are to be handed back as part of a treaty, as part of a marriage, on the whim of a king who never fought for them as we fought for them. They blame it all on William de la Pole, since it is treason to speak against the king. And they call him to Parliament and accuse him of treason, extortion, and murder. They say that he has been planning to seize the throne and set up his little son John and his ward Margaret Beaufort as king and queen, claiming the throne in her right. What is going to happen? I ask the queen, who is striding back and forth in her rooms, the long train of her gown swishing like the tail of an angry cat. I will not allow him to face the charges. He will not be demeaned by such charges. His Grace the King has saved him. He has ruled that he, the King, shall be judge and jury of his friend William. I hesitate. After all, this is not my country, but I really don't think the King can just step in like this. Your Grace, I think he cannot. A nobleman has to be tried by his peers. The House of Lords will have to examine him. The king may not intervene. I say that no good friend of mine will be questioned in public like that. It is an insult to him. It is an insult to me. I have demanded that we protect our friends, and the king agrees with me. William will not go before Parliament. He is coming to my rooms tonight, in secret. Your Grace, this is not the English way. You should not meet any man alone, and certainly not in secret. You will be there, she says, so they can say nothing vile about our meeting, though God knows they say enough vile things already. But we have to meet in secret. The Parliament has become mad with jealousy, and now they are calling for his death. I cannot rule this kingdom without William de la Pole. I have to see him and decide what we should do. The king cannot rule without him. The king cannot choose a course and hold to it on his own. You know what the king is like. I have to have William de la Pole at the side of the king. He cannot be steady without William to hold him to a course. We have to have William at our side. We have to have his advice. At midnight, the Queen orders me to let William de la Pole in through the little door that connects the two royal apartments. The Duke strides through, ducking his head under the stone lintel, and then, to my amazement, the King comes in quietly behind him, like his page boy. Your Grace, I whisper, and sink down. He doesn't even see me, for he is shaking with distress. I am forced. I am abused, he says at once to Margaret. They dare to insult me. They want to rule me. William, tell her. She looks at once to de la Pole, as if only he can explain. The Lords are refusing to accept that the king can examine me alone, as you wanted, he explains. They are demanding that I'm tried by my peers for treason. They deny the king's right to judge on his own. I am accused of betraying our interests in France. Of course, I have only ever done what you commanded. And the peace treaty demanded the return of Maine and Anjou. This is an attack on you, Your Grace, on you and on me and on the king's authority. You will never stand trial, she promises him. I swear it. They shall withdraw. Your Grace, I whisper, taking hold of her sleeve. You cannot promise this. I have found him innocent of all charges, the king says. But still, they are calling for him to be tried and executed. They have to obey me. They must be made to listen to me. If they want you, they will have to come and get you, she swears passionately to William de la Pole. They will have to get past me, if they want to get you. They will have to take you from my chambers, if they dare. I slide my hand into hers and give her a little tug. But the king looks at her with admiration. He is fired up by her anger. We will defy them. I will be king. I will rule how I choose, with you as my wife, and William as my adviser. Does anyone dare say I cannot do this? Am I king or not? Of the three of them, only the newly minted Duke does not bluster. Yes, but we can't resist them, he says quietly. What if they come for me? What if the Lords turn out their forces, despite all you've said? You have allowed every lord in London to keep his own small army. Every enemy of mine can command hundreds of men. What if their armies come for me? Could you go to France? I ask him very softly. To Flanders? You have friends there. Till it all blows over. The king looks up, suddenly flushed. Yes, yes, go now, he commands. While they are planning their next move, go now. They will come for you and find the bird flown. I will give you gold. My jewels, the Queen commands me. Fetch them for him. I go as she orders and pick out a few of her smallest pieces, marguerites made of pearls, some inferior emeralds. I put them in a purse, and when I come back to the shadowy room, the Queen is weeping in the Duke's arms, and he has the King's own cloak around his shoulders, and is slipping a fat purse into his pocket. Begrudgingly, I give him the Queen's pearls, and he takes them without a word of thanks. "I will write to you," he says to them both. "I will not be far, just Flanders, and I will come home as soon as my name is cleared. We will not be parted for long." "We will visit you," she promises. "This is not goodbye. And we will send for you, and write. You shall send messages with your advice, and you will come home soon." He kisses her hand and pulls his hood over his head. He bows to the King and nods to me, and slides through the little door and is gone. We hear his footsteps going quietly down the stair, and then the muffled closing of the outer door as the King's chief adviser goes out into the night like a thief. The King and Queen are cock-a-hoop like children who have defied a stern governor. They don't go to bed at all that night, but stay up by the fireside in her rooms, whispering and giggling, celebrating their victory over the Parliament of their own country, praising themselves for defending a man named as a traitor. At dawn the King goes to Mass and orders the priest to say a prayer of thankfulness for danger past. While he's on his knees, praising the mercy of Jesus and exulting in his own cleverness, the city of London wakes to the astounding news that the man it blamed for the loss of France and the arrival of a penniless French princess, for rewarding himself from the royal treasury for the destruction of the peace of England, has been released by the King and is sailing away, merrily away, for a brief exile, gold in his pocket, the Queen's jewels in his hat, and will return as soon as he can be certain that his head is safe on his shoulders. The Queen cannot hide her delight, nor her contempt for those who say she is utterly misguided. She will heed no warning, neither from my husband nor the other men who serve the King, who say the people are whispering that the King has forgotten his loyalty to his own lords and commons, that a friend of a traitor is a traitor himself. And what can be done with a treacherous King? She remains stubbornly delighted, thrilled with their defiance of Parliament, and nothing I can say warns her to take care not to blazon her triumph in the face of people who were, after all, only calling for good government of a country that is flung about like a toy of spoiled children. I think that nothing will dampen their joyous high spirits. The news comes that William de la Pole has had to flee from the mob out of London, that he's hiding for as long as he dares at his own house in the country, and then finally that he has set sail. All over the country there are uprisings against men who are blamed for giving the King bad advice, who are blamed for associating with William de la Pole. Then, a few days later, one of the Queen's maids-in-waiting comes running to find me and says I must go at once to the Queen, who is gravely ill. I don't even stop to find Richard. I run to the royal apartments, bustling past the guards on the door, shooing pages out of my way, and find the rooms in an uproar, and the Queen nowhere to be seen. "Where is she?" I demand, and someone points to the bedroom door. "She swore we could not go in." "Why?" I ask. They shake their heads. "Is she alone?" "The Duchess of Suffolk, William de la Pole's wife, is in with her." At that name, my heart sinks. What has he done now? Slowly, I go to the door, tap on the panel, and then try the handle. It opens, and I step inside. At once, I remember what a young woman she is, just 20 years old. She looks very small in the big royal bed, lying hunched up as if wounded in the belly, her back to the room, her face to the wall. Alice de la Pole is seated on a stool by the fire, her face buried in her hands. "C'est moi," I whisper. "It's me. What's wrong?" The little queen shakes her head. Her headdress has fallen off, her hair tumbled all around her, her shoulders shaking with silent sobs. "He's dead," is all she says, as if her world has ended. "Dead. What will I do?" I stagger and put my hand out to steady myself. "My God, the king?" Violently she bangs her head into her pillow. "No, no." "Your father?" "William, William, my God, William." I look at Alice, his widow. "I'm sorry for your loss, my lady." She nods. But how? Margaret raises herself on her elbow and looks over her shoulder at me. Her hair is a mass of gold, her eyes red. "Murdered," she spits. At once I glance at the door behind me, as if a killer might come in for us. "By who, Your Grace?" "I don't know. That wicked Duke of York? Other lords? Anyone who is cowardly and vile and wants to pull us down and destroy us? Anyone who denies our right to govern as we wish, with the help of whomever we choose? Anyone who sails in secret and attacks an innocent man?" "They caught him at sea?" "They took him on board their ship and beheaded him on the deck," she says, her voice nearly muffled by sobs. "God damn them to hell for cowards! They left his body on the beach at Dover. Jacquetta!" Blindly, she reaches out to me and clings to me as she wails. "They put his head on a pole. They left his head like a traitor's head. How shall I bear this? How shall Alice bear this?" I hardly dare to glance over to William de la Pole's widow, who sits in silence, while William de la Pole's queen is breaking her heart over him. "Do we know who?" I repeat. My first fear is if someone dares to attack the king's favourite adviser, who will they come for next? The queen? Me? She is crying so hard she cannot speak, her slender body shaking in my arms. "I must go to the king," she says finally, pulling herself up and wiping her eyes. "This will have broken his heart. How will we manage without him? Who will advise us?" Dumbly, I shake my head. I don't know how they will manage without William de la Pole, nor what sort of world is opening before us, when a noble lord on his own ship can be kidnapped and beheaded with a rusty sword on a rocking boat, and his head left on a pike on the beach. Grafton, Northamptonshire, summer 1450. As the warmer months come, the king and queen agree to travel north. They give out that they want to be away from London during the hot weather when plague often comes to the city. They say that they want to see the good people of Leicester. But those of us who live in the palace know that the guards have been doubled at the gates, and that they are employing tasters for their food. They are afraid of the people of London. They are afraid of the men of Kent. They are afraid that whoever murdered William de la Pole blames them for the loss of France, for the continual stream of defeated soldiers and settlers who come every day into every English port. There is no money to pay the London suppliers. The Queen mistrusts the people of the city. The court is going to Leicester. In truth, it is running away to hide in Leicester. Richard and I are granted leave to go and see our children at Grafton, as the court goes north, and we ride quickly out of London, which has become a surly city of secretive people whispering on street corners. There is a rumour that the King and Queen will take a great revenge on the county of Kent. They blame the very seashore where William de la Pole's dishonoured body was dumped. Lord Say of Knowle and his heavy-handed son-in-law, who is Sheriff of Kent, say that together they will hunt down the guilty men and execute them and every one of their family. They say they will empty Kent of people, will make it a wasteland. Once we are out of the city, away from city walls, Richard and I ride side by side, holding hands like young lovers, while our small armed guard falls back and rides behind us. The roads are clear and dry, the grass verges dotted with flowers, the birds singing in the greening hedgerows, ducklings on the village ponds, and roses in blossom. What if we never went back to court? I ask him. What if we were just to be the squire of Grafton and his lady?
And our nursery of children?
He smiles. Many children, I say. I'm not satisfied with 8, and 1 on the way. I was hoping for a round dozen. He smiles at me. I should still be summoned, he says. Even if I were the smallest, quietest squire of Grafton, with the largest family in England, I should still be mustered and sent to war. But you would come home again. I pursue the thought. And we could make a living from our fields and farms. He smiles. Not much of a living, my lady. Not the sort of living you want. And your children would marry tenant farmers, and their children would run wild. Do you want a dirty-faced little peasant for a grandchild? I make a face at him. He knows how much I prize our books and our musical instruments, and how determined I am that all my children shall read and write in 3 languages, and master all the courtly skills. My children have to take their place in the world. You are ambitious, he says. I am not. I was the first lady in France. I have been as high as any woman could dream. And I gave it up for love. You're ambitious for your family, and for your children. And you're ambitious for me. You like my being a baron. Oh, well, a baron, I say, laughing. Anyone would want their husband to be a baron. I don't count that as being ambitious. That's just understandable. And I understand it, he says agreeably. But would you really want to live always in the country and not go back to court? I think for a moment of the nervous king and the young queen. We couldn't leave them, could we? I ask wistfully. He shakes his head. It's our duty to serve the House of Lancaster. And something else. I don't know how they would manage without us. I don't think we could just walk away and leave them. What would they do? We stay at Grafton for a week. It is the best time of the year. The orchards are rose-pink with the bobbing blossoms, and the cows are calving. The lambs are with their mothers in the higher meadows, running and frisking with their tails like woolly ribbons dancing behind them. The hay in the meadows is growing tall and starting to ripple in the wind, and the crops are green and rich, ankle-deep. My older children, Elizabeth, Louis, Anne, and Anthony, have been staying with our cousins to learn their manners and how to behave in a great household. But they come home to be with us for the summer. The 4 little ones, Mary, Jacquetta, John, and Richard, are beside themselves with excitement at having their big sisters and brothers home. Mary, the 7-year-old, is the leader of the little battalion, the others her sworn liegemen. I am weary with this new pregnancy, and in the warm afternoons I take the 4-year-old little Dickon in my arms for his afternoon nap. We lie down together, drowsy in the warmth of the day. When he's asleep and it is very quiet, I sometimes take the painted cards and turn them over, one after another, and look at them. I don't shuffle them or deal them out. I don't attempt to read them. I just look at the familiar pictures and wonder what life will bring me. And these, my beloved children. In the day, Richard listens to the unending complaints of the people around us, the moving of a fence line, of cattle being allowed to stray and spoiling a crop. As lord of the manor, it is his job to ensure that the rule of law and justice runs throughout our lands, whether or not our neighbours take bribes and order jurors what sentence they should bring in. Richard visits the local gentry to remind them of their duty, to turn out for him in case of need, and tries to reassure them that the king is a strong lord, that the court is trustworthy, that the treasury is secure, and that we will keep the remaining lands in France. I work in my still-room, Elizabeth my earnest apprentice, steeping herbs in oil, checking the cut and dried herbs, pounding them down into powder, and conserving them in jars. I do this by the order of the stars, and I consult my lord's books for how it should be done. Now and then I find a book I had overlooked that talks much of the aqua vitae, the water of life itself, or of burning off impurities by the touch of distilled waters, that I remember Eleanor Cobham behind the cold walls of Peel Castle, and I take the book from Elizabeth, and I put it on a high shelf. I never grow or dry any but the herbs that would be known to a good cook. Knowledge is just another thing to conceal these days. I'm hoping that we will stay at home for another month. I'm tired by this pregnancy, and daring to hope that I might spend the whole summer in the country, that the king and queen will prolong their travels and leave us in peace. We've been riding out to visit some neighbours, and come home in the sunset to see a royal messenger waiting by the water pump. He gets to his feet when he sees us, and hands Richard a letter sealed with the royal crest. Richard tears it open and scans it. "I have to go," he says. "This is urgent. I shall have to muster a troop as I ride." "What has happened?" I ask as I slip down from my saddle. "There's a rising in Kent, as any fool could have foreseen. The king commands me to ride at his side and carry the royal standard." "The king?" I can hardly believe that our king is going to ride out at the head of his men. His father was a remarkable commander of men at a far younger age, but our king has never worn his armour except for jousting. "The king is going himself?" "He was very angry about de la Pole, God rest his soul," he reminds me. "He swore vengeance, and the queen swore she would see the murderers dead. Now he has his chance." "You will be careful." I take his arm to look up into his face. Between us is the unspoken thought that this commander will be a young man who has never seen any sort of warfare, not even a distant siege. You will have to advise him. "I'll keep safe," my husband says wryly. "And I'll keep him safe too, if I can. They've ordered the Sheriff of Kent to turn the county into a deer park, to drive out every man, woman, and child. There will be hell to pay. I have to go back and see if I can advise them into some sense. I have to find a way to persuade them to rule the country with some sort of harmony. They make enemies every time they address Parliament. The Queen rides through the streets of London as if she hates the very cobbles. We have to serve them, Jacquetta. We have to guide them to follow their best interests. We have to get this royal couple back into the hearts of their people. It is our duty. It is our task. It is what our lord, the Duke of Bedford, would have wanted us to do." I hold him in my arms in bed that night, and in the cool morning I find I am filled with unease. You will just ride out with the king to show his standard. You won't go into Kent, Richard.
I hope that nobody will be going into Kent, he says grimly.
He finishes his breakfast, and I trail out into the stable yard after him, pursuing my fears. But if there is some kind of guard put together to punish the people of Kent, you won't join it.
Burning thatch? Spit-roasting a poor man's cow? He asks. I've seen it done in France, and I never thought it a way to win loyalty. The Duke of Bedford himself said to me that the way to win a man's heart was to treat him fairly and make him safe. That will be my advice, if anyone asks me. But if anyone orders me out in the king's name, I will have to go.
I will follow you as soon as you send for me. I try to sound confident, but my voice is thin and anxious.
I will be waiting for you, he vows,
suddenly warm as he realizes I'm afraid.
You take care of yourself and the baby that you're carrying. I will be waiting for you. I will always be there waiting for you. Remember, I have promised you. You will never look for me in vain.
I tidy the house and command the servants to prepare them for my departure. I hear gossip that the king and queen have gone back to London and that the king himself has ridden out against the people of Kent. Then a message comes from Richard, written in his own hand.
Beloved, I am sorry to trouble you. The king has been persuaded by the queen not to march into Kent himself, but he has ordered me to pursue the outlaws at the head of his guard, and I am doing so. Trust me that I will be safe and come home to you when this is over. Your Richard.
I put the scrap of paper inside my gown, against my heart, and I go to the stable.
Saddle up, I say to the household guard, and tell them to get my mare ready for a journey. We're going back to London.
London, summer 1450. All the way I ride with a heavy heart. I have such a strong sense that Richard is in danger, that he's outnumbered, that the thickly forested county of Kent will hide ambushes, traps, armies of the people who will take him, as they took William de la Pole, and behead him without clergy, with a rusty sword. We take the London road in silence, but as we pass through the vegetable gardens and the little dairy farms, the captain of my guard orders the men to close up and starts to look around him, as if he fears we are unsafe.
What is it? I ask. He shakes his head. I don't know, my lady. Something... He pauses. Too quiet, he says, speaking to himself. Hens shut up before sunset. Shutters closed on the cottages. Something's not right. I don't need to be told twice. Something is wrong. My first husband, the Duke, used to say that if you ride into a town and feel that something is wrong, it is usually because something is wrong. Close up, I say. We'll get inside the city before the gates close, and we'll go to our London house. Tell your men to be alert and look about them. We'll go on at a canter. He beckons the men to close up, and we ride towards the city gates. But almost as soon as we are through Moorgate and in the narrow streets, I can hear the swell of noise, people cheering, people laughing, trumpets tooting, and the banging of a drum. It sounds like a May Day procession, like joy unleashed. But there must be hundreds of people on the streets. I glance at my men, who draw their horses closer to mine in a defensive square. This way, the captain says, and leads us at a swift trot through the winding streets till we find our way to the great wall that runs around my London house. The torches, which are always kept burning either side of the gateway,
are missing from the sconces. The gates themselves, which should be either barred for night or flung hospitably wide, are half open. The sweep of the cobbles approaching the house is empty, but there's a scattering of litter, and the front door is ajar. I glance at George Cutler, the captain, and see my unease in his eyes. "Your ladyship," he says uncertainly, "better that I go in and see what's amiss here. Something has gone wrong, perhaps." As he speaks, a drunken man, no servant of mine, weaves out through the half-open gates and shambles past us, disappearing down the lane. Cutler and I exchange glances again. I kick my feet out of the stirrups and swing down from my horse and throw her reins to one of the guard. "We'll go in," I say to Cutler. "Draw your sword and have 2 men behind us." They follow me as I walk across the cobbles to the house, my London home, that I was so proud to receive and so pleased to furnish. One of the front doors is thrown off the hinges. There is the smell of smoke. As I push the other door open and go inside, I can see that a mob of people has run through the rooms and taken whatever they thought was of value. There are pale squares on the walls where my tapestries, the Duke of Bedford's tapestries, once hung. A huge wooden sideboard, too heavy to carry off, has been stripped of the pewterware that it held, carved doors left banging. I go to the great hall. All the trenchers and wine jugs and drinking vessels are gone, but absurdly, the huge, beautiful tapestry that was behind the great table is still there, untouched. "My books," I say, and jump up to the dais and through the door behind the great table and up the short flight of stairs into the upstairs solar. From there it is 2 steps through a wreckage of precious broken glass into the gallery, and there I pause and look around me. They have taken the brass grills off the shelves. They have taken the brass chains that fettered the books to the reading desks. They have even taken the quills and the pots of ink. But the books are safe. The books are untouched. They have stolen everything made of metal, but damaged nothing of paper. I snatch up a slim volume and hold it to my cheek. "Get these safe," I say to Cutler. "Get your men to put them in the cellar and board it up and mount a guard. These are worth more than the brass grills, more than the tapestries. If we can salvage these, then I can meet my first husband at the last day of judgment. They were his treasures, and he trusted them to me." He nods. "I'm sorry about the rest of it." He gestures at the wrecked house, where the wooden staircase is scarred by sword cuts. Someone has hacked off the carved newel post and taken it away, as if to behead me by proxy. In the painted beams above, there is smoke blackening the ceiling. Someone tried to burn us to the ground. I shudder at the smell of the scorched plaster. "If the books are safe, and my lord is safe, then I can start again," I say. "Board the books up for me, Cutler. And take down the big tapestry, too, and anything else you find of value. Thank God we took the best stuff with us to Grafton." "What will you do?" he asks. "My lord will want you to find a safe haven. I should go with you." "I'll go to the palace," I say. "I'll go to Westminster. Meet me there." "Take 2 men with you," he advises. "I'll make all safe here, and then we'll follow you." He hesitates. "I've seen worse done," he volunteers. "It looks as if they came through on a whim and took everything that was of great value. It wasn't an assault. You need not fear them. It wasn't directed at you. They are people driven to despair by poverty and fear of the lords. They're not bad people. It's just they cannot bear it any more." I look around the smoke-blackened hall, at the spaces where the missing tapestries used to be, and the hacked banister. "No, it was an assault," I say slowly. "They did all that they wanted to do. It was not directed at me, but it was directed at the lords, at the wealthy, at the court. They no longer think that they have to wait at the gates. They no longer think they have no choice but to beg. They no longer think that we command them by right. When I was a girl in Paris and married to the Duke of Bedford, we were hated by the people of the city, by the people of France. We knew it, and they knew it, but nobody even dreamed that they could breach the gates and come inside and destroy our things. They think this now in London. They no longer obey their masters. Who knows where they will stop? I walk out. The guard outside is holding my horse, but already a crowd has gathered and is murmuring against them. "You two, come with me," I say. "You two, go in and set it to rights." I snap my fingers, and one of the guards helps me into the saddle. "Go quickly," I urge him under my breath. "Into the saddle, and onwards." He does as I bid him, and we're away from the courtyard and some distance from my house before anyone knows we're gone. I don't look back, but I remember as I ride down the road the dark smear of the smoke stain in the hall of my house, and my realization that the people had come into my house and taken what they wanted, and done just what they wished. "To Westminster Palace," I say. I want to be with the court, behind the walls of the palace, guarded by the royal guard. London no longer feels safe for me. I've become like the Queen, a woman uneasy in the heart of her own home. We round a corner, and suddenly we are swirled into a mob of people, dancing, laughing, cheering people, a great joyous May-Day crowd. Someone gets hold of my bridle, and I clench my hand on my whip, but the face that turns up towards me is beaming. "Easy," I say quickly to my guard at my side, who is spurring forwards, his hand on his sword. "God be praised, we have our champion," the woman says, sharing her happiness with me. "He's coming, God bless him. He's coming, and he will petition for our rights, and the good times will come again." "Hurrah!" shout half a dozen people in earshot, and I smile as if I know what's happening. "Good woman," I say, "I have to get through. Let me go, I have to meet my husband. Let me go." Someone laughs. "You'll get nowhere till he's come. The streets are packed with people like pilchards in a barrel. There's no going through nor going round." "But won't you come and see him? He's coming over the bridge." "Oh, come," somebody else says. "You'll never see the like of this again. This is the greatest thing to ever happen in our lifetime, in any lifetime." I look around for my two men, but they can't keep their place at my side. They are separated from me by a dozen merrymakers. We are totally outnumbered. I wave to one. "Go your ways," I call. "I'm safe enough. You know where we will meet." Clearly, there's no point trying to resist this crowd, and our safest way is to join with them. One of my men jumps from his horse and pushes his way through to come alongside me. "Steady on," someone says. "No shoving. Whose livery are you wearing?" "Leave me," I whisper. "Meet me later. You know where. Don't upset them." It is the safest way, but I see him struggle to obey the order. "High and mighty," someone complains. "The sort that should be brought down." "Are you a king's man?" someone demands. "Think you should have everything, and care nothing for the poor man?" At last, he takes his cue. "Not I," he says cheerfully. "I'm with you all." I nod at him, and the movement of the crowd takes him from me, almost at once. I let my horse walk with them. Familiarly, a woman rests her hand on my horse's neck. "So where are we going?" I ask her. To the bridge, to see him come across the bridge, she says exultantly. I see you're a lady, but you will not be ashamed of the company he keeps. He has gentry and squires with him, knights and lords. He's a man for all the people, of all degree.
And what will he do for us when he comes?
You don't know? Where have you been?
Smiling, I shake my head. I've been in the country. All this is a surprise to me.
Then you've come back to the city at the very hour of its joy. He will speak for us at last. He will tell the king that we cannot bear the taxation, that the fat lords will ruin us all. He will order the king to ignore the French slut, his wife, and take good advice from the good duke.
The good duke? I query. Who do you call the good duke now?
Richard, Duke of York, of course. He will tell the king to lie with his worthless wife and get us a son and heir, to take our lands in France back again, to send away the wicked men who steal the wealth of the country and do nothing but make their own fortunes and fight among themselves. He will make this king as great as the king before, and we will be happy again.
Can one man do all this? I ask.
He's raised an army and defeated the king's men already, she says delightedly. They chased after him to Sevenoaks and he struck them down. This is our champion. He has defeated the royal army, and now he takes the city.
I can feel a pain hammering in my head. He destroyed the king's army?
Led them on, turned on them, and struck them down, she says. Half of them ran away. Half of them joined him. He is our hero.
And what of the lords who led the men?
Dead. All dead.
Richard, I think to myself in silence. Surely the two of us did not come so far and risk so much, for Richard to be ambushed by a hedge-sparrow commander at the head of patchwork rebels and killed outside Sevenoaks. Surely I would have heard Melusina sing, or felt the very spheres dance sorrowfully one with another to mourn him. Surely the man whom I have loved for all my adult life, loved with a passion that I didn't even know was possible, could not, cannot, be dead in a Kentish ditch, and I not know.
Are you ill, mistress? She asks. You've gone white as my washing.
Who commanded the royal army? I ask, though I know it was him. Who else would they send but Richard? Who has more experience, who is more reliable, who is more loyal and honourable than my husband? Who would they choose if not my beloved?
Ah, now that I don't know, she says cheerfully. All I know is that he's dead now, for sure. Are you taken ill?
No, I say. My lips are numb. All I can say is one word. No. We crowd together through the narrow streets. I cannot get away now. Even if I could get the horse out of the crowd, I don't think I could ride. I am limp with fear, quite unable to take up the reins, even if the crowd would let me. And then, at last, we are at Bridgegate, and the crowd thickens and pushes. My horse becomes anxious at being so crowded. Her ears flicker, and she shifts from one leg to another. But we're hemmed in so fast that she can't move, and I can't dismount. I can see the Lord Mayor of the city, as he leaps up on a milestone, balancing with a hand on the broad shoulder of one of the city's guard, and shouts to the crowd. I take it is your will that Captain Mortimer and his men enter the city? Yes, comes the roar. Open the gates.
I can see that one of the aldermen is arguing, and the Lord Mayor gestures that he shall be roughly taken away. The guards throw open the gate, and we look out through the gateway beyond the drawbridge. On the south side there is a small army waiting, standards furled. As I watch, they see the gate flung open, hear the encouraging bellow of the crowd, see the red of the mayor's robe, and they unfurl their banners, fall into ranks, and march briskly along the road. People are throwing flowers from the upper stories of the buildings, waving flags and cheering. This is the procession of a hero. The drawbridge is dropped before them, and the clang as it goes down is like the clash of cymbals for a conqueror. The captain at the head of the men turns, and using a great sword, slices through the ropes of the bridge so that it cannot ever be raised against him. Everyone around me is shouting a welcome. The women are blowing kisses and screaming. The captain marches before his army, his helmet under his arm, his golden spurs sparkling at his boots, a beautiful cape of deep blue velvet rippling from his shoulders, his armour shining. Before him comes his squire, holding a great sword before him, as if he's leading a king, entering into his kingdom. I cannot tell if it is Richard's sword. I don't know if this man is wearing my husband's hard-won spurs. I close my eyes and feel the coldness of the sweat under my hat. Could he be dead, without my knowing it? When I get to the palace, will the Queen herself comfort me? Another widow at court, like Alice de la Pole. The Lord Mayor steps forwards, the keys to the city on a scarlet cushion, and bows his head to the conqueror, and hands him the keys. From all around, crowds of men are spilling out of the city gate to fall in with the soldiers behind the captain, and they are greeted by his army with slaps on the back and settled into rough ranks that march past us, waving at the girls and grinning at the cheers, like an army of liberation, come at last. The crowd follows him. I swear if he marches on Westminster at the head of such a crowd, he can seat himself on the king's marble throne. This is a man with the city in his hand. But he leads the way to Candlewick Street, where the London stone stands proudly in the street to mark the very heart of the city. He strikes the stone with his sword, and at the ringing sound the crowd bellows in exultation. "Now is Mortimer the lord of this city," he shouts, and stands by the stone, holding his shield in one hand and his sword over his head, while the men cheer him. "To dine," he declares, and they all move with him to Guildhall, where the Lord Mayor will spread a dinner for him and his officers. As the crowd goes with him, eager for the offcuts of beef and the broken baskets of bread, I slip from my horse, take hold of her reins, and lead her carefully out of the crowd, hoping to creep away unnoticed. I edge down a side road and then into a smaller alley. I am almost lost, but I climb on a step and struggle up into the saddle and turn east, letting the slope of the street take me towards the river. I remember when I was a girl on my way to England, I was lost in the forest, and Richard found me. I cannot believe that he will not come looking for me again. It doesn't seem possible that I should have touched him for the last time, kissed him for the last time, and now I cannot remember the last words I said to him. At least we parted lovingly, I know that. I cannot remember the words that we said, nor how we looked, but I know that we parted tenderly, because we always parted tenderly. We used to kiss each other good night. We would kiss each other at breakfast. He was always loving to me, even when he shouldn't have thought of me as anything but his lady. Even when I trapped him into giving me our child, and insisted on a secret marriage. For 14 years he has been lover and husband, and now I am afraid that he is lost to me. I give my horse her head and let her pick her way through the maze of dirty streets. She knows well enough where the Westminster stables are, and I don't care. When I think of Richard dead in a ditch in Kent, I want to lie down in the gutter and die myself. I put my hand on my belly and think of the child who will never know her father. How can it be that I shall not show Richard his new baby? It is growing dark as we come to one of the many back gates to the rambling palace. I am surprised to find no one on sentry duty. I would have expected the gates to be closed and manned with a double guard, but it is like the king to be careless, and without my husband, who would command the guard? "Hi!" I shout as I come close. "Hola! Open the gate!" Silence. Silence, where there are usually scores of people coming and going. Silence, where I would have expected a shouted challenge. I rein the horse in, remembering that when you feel that something is wrong, it is because something is wrong. "Open the lantern gate!" I shout, readying myself to turn the horse and spur her away if we are attacked. "Open the lantern gate for the Duchess of Bedford!" Slowly, the small door in the great gate creaks open, and a stable lad peers nervously out. "The Duchess of Bedford?" I pull down my hood so he can see my face. "Myself. Where is everybody?" His pinched white face looks up at me. "Run away," he says. "Everyone but me, and I couldn't go because my dog is sick, and I didn't want to leave him. Had I better come with you?" "Run where?" He shrugs. "Run away from Captain Mortimer and his army. Some of them ran to join him, some of them ran away." I shake my head. I cannot understand this. "Where is the king and the queen?" "Run away too," he says. "God's sake, where are they, boy?" "Run away to Kenilworth," he whispers. "But I was told to tell no one." I grip onto my horse's mane with cold hands as my heart thuds. What? They've abandoned the city? They sent out an army to chase Mortimer back to Kent, but Mortimer turned on them and beat them good. The royal commanders were all killed. The army ran back to London, except for those that joined Mortimer. Half of them joined Mortimer. I wish I had gone. "Who were the commanders that were killed?" I ask quietly. My voice is steady, and I'm pleased at that. "All the king's lords. I don't know, Lord Northumberland, Baron Rivers." "They are dead? All of them?" "They didn't come back, at any rate." "The king?" "The king wouldn't go to war," he says contemptuously. "He went out with his standard, but he wouldn't go to war. He kept half his army back and sent out the lords with the other half, and when what was left of them came running back and said they'd lost, he and the Queen ran off to Kenilworth, the Duke of Somerset, Edmund Beaufort with them, and Lord Scales went to the Tower." "Is Scales there now? Has he fortified the tower?" He shrugs. "I don't know. What's going to happen to me?" he asks. I look at him, my face as blank as his own. "I don't know. You'd better look out for yourself." I turn my horse from the stable gate of Westminster, since there's no safety there for either of us. I think I'd better get to the Tower before nightfall. She steps out bravely enough, but we're both weary. On every street corner there is a brazier and someone roasting meat, and men drinking ale and swearing that the good times have come, and that Mortimer will advise the king, and there will be no more taxation, and no more cheating of the poor, and the bad advisers will be driven away. They call me to join them, and they curse me when I shake my head. In the end I have to throw a coin and wish them well, and for the last few streets I pull my hood over my face and sit low in the saddle and hope to sidle by, like a thief in my own city. I get to the gate of the tower at last. There are sentries on every wall, and they shout down at me as soon as they see me. Halt! Who's there? Stand where you are!
The Duchess of Bedford, I call back, showing them my face. Let me in.
Your husband, the Baron, has been searching for you all evening,
the young guardsman says as he throws open the gate, comes out to take my bridle, and helps me down from the horse.
Your men came in and said they'd lost you. He was afraid you'd been captured by the mob. He said he would see them swing for treason if so much of a hair of your head was hurt. He told them. I've never heard such language.
My husband? I ask, suddenly dizzy with hope. Did you say my husband was looking for me?
Like a madman.
He starts, then he turns to listen, and we both hear the clatter of hooves on the cobbles. He shouts,
"Horses! Close the gate!"
And we rush inside as the gates creak behind us. Then I hear Richard shout,
"Rivers! Open up!"
And they fling open the double gates, and his little band of men rides in like thunder, and he sees me in a moment and jumps down from his horse and catches me up in his arms and kisses me as if we were a squire and his lady once more, and couldn't bear to part. "Dear God, I have ridden all round London looking for you," he gasps. "I was so afraid they'd taken you. Cutler of the house said you were going to Westminster, and the boy at Westminster knew nothing." I shake my head, tears running down my face, laughing at the sight of him. "I'm safe, I'm safe. I got caught up in the crowd and separated from our men. Richard, I thought you were dead. I thought you'd been killed in an ambush in Kent."
"Not I. Poor Stafford was killed, and his brother, but not I. Are you safe? Do you feel well? How did you get here?"
"I got swept up in the crowd. I saw him enter London."
"Jack Cade?"
"The captain? He's John Mortimer."
"Jack Cade is his name, but he's calling himself Mortimer, and John Amend All, and all sorts of names. The name Mortimer brings out the supporters of Richard of York for him. It's York's family name. Cade is borrowing it, or worse, the Duke is lending it. Either way, it means more trouble. Where did you see him?"
"Crossing the bridge, and getting the keys of the city."
"Getting the keys?"
my husband demands, dumbfounded. They greeted him as a hero, all the common people, and the mayor and the aldermen too. He was dressed like a nobleman coming to rule. He lets out a whistle.
"God save the king. You'd better tell Lord Scales. He's in command here."
He tucks his hand under my elbow and leads me to the White Tower.
"Are you tired, beloved?"
"A little."
"And you feel well? The baby?"
"All right, I think. All well."
"Were you frightened?"
"A little. My love, I thought you were dead."
"Not I."
I hesitate. "Have you seen our house?"
"Nothing that we can't repair when this is over."
I glance at him. They walked in through the door and took what they wanted. It will be hard to repair that. He nods.
"I know, but we will do it. Now, I'll get you some wine and some meat as soon as we find Scales. He'll need to know where Cade is tonight."
"Dining with the Lord Mayor, I think." Richard pauses and looks at me.
"A man who has brought an army out of Kent and defeated the king's men has the keys to the city of London and is dining with the Lord Mayor?"
I nod. They greeted him like he was freeing them from a tyrant. The Lord Mayor and all the aldermen welcomed him to the city like a hero.
Richard scowls. "You'd better tell Scales," is all he says.
Lord Scales is in a state of ill-concealed terror. He is using the constable of the Tower's house, and he has double guards on the front and back doors and at the windows. Clearly,
He fears that his king has abandoned him and the city together to the men from Kent. His men may be of royal guard and have taken the king's shilling, but what is to say they are not Kentish men, or that they don't have a family making a poor living at Dover? Half of them have come from Normandy and feel betrayed. Why should they defend us now, who let them be driven from their own homes? When I tell him that Cade was welcomed as a hero, he tells me that I must have been mistaken. "He's a scoundrel and a villain," he rules. "There were many in his train who were gentlemen," I say. "I could see they had good horses and good saddles. Cade himself rode like a man accustomed to command. And there was only one alderman in the whole of the city who didn't welcome him." "He's a villain," he says rudely. I raise an eyebrow at Richard. He shrugs as if to say that I have done my best to give this most nervous commander an idea of the enemy, and if he is too afraid to listen, then I need do no more. "I'll take my wife to my rooms and get her something to eat," he says to Lord Scales. "Then shall I come back and we can plan an attack? Perhaps tonight when they've wined and dined, while they're celebrating. Or as they march back to Southwark. We could catch them in the narrow streets before the bridge and push them over." "Not tonight. Not tonight," Scales says quickly. "Besides, I'm expecting reinforcements from the king. He will send us men from the Midlands." "They can't come for days, if they come at all," my husband says. "Surely we should attack them now, before they expect it, while they're drinking." "Not tonight," Scales repeats. "These are not Frenchmen, Rivers. Our experience is no use here. These are treasonous peasants. They fight around back streets and in hiding. We should wait till we have a great force to overwhelm them. I will send another message to the king and ask for his command." I see my husband hesitate, and then he decides not to argue. He throws his cape around my shoulders and takes me to his lodgings. We have our usual rooms near the royal apartments in the tower, but it feels strange, with the king and queen so far away, and the drawbridge up, and the portcullis down, and us besieged among the people who are our countrymen. "It's damnable," my husband says shortly, snapping his fingers for the serving man to leave the tray of food. "Damnable. And the very men who should be putting down this unrest are either too half-hearted or too afraid to act. Get you to bed, sweetheart, and I will join you after I've posted a watch. That we should be all but besieged, in the Tower of London, at war, in England, with Englishmen, it beggars belief." We live under siege in the Tower, at war in our own country, besieged in our own capital city. Every day my husband sends out men, and even the kitchen girls, to get news in the marketplace and at the city gates. They come back saying that Cade's army is camped south of the river, with more joining them every day. Richard's great fear is that the uprising will spread, and the men of Hampshire and Sussex will join the men of Kent. "What about our home?" I ask him, thinking of the children in their nursery. "Should I go back to them?" "The roads aren't safe," he says, scowling with worry. "I'll send you with a guard as soon as I know what's happening. But I don't even know if the king is safely at Kenilworth. We have sent messages, but have heard nothing back yet. If he's besieged—" He breaks off. It feels like the end of the world. If the common people rise against the king, if they are armed with weapons they have won from us, if they are commanded by a man who has been trained by us and embittered by losses in France, then there is no hope that the world we know can continue. Only a heroic king who could capture the love of the people could save us, and we have only King Henry, hiding at Kenilworth, his beautiful armour laid aside after its one and only outing. A message comes from the rebel army. They want Lord Say, the man who was Lord of Kent, sent out for trial. We cannot release him to them, my husband says to the commander, Lord Scales. They will kill him. We're holding him here under arrest for treason, the Lord says reasonably enough. He could well have been tried and found guilty, and then he would have been executed anyway. The king sent him here for his safety, not to charge him with treason, as we both know, my lord. The king would have released him. You know the king would have forgiven him anything he has done. I shall release him to them, and if he's innocent of all they say, then he can tell them so, Lord Scales says. My husband swears under his breath, and then speaks clearly. My lord, if we send Lord Say out to them, guilty or innocent, they will kill him. This is not a release. It is to push him out of safety to his death. If this doesn't matter to you now, then I ask what you will do if the rebels ask for me to be sent out to them. What would you like us to do when they ask for you? His lordship glowers. I wasn't the man who said I would make a deer park out of Kent. I didn't say they were too good for hanging and should be pushed into the sea. You are adviser to the king, as are we all. They could name any one of us and ask for us to be sent out. Are we going to obey the servants? Are they our new masters? Lord Scales rises from his seat behind the great dark wooden table and goes to the arrow-slit window that looks towards the city. Woodville, my old friend, I know you are right, but if they attack us with the numbers they have now, they are likely to take the tower, and then we will all be at their mercy, your wife as well as us. We can hold out, my husband says. They have a full-size army at Southwark, and every day more men come from Essex and camp out there. There are hundreds now. Who knows how strong they may become? If they come from Essex, what's to stop them coming from Hertfordshire, from Nottinghamshire? What if they can raise the whole country against us? Better strike now, before they grow any stronger. What if they have the king and we don't yet know it? Then we will have to fight them. But if we negotiate with them, promise them a pardon, say that their grievances will be resolved, promise them an inquiry, they will go back to their little farms and get the hay in. If we pardon them, we will have taught them that they can take up arms against the King of England. My husband objects. And that is a lesson we may regret one day. I cannot risk the safety of the tower, Lord Scales says firmly. We cannot attack. We must prepare to defend. At the worst, Lord Say buys us time. There is a silence as my husband absorbs the fact that they are going to send one of the peers of England out to face a mob that wants him dead. You are the commander, he says stiffly. I am here under your command. But my advice is that we defy them. That afternoon, they send Lord Say out to Guildhall, where these aldermen who have the stomach for it, and the rebels who are eager for it, create a little court for the day. They persuade his lordship to confess, find him a priest, and take him to Cheapside for execution. His son-in-law, the Sheriff of Kent, William Cromer, thinks himself lucky to be released from the Fleet prison and steps out of the stone doorway cheerfully, thinking a rescue party has come for him, only to find a scaffold waiting for him outside the gates. They don't even bother to try him, but string him up without ceremony. God forgive them, my husband says, as we stand on the walls of the tower, hidden by the parapet, looking down into the streets below. A dancing, singing, chanting mob is weaving its unsteady way through the narrow lanes towards the tower. My husband interposes his broad shoulder before me, but I peep around his arm and see what is leading the procession. They have the head of Lord Say on a pike, bobbing along at the front of the crowd. Behind, on another pike, is the stabbed head of William Cromer, the sheriff who promised to lay waste to his county of Kent. As they come within range of the tower gates, they pause and bawl defiance, and then dance the two heads together. The dead faces bump. The pike-bearers jiggle the pike so the mouths knock one against another. "They're kissing! They're kissing!" They howl and roar with laughter at the spectacle. "Send us out Lord Scales!" they bellow. "He can have a kiss too!" Richard draws me back into the shadow of the wall. "My God," I say quietly, "this is the end, isn't it? This is the end of the England we have known. This is the end of everything." Next night, at dinner, I see Richard put his head down over his plate and eat steadily, hardly pausing for breath, but drinking no wine at all. Throughout the meal his servants come and whisper brief messages in his ear. After dinner there is never dancing or singing, not even playing at cards, but tonight it is even more hushed and nervous. The remnants of this beleaguered court stand around in groups and exchange fearful whispers. Then Richard stands up on the steps of the dais and raises his voice. "My lords, gentlemen, a number of the gentlemen and merchants of London tell me that they are weary of Cade and his men running riot through the city. Also, matters are getting worse, and no man can be sure that his home and his goods are safe. Cade has lost control of his men, and they are looting the city. The London men tell me that they are determined to push the soldiers out of the city, back to their camp at Southwark tonight, and I have agreed that we will join with them to drive the rebels back, raise the drawbridge, and close the gate. They are not going to enter London again." He raises his hand at the buzz of noise. "Lord Scales will command," he says. "We will muster in the courtyard at 9 o'clock. Weapons will be distributed now. I expect all able-bodied men to arm and come with me." He steps down, and men crowd around him at once. I hear him explaining the plan and sending men to get their weapons. I stand a little closer and wait for him to turn to me. "I'll leave a guard on the tower. Enough to hold it. The king is sending reinforcements from the Midlands. They will be here tomorrow or the next day. You'll be safe here until I come back." He sees the unspoken question in my face. "If I don't come back, you should put on your plainest clothes and make your way on foot out of the city," he says. "Cutler will go with you, or any of our men. Once you're out of the city, you can buy or borrow horses to get home. I can't tell what will happen then, but if you can get home to the children, you can live off our lands, and you should be safe there until it all comes right again. Our tenants would stand by you. Jacquetta, I'm sorry. I never thought it would come to this. I didn't mean to bring you out of France to danger in England." "Because if the rebels take London, then nowhere is safe?" I ask him. "If you cannot drive them out of the city, then they will take England in time?" "I don't know how this will end," he says. "A king who leaves London to the peasants and a half-paid captain? A penniless crowd who say that they own the city? I don't know what might happen next." "Come back," is all I can manage. "It is my intention," he says tightly. "You are the love of my life. I will come back to you if I possibly can. I have sworn it. I'm going to be there at the baptism of our new baby, my love, and God willing, make another." A vision of the dancing head of Lord Say comes to my mind, and I blink to try to rid myself of it. "Richard, God send you back safely to me," I whisper. I watch them muster in the great central yard of the tower, and then leave quietly by the sally port into the silent streets. I climb to the walkway at the top of the walls that run around the tower, and stand by a soldier on guard to watch them make their way quietly to the city. Richard has them in squares, 4 men by 4 men, all of them with pikes, many with swords, most of them with muffled feet. I see all this, but I'm trying to see more. I'm trying to see if there's a shadow over them, if they are marching out to their death. Especially, I am looking for the tall figure of my husband, at the head of his division, his sword drawn, his hooded head looking this way and the other, every sense alert, vibrantly alive, angry to have been brought to this. I glimpse him only briefly before they slip between the crowded buildings, but I have no sense of premonition. Richard seems, as he always has been, so passionately alive, so vital, that there could never be a shadow over him. For a moment I think that perhaps this proves that he will come home in the morning in triumph, and then I think that if he were going out to certain death, he would still go out to it with his head up, his shoulders squared, and his footstep light. Then we wait. We can hear some shouting from the street, and we have the cannon trained on the raggle-taggle army camped in the marshes below the tower and pointed north to the streets. But no one comes within range. The fighting is going on hand to hand, in one street after another, as the rebels surge forwards and the apprentices and merchants, well armed and defending their homes, push them back. My husband, commanding one wing of our forces, and Lord Scales commanding another, fight their way through the treacherous streets, always heading for the river. The rebels make a stand before Bridgegate, where the lanes grow close and narrow, but the soldiers from the tower push forwards and push on, and gradually they yield, falling back over the bridge, a yard at a time. This time the doors of the houses on the bridge are barred, and the shutters are over the windows. The tradesmen and merchants on the bridge are battened inside their homes, sick of the disorder and fearing worse, as the slow battle grinds across the river, a yard at a time. The grinning heads of Lord Say and William Cromer look down from the spikes of the bridge as their murderers are pressed back, one slow pace after another, and the royal army doggedly pushes on. Forewarned by me, my husband has thick coils of rope and craftsmen in the vanguard of the men, and as soon as they force their way past the anchor points, he has the workmen ringed with a guard as they feverishly replace the ropes that I saw Jack Cade slash with his stolen sword. Desperately the men work, fearing arrows and missiles from the rebel army, as my husband at the head of his men fights with his sword in one hand and an axe in the other, going forwards and forwards until Cade's army is thrust to the far side of the bridge. Then, at a shouted command from my husband, and a blast of trumpets loud above the noise, the royal army breaks off, runs back to its own side, and with a rumble and a roar the drawbridge is raised, and my husband leans on his bloody sword, grins at Lord Scales, and then looks back along the long 20-span bridge at the English dead who are being rolled carelessly into the river, and the wounded who are groaning and calling for help. That night he sits in a deep hot bath in our rooms, and I soap the nape of his neck and his strong muscled back, as if we were a peasant and his doxy taking their annual bath on Shrove Tuesday. "Good," he says. "Pray God the worst of this is over."
Will they beg for forgiveness?
"The king has sent pardons already," he says, his eyes closed as I pour a jug of hot water over his head. "Hundreds of them, blank forms of pardons, hundreds of them without a thought, and a bishop to fill in the names. They are all to be forgiven and told to go home."
Just like that? I ask.
"Just like that," he says.
Do you think they will each take a pardon and go home and forget all about it?
"No," he says. "But the king hopes that they were misled and mistaken, and that they've learnt their lesson and will accept his rule. He wants to think that this is all the fault of a bad leader, and the rest of them were just mistaken. Queen Margaret won't think that, I predict, knowing the power of her temper, and that she learned how to rule over a peasantry who were held down by force and deference. No, she won't. But the king has decided on pardons, whatever she thinks. Jack Cade's army, which was so brave and so filled with hope for a better world, lines up to take the pardons, and seems to be glad to do so. Each man says his name, and Bishop William Wainfleet's clerk in the rebel camp with a little writing desk writes each name down and tells each man to go home, that the king has forgiven his offence. The bishop blesses them, signing the cross over each bowed head, and tells them to go in peace. Jack Cade himself lines up for his piece of paper, and is publicly forgiven for leading an army against the king, killing a noble lord, and invading London. Some men see this as the king's weakness, but the greatest number of them think themselves lucky to get off scot-free, and they go back to their poor homes, where they cannot pay their taxes, where they cannot get justice, where the great lords ride roughshod over them, and hope for better times. They are just as they were before, but more bitter, and still the good times have not come. But not Cade. I find my husband in the stables, his face dark with temper, ordering our horses in a bellowing voice. It seems that we are going back to Grafton. We are going back to Grafton at once. The roads are safe enough if we take a good guard. "What's the matter?" I ask. "Why are we going now? Isn't the king coming? Should we not stay in London?" "I can't stand to see him, nor her," he says flatly. "I want to go home for a while. We'll come back, of course we will. We'll come back the moment they send for us. But before God, Jacquetta, I cannot stomach the court a moment longer." "Why? What has happened?" He is tying his travelling cape on the back of his saddle, and his back is to me. I go behind him and put my hand on his shoulder. Slowly he turns to face me. "I see you're angry," I say. "But speak to me. Tell me what has happened." "The pardons," he says through his clenched teeth. "Those damned pardons. Those hundreds of pardons." "Yes?" "Jack Cade took his pardon in the name of John Mortimer, the name he used in battle." "So?" "So they chased after him, despite his pardon, and they have captured him, despite his pardon. They showed them his pardon, signed by the king, blessed by the bishop, written fair in the name of John Mortimer. But they are going to hang him in the name of Jack Cade." I pause, struggling to understand. The king gave him a pardon. He can't be hanged. He just has to show his pardon. They cannot hang him. The king's pardon is in one name, which they know him by. They will hang him under another. I hesitate. Richard, he should never have been pardoned in the first place. "No. But here we show everyone that his very cause was just. He said that there was no rule of law, but that the lords and the king do as they please. Here we prove it is so. We make a peace on the battlefield while he is in arms, while he is strong and we are weak, when he is near to victory and we are trapped in the tower. We give him a pardon. That is our word of honour. But we break it as soon as he's a fugitive. The king's name is on the pardon. The king gave his word. Turns out that means nothing. The pardon is worth no more than the paper, the king's own signature, nothing more than ink. There is no agreement. There is no justice. We betray our own cause. We are forsworn.
Richard, he is still our king. Right or wrong, he is still the king.
I know, and that is why I say that we will come back to court and serve him again. He is our king, we are his people. He gave us our name and our fortune. We will come back to court in the autumn. But I swear to you, Jacquetta, I just can't stomach it this summer. Grafton, Northamptonshire, summer 1450. We arrive at our home at the height of the year, with the harvest coming in and the calves weaned from the cows. In the loft, the apples are laid in rows, strict as soldiers, and one of the tasks for Lewis, now 12, is to go up every day with a basket and bring down 8 apples for the children to eat after their dinners. I'm feeling weary with this baby, and as the evenings are cool and quiet, I'm happy to sit by the fire in my small chamber and listen while Richard's cousin Louise, who serves as governess to the older ones and nurse to the babies, hears them read from the family Bible. Anthony, at 8, has a passion for books, and will come to me to look at the pictures in the volumes of Latin and Old French that I inherited from my husband, and puzzle out the words in the difficult script. I know that this autumn he and his brothers and sisters can no longer be taught by the priest, and I must find a scholar to come and teach them. Lewis especially must learn to read and write in Latin and Greek, if he is to attend the King's College. The baby comes in the middle of August, and we fetch down the family crib, polish it up, launder the little sheets, and I go into my confinement. She is born easily, she comes early, without great trouble, and I call her Martha. Within a few weeks Richard has taken her into the small chapel where we were married, and she is christened, and soon I am churched and up and about again. It is her, the new baby, whom I think of when I start up out of bed one night, as alert as if I'd heard someone suddenly call my name. "What is it?" I demand into the darkness. Richard, groggy from sleep, sits up in the bed. "Beloved." "Someone called my name. There's something wrong." "Did you have a bad dream?" "I thought—" Our lovely old house is silent in the darkness. A beam creaks as the old timbers settle. Richard gets out of bed and lights a taper at the dying fire, and then lights a candle so that he can see me. "Jacquetta, you are as white as a ghost." "I thought someone woke me." "I'll take a look around," he decides, and pulls on his boots and drags his sword out from under the bed. "I'll go to the nursery," I say. He lights me a candle, and the two of us go out together into the dark gallery above the hall. And then I hear it, the strong, sweet singing of Melusina, so high and so pure that you would think it was the sound of the stars moving in their spheres. I put my hand on Richard's arm. "Do you hear that?" "No. What?" "Music," I say. I don't want to say her name. I thought I heard music. It is so clear and so powerful that I can't believe he can't hear it. Like silver church bells, like the truest choir. Who would be playing music at this time of night? He starts to ask. But already I've turned to run down the corridor to the nursery. I stop at the door and make myself open it quietly. Martha, the new baby, is asleep in her crib, the nursemaid in the truckle bed nearest to the fire. I put my hand on the child's rosy cheek. She is warm, but not in fever. Her breath comes slowly and steadily, like a little bird breathing in a safe nest. In the high-sided bed beside her sleeps Dickon, humped up with his face buried in the down mattress. Gently, I lift him and turn him on his back, so I can see the curve of his sleeping eyelids and his rosebud mouth. He stirs a little at my touch, but he doesn't wake. The music grows louder, stronger. I turn to the next bed. John, the 5-year-old, is sprawled out in sleep as if he's too hot. The cover's kicked sideways, and at once I fear that he is ill. But when I touch his forehead, he's cool. Jacquetta, next to him, sleeps quietly, like the neat little 6-year-old girl she is. Mary, in bed beside her, stirs at the light from my candle, but still sleeps. Their 11-year-old sister Anne is in a truckle bed beside them, fast asleep. Anthony, 8 years old, in the bigger bed, sits up. "What is it, Mamma?" "Nothing. Nothing," I say. "Go to sleep."
"I heard singing," he says.
"There is no singing," I say firmly. "Lie down and close your eyes."
"Lewis is really hot,"
he remarks, but does as he's told. I go quickly to their bed. The 2 boys sleep together, and as Anthony turns on his side, I see that Lewis, my darling son, is flushed and burning up. It is his fever that has made their shared bed so hot. As I see him and hear the insistent ringing music, I know that it is Lewis, my darling 12-year-old son, who is dying. The door behind me opens, and Richard, my husband, says quietly, "It's all secure in the house. Are the children well?" "Lewis," is all I can say. I bend to the bed and I lift him. He is limp in my arms. It is like lifting a dead body. Richard takes him from me and leads the way to our bedroom. "What is it?" he asks, laying the boy on our bed. "What's wrong with him? He was well during the day." "A fever. I don't know," I say helplessly. "Watch him while I get something for him." "I'll sponge him," he suggests. "He's burning up. I'll try to cool him down." I nod and go quickly to my still room. I have a jar of dried yarrow leaves, and a bunch of the white blossom hangs from one of the beams. I set a pot on to boil and make a tea from the blossom, and then steep the leaves in a bowl of the boiled water. I'm fumbling in my haste, and all the time the music is ringing in my head, as if to tell me that there's no time, that this is the song of morning, that all this brewing of tea that smells of summer harvests is too late for Lewis. All I need for him is rosemary. I take the drink in a cup and the soaking leaves in the jar and run back up to the bedroom. On the way I tap on the door of my lady-in-waiting and call, "Anne, get up. Lewis is sick," and hear her scramble inside. Then I go into our bedroom. Richard has stirred the fire and lit more candles, but he has drawn the bed curtains so Lewis's face is shaded from the light. Lewis has turned away. I can see the rapid breaths as his thin little chest rises and falls. I put the mug and the jar on the table and go to the bedside. "Lewis?" I whisper. His eyelids flutter open at the sound of my voice. "I want to go in the water," he says, quite clearly. "No, stay with me." I hardly know what I'm saying. I raise him so his head is against my shoulder, and Richard presses the mug of yarrow tea into my hand. "Take a little sip," I say gently. "Come along. Take a little sip." He turns his head away. "I want to go in the water," he repeats. Richard looks desperately at me. "What does he mean?" "It's a vision from the fever," I say. "It means nothing." I'm afraid of what it means. Lewis smiles, and his eyelids flicker open, and he sees his father. He smiles at him. "I shall swim, Father," he says firmly. "I shall swim." And he turns his head and takes a little breath like someone preparing to dive in deep, cool waters, and I feel his body quiver as if with joy, and then go still and quiet, and I realize that my son has gone from me. "Open the window," I say to Richard. Without a word, he turns and opens the window, as if to let the little soul out and up to heaven. Then he comes back and puts the sign of the cross on Lewis's forehead. He's still warm, but he is slowly cooling. I think the sweet waters of his dream are washing him down. Anne taps on the door, opens it, and sees me lay Lewis gently down on the bed. "He's gone," I say to her. "Lewis has gone from us." Hardly knowing what I am doing, I step towards Richard, and he puts his arm around me and holds me close to him. "God bless him," he says quietly. "Amen," I say. "Oh, Richard, I could do nothing. I could do nothing." "I know," he says. "I'll go and see the other children," Anne says into the silence. "And then I'll get Mrs. Westbury to come and wash the body." "I'll wash him," I say at once. "And I'll dress him. I don't want anyone else to touch him. I'll put him—" I find I can't say the word coffin. "I'll help you," Richard says quietly. "And we'll bury him in the churchyard, and know that he's just gone ahead of us, Jacquetta, and that one day we will swim in the water too, and find him on the other side." We bury my son in the churchyard near to his grandfather, and Richard orders a grand stone monument with room for our names too. The rest of the children don't take the fever. Even the new baby, Martha, is well and strong. I watch them, filled with a terror, for a week after we bury Lewis, but none of them so much as sneezes. I think that I will dream of Lewis, but I sleep deeply every night and dream of nothing at all. Until one night, a month after his death, I dream of a river, a deep, cool river, studded with yellow water lilies, flowing over a bed of gold and bronze stones, and golden kingcups growing on the green, reedy banks. I see my boy, Lewis, on the far side of the river, pulling on his linen shirt and his breeches, and he's smiling at me and waving to show that he's going to run on ahead, just a little way ahead. And in my dream, though I want to hold him back, I wave at him and call to him that I will see him later, that I will see him soon, that I will see him in the morning. Our retreat to Grafton lasts only for a little while. In September, the King's messenger rides down the green lanes and up to our front gates. The wide wooden doors swing open, and he comes across the courtyard, the royal standard before him, a guard of 6 riding with him. I am walking back from chapel in the morning, and I pause as I see the gate admit him. And I wait, my back to the door of our house, with a sense of danger coming our way. Behind my back, I cross my fingers, as if a childish sign can prevent trouble. "A message for Baron Rivers," he says, dismounting and bowing. "I am the Dowager Duchess, Lady Rivers," I say, holding out my hand. "You can give it to me." He hesitates. "My husband is hunting," I continue. "He will be back tomorrow. In his absence I rule here. You'd better give the message to me." "I beg your pardon, Your Grace," he says, and hands it over. The royal seal is shiny and hard. I break it and look up to nod to him. "You will find ale and bread and meat for you and your men in the hall," I tell him. "And someone will show you where to wash. I will read this and send a reply when you've eaten and rested." He bows again, and the guards give their horses to the stable boys and go into the house. I wait, and then walk slowly to a stone bench let into the wall at the side of the garden, and sit in the warm sunshine to read the letter. It is a letter of appointment, another great honour for us. It is an acknowledgment of Richard's service in the late troubles. It shows that the Lord of the Privy Council were watching to see who was quick of mind and brave of heart and ready to serve them, even if the King and Queen had run away to Kenilworth and saw nothing. It says that Richard is appointed as Seneschal of Gascony, the rich land around Bordeaux that the English have held for 300 years and hope to hold forever. Once again, Richard and I are to be an occupying force in France. Reading through the lines, I guess that the King, shocked by the loss of English lands in Normandy by Edmund Beaufort, Duke of Somerset, is inspired to fortify the lands in Gascony with a more experienced commander. This appointment is an honour. It will bring with it the danger and difficulty of strengthening the forces around Bordeaux, holding the lands against French incursions, keeping the people loyal to England, and reversing their sense that they are all but abandoned by a homeland that cannot rule itself, let alone maintain lands overseas. I look up from the letter. It is grief which makes me feel that nothing matters. I know this is a great honour. To rule Gascony is a great command. The rivers are rising, even if one of us is missing, and there is no point in letting my heart ache for the one who is missing. I look at the letter again. In the margin, like a monk illustrating a manuscript, the King has written in his own clerkish hand. Dear Rivers, oblige me by going at once to Plymouth, and mustering and organising a force to take to Gascony, and a fleet to carry them. You should set sail on September 21st, no later. Below this, the Queen has written to me, Jacquetta, lucky you, going back to France. Lucky is not how I feel. I look around the yard, at the warm red brick walls capped with white coping stones that lean against the old chapel, the apple tree bowing low with the weight of the last of the fat fruit ready for picking, the barn which abuts the granary, and our house set plumb in the middle of it all, warm in the sunshine, peaceful this morning, my children at their lessons. I think that the King is setting my husband a task that will likely be impossible, and that once again I have to go to a new country, a new city, and hope to survive among the people who begrudge our very presence. I try to encourage myself by thinking that Gascony will be beautiful in autumn, that perhaps I will be able to see my brothers and sisters, that winter in Bordeaux will be crisp and bright and clear, and that spring will be glorious. But I know that the people of the country will be surly and resentful, the French a constant threat, and we will wait for money from England to pay the soldiers, and end up paying out of our own pocket, while at home there will be endless accusations of failure and even treason. I will have to leave my children behind in England. I don't want to go, and I don't want Richard to go either. I wait for a long time until the royal messenger comes out into the yard, wiping his mouth on his sleeve, then sees me, sketches a bow, and waits. You can tell His Grace that my husband and I will leave for Plymouth at once, I say. Tell him that we are honoured to serve. He smiles ruefully, as if he knows that the service of this king may be an honour, but it is only a sinecure for the very few favourites who can get away with doing nothing or even fail outright, like Edmund Beaufort, Duke of Somerset, who is now Constable of all England, as a reward for running to Kenilworth when there was dangerous work to do in Kent. God save the king, he says, and goes off to the stable to find his horses. Amen, I respond, thinking that perhaps we should pray that the king is saved from himself. Plymouth, autumn 1450 to 1451. One long year while we struggle with the burghers of Plymouth, trying to persuade them to house and equip an invasion fleet. One whole year while my husband assembles a fleet from the privately owned ships of merchants, traders, and the few great lords who keep their own vessels. By midwinter, months after we were supposed to sail, he has more than 80 boats tied up at the quaysides of Plymouth, Dartmouth, and Kingsbridge, and more than 3,000 men housed in inns and rooms, cottages and farms, all round Devon and Cornwall, waiting. That's all we do. From autumn through winter to spring, we wait. First we wait for the men who have been promised by their lords to march to Plymouth, ready to embark. Richard rides out to meet them and bring them in, finds them quarters, finds them food, promises them wages. Then we wait for the ships that have been requisitioned to come in. Richard rides all around the West Country, buying up little sailing ships in their home ports, demanding that the greater merchants make their contribution. Then we wait for the stores to arrive. Richard rides to Somerset, even into Dorset, to get grain. Then we wait for the lords who will sail with the invasion to finish the merry days of Christmas and come to Plymouth. Then we wait for the king's command that we should finally set sail. Then we wait for the spring northerlies to die down. And always, 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 we wait for the ship that will bring the money from London so that we can pay the harbour-side merchants, the ship owners, the sailors, the men themselves. Always we wait, and the money never comes when it should. Sometimes it comes late, and Richard and I have to send to Grafton and our friends at court to lend us money, so that we can at least feed the army before they march out to the farms around the port and steal to feed themselves. Sometimes it comes, but in such small amounts that we can only pay the outstanding debts and offer the men just a quarter of their pay. Sometimes it comes as tally sticks that we take to the king's custom houses, and they say regretfully, "Yes, it's good, my lord. I grant your right to be paid, but I have no money to pay you with. Come again next month." Sometimes it's promised, and never comes at all. I watch Richard, riding to the little towns of Devon, trying to appease the local landlords who are furious at having this hungry horde quartered upon them. I watch him pursue roving bands of the men who are supposed to be his army, and are becoming brigands. I watch Richard begging the shipmasters to keep their vessels ready to sail, in case the order for the invasion comes tomorrow, the next day, or the day after. And I watch Richard when the news comes from France that the French king has advanced on Bergerac and Bazas and taken them. In spring we hear his forces are advancing on English lands on either side of the Gironde. He sets siege to Fronsac on the Dordogne, and the townspeople wait behind its great walls, swearing they will not give up, certain that our army is coming to relieve them. Our army is on the quayside, where the ships are bobbing, when we hear that Fronsac has surrendered. The English settlers are appealing for help. They vow that they will fight, that they will resist, that they are Englishmen and count themselves as Englishmen born and bred. They stake their lives on their faith in us. They swear that their countrymen will come to their aid. I watch Richard trying to hold his army together, trying to hold his fleet together, sending message after message to London, pleading with the court to send him the order to sail. Nothing comes. Richard starts to say that when he gets the order to sail, he will leave me behind. He dare not take me to Bordeaux if the place is going to come under siege. I walk along the protective wall of the harbour and look south to the lands of France that my first husband used to command, and wish that we were both safely home in Grafton. I write to the Queen myself. I tell her that we are ready to go to the rescue of Gascony, that we can do nothing without money to pay the soldiers, and that while they kick their heels in the farms and villages, they complain of their treatment by us, their masters and lords. And the working men and women of Devon see how badly the soldiers and sailors are treated, and say that this is a kingdom where a man is not rewarded for doing his duty. They mutter that the men of Kent had it right, that this is a king who cannot hold his own lands here or abroad, that he is badly advised. They whisper that Jack Cade called for Richard, Duke of York, to be admitted to the king's councils, and that Jack Cade was right, and died for his belief. They even say, though I never tell her this, that she is a French woman squandering the money that should go to the army so that her own country can seize the land of Gascony, and England will be left with nothing in France at all. I beg her to tell her husband to send the order for his fleet to set sail. Nothing comes. In July we hear that Bordeaux has fallen to the French. In September the first refugees from Bayonne start to arrive in tattered craft, and say that the whole of the Duchy of Gascony has been captured by the French, while the expedition to save them, commanded by my unhappy husband, waited in the dock at Plymouth, eating the stores and waiting for orders. We have been living in a little house overlooking the harbour for all of this long year. Richard uses the first-floor room as his headquarters. I go up the narrow stairs to find him at the small paned window, looking out at the blue sea, where the wind is blowing briskly towards the coast of France, good sailing weather. But all his fleet is tied up at the quayside. "It's over," he says bluntly to me as I quietly stand beside him. I put my hand on his shoulder. There's nothing I can say to comfort him in this, his moment of shame and failure. "It's all over, and I did nothing. I am seneschal of nothing. You have been the wife, firstly, of John, Duke of Bedford, a mighty lord, the regent of all of France, and secondly, to the seneschal of nothing." "You did all that you were commanded to do," I say softly. "You held the fleet and the army together, and you were ready to sail. If they had sent the money and the order, you would have gone. If they had sent the order alone, you would have gone without the money to pay them. I know that. Everyone knows that. You would have fought unpaid, and the men would have followed you. I don't doubt that you would have saved Gascony. You had to wait for your orders. That was all. It was not your fault." "Oh," he laughs bitterly, "but I have my orders now." I wait, my heart sinking. "I am to take a force to defend Calais." "Calais?" I stumble. "But surely the King of France is at Bordeaux." "They think the Duke of Burgundy is massing to attack Calais." "My kinsman." "I know. I'm sorry, Jacquetta." "Who will go with you?" "The King has appointed Edmund Beaufort, Duke of Somerset, as captain of Calais. I am to go and support him as soon as I've dismissed the ships and sailors and the army from here." "Edmund Beaufort, Duke of Somerset," I repeat disbelievingly. This is the man who lost us Normandy. Why would he be trusted with Calais, but for the king's unswerving belief in his kinsman and the queen's misplaced affection? "Please God, he has learned how to soldier through defeat," my husband says grimly. I lean my cheek against his arm. "At least you can save Calais for the English," I say. "They will call you a hero if you can hold the castle and the town." "I will be commanded by the man who gave away Normandy," he says gloomily. "I will be in service to a man that Richard, Duke of York, has named as a traitor. If they don't send us men and money there either, then I don't know that we can hold it." Grafton, Northamptonshire, autumn 1451. Richard's mood does not lift as he prepares to leave for Calais. I send for Elizabeth, my oldest girl, to come home to see her father before he leaves. I have placed her at the house of the Grey family at Groby Hall, near Leicester, just 50 miles away. They are a wealthy family, with kinsmen all around the country, ruling thousands of acres. She is supervised by the lady of the house, Lady Elizabeth, heiress to the wealthy Ferrers family. I couldn't have chosen anyone better to teach my girl how a great woman runs her household. There is a son and heir at home, young John Grey, who rode out against Jack Cade, a handsome young man. He will inherit the estate, which is substantial, and the title, which is noble. It takes her a day to ride home, and she comes with an armed escort. The roads are so dangerous with wandering bands of men thrown out of France without a home to go to, or wages. Elizabeth is 14 now, nearly as tall as me. I watch her, and have to stop myself smiling. She is such a beauty, and she has such grace. At her age I was probably her match for looks, but she has a calmness and a sweetness that I never had. She has my clear pale skin and my fair hair. She has grey eyes, and a perfectly regular face like the sculpted marble face of a beautiful statue. When she laughs, she is a child. But sometimes she looks at me and I think, dear God, what a girl this is. She has the sight from Melusina. She is a woman of my line, and she has a future before her that I can neither imagine nor foresee. Elizabeth's sister, Anne, is her little shadow. At just 12, she copies every gesture of Elizabeth's and follows her around like a devoted puppy. Richard laughs at me for my adoration of my children, and my favourite of them all is Elizabeth's brother, Anthony. He is 9, and a brighter scholar never lost count of the hours in a library. But he is not just a boy for his books. He plays with the village lads and can run as fast and fight as hard as they, with fists or in wrestling. His father is teaching him to joust, and he sits on a horse as if he were born in the saddle. They move together. You never see him shift to the leap of the horse. They are as one. He plays tennis with his sisters, and is kind enough to let them win. He plays chess with me, and makes me pause and puzzle over his moves. And sweetest and warmest of all, he goes down on his knee for his mother's blessing night and morning. And when I have put my hand on his head, he jumps up for a hug, and will stand at my side, leaning lightly against me, like a foal at foot. Mary is 8 this year, growing out of her dresses every season, and devoted to her father. She follows him everywhere, riding all day on her fat little pony so she can be at his side, learning the names of the fields and the tracks to the villages so she can go out to meet him. He calls her his princess, and swears he will make a marriage for her to a king who will have no kingdom, but will come and live with us, so no one will ever take her away. Our next child, just a year younger, Jacquetta, is named for me, but she couldn't be less like me. She is Richard's daughter through and through. She has his quiet humour and his calmness. She keeps a distance from her brothers and sisters' tumblings and quarrels, and she laughs when they appeal to her to serve as judge and jury from the pinnacle of the wisdom of a 7-year-old. In the nursery, unruly as puppies, are my 2 boys, John and Richard, 6 and 5 years old. And in the well-polished cradle is the new baby, the sweetest, best-tempered baby of them all, Martha. As Richard assembles the men he will take to Calais, and starts to teach them how to use the lances, how to stand against a charge, how to march in an attack, I have to keep telling myself that this is the right thing to do, to send him off with the blessings of all his children. But there is something about gathering them together to say goodbye that fills me with dread. "Jacquetta, are you fearful for me?" he asks me one evening. I nod, almost ashamed to say yes. "Have you seen anything?" he asks. "Oh, no, thank God. No, it's not that. I don't know anything at all, nothing more than that I fear for you," I assure him. "I have not tried to scry or foretell since you told me to put it aside, after the trial of Eleanor Cobham." He takes my hands and kisses them, first one and then the other. "My love, you must not fear for me. Do I not always tell you I will come home to you? Yes. Have I ever failed you? Never. I lost you once,